Okay. What's good? What's good? You too. DM gaming, baby. Let me share this real quick to Twitter. We need to talk. Let me get hype in here, man. Kenzaru. I don't think you could tag Kenzaru. I don't know. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. My bad, guys. I'm sharing this to Twitter, letting people get in here, man, because we finna have a discussion, a really good discussion here. A really good discussion. Okay. What's up, man? So this morning, man, I started to I started making a video, guys. I told y'all yesterday I was talking about DLC 6 and stuff like that, and I started making a video. And the more I talked, the more stuff started popping in my head. All right, and the more stuff that started popping in my head, I noticed. I look up and the video is like 15 minutes long, and it's like, bro, this is a lot. I really want to talk about this. And so I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do a regular video. I want to do a live stream. Okay. Um, hang on a second because I'm noticing some issues with my bad. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I was noticing some issues with the OBS. Let's see if that changes anything because it should come back up. Give me a second. Nope, it's still not popping up. What is going on here, people? What's good, Rod? Trying to get this stream back up, but for some reason it's not. Maybe I got too many windows open. Let's see if that fixes anything. Y'all aren't seeing anything on the stream, are we? Okay. Man, talking about DLC 6, I'm trying to get the. Okay, there we go. It's back. Okay, my bad. All right, so great, awesome, man. Whatever, troubleshooting is done. So yeah, I started making a video, guys, and like I said, the video got to be about, man, I got up to like, I look up at the time and it's like 15 minutes, and I still had a lot to talk about. So I was like, you know what? Scrap the video. Let's do a live stream instead. And also, we'll let y'all know that ads will be running every 6 minutes. However, I'll try to limit those. I'm going to limit those as much as possible. I just put it at 6 minutes. It's going to give me the option to show an ad or not. So, Grand Rising, my brother. And so, whatever. DLC 6, guys, the more I got to looking at this, the more I realized that this has potential to be an extremely interesting DLC. So what you're seeing here is from my previous video that I did on DLC 6, where DBS Hype is here on, this is from the Twitter. Can y'all hear me, by the way? Let me see. Yeah, y'all can hear me. All right, whatever. DBS Hype is talking here. Can you use ad blocker? I mean, I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to show a bunch of ads. Like, I'm going to limit them as much as possible. So you might get one here or there, but I got to make my money too, if that makes sense. So, this is interesting here because you know what, man. You know what? I'm gonna do this, man. I'm gonna turn off the ads. Or we'll just do every 30 minutes. I'm putting it on every 30 minutes for the ads, guys, because here's the deal. if you're in here on this live stream, okay, I don't need to show ads because I don't want to be interrupted. I don't want y'all to be interrupted. For the people who watch this live stream later, ads are going to naturally be on it. Does that make sense? So I set it for 30 minutes. It'll pop up. I'll cancel it, whatever. So no ads because I love y'all so much and I hate being interrupted. So anyway, with this DLC 6, so everybody, including myself at first, was like, how are they going to tell the story of Uub? What's going to be the premise of this DLC? DBS Hype tweets out a couple days ago, DBZ Kakarot DLC 6 about to be amazing. I tried to get him to tell me ahead of time, and guys, I'm telling y'all straight up, I wasn't going to tell y'all anything. I just didn't want to wait. I wanted to go ahead and start preparing content, but he would not tell me, even though he trusted that I wouldn't tell, and rightfully so. I would not have told y'all at all. If somebody trusts me with that kind of information, I'm not finna mess that up for them, anything like that, all right? We are looking at this the wrong way, all right? We're looking at this DLC in the sense of, how are they gonna tell Goku and Uub? All right. I don't think that's so much the case. He even says down here at the bottom, they'll be adding a good amount of extra content since End of Z Saga is pretty short. Pretty short ain't the word, guys. The End of Z is literally about 2 episodes. All right. So with that being said, guys, what's going to be the premise of this DLC? Well, interesting thing. I want to do some backtracking first of all. All right, if we look at this is a list of the villains that we can fight again if we revive them with the Dragon Balls. And guys, if you follow the channel for a while, y'all are going to know that I've tied this in so many times. The game isn't doing this for no reason. This is my wife in the live stream. She need to be working. She need to bring me something to eat. That's what she need to do. So that would be nice, babe. You watching? I know you watching because you comment with the eyes, emojis. I'm working. Bring me some food. I'm hungry. I require sustenance. Nah, but anyway. So if you're looking at the Dragon Ball wishes to refight the bosses, you have Raditz, Nappa, Dodoria, Zarbon, Ginyu Force, Apuli, Kui, Cell Juniors. Cell is not pictured here, guys. I'm pretty sure we wish to fight Cell again. Did we, or was he one of those subquests that we had? One of those subquests that we had, like the Boo one. Did we fight? I'm pretty sure we wish to fight Cell again. Wish they would have added the Uub thing in the main game from the very beginning. Shouldn't have just ended with killing Majin Buu. And see, that's an interesting thing that you bring up, John, because the way that the game talks, I kind of feel like they knew we were going to revive Buu. I don't know. But anyway, let me continue with this before I lose my train of thought. King Code, Androids 1920, and Bobby. Guys, all of these people are still around. I don't remember if we actually killed off Raditz again or Nappa or whatever. I know for a fact that, of course, Dodoria and Zarbon was still around. We seen them in the Majin in the Golden Frieza boss battle DLC. The Ginyu Force, Apuli, same thing. We see him in the Hordes battles. Kui, I don't know if we actually defeated him or not. I can't remember. All right, the Cell Juniors, they're still alive. Captain Ginyu, of course. King Codes, he's still around. Deborah is not listed here, but he's still around. Androids 19 and 20, they're still around. Bobbity is still around. All the people that we revived with the Dragon Balls, guys, remember this. We never killed them. We never actually revived them and killed them. And in those subquests that we revived everybody with, they are all what? They're meant for training, but they're still alive. The game utilized that in DLC 2 with all of the Frieza's henchmen. You see what I'm saying? The Ginyu Force and Frieza even. All of those were utilized. We wish, I don't know, they don't have Frieza here, but we wished him back as well. All right. The only person I know for a fact we didn't revive with the Dragon Balls was Kid Buu. Yeah. There's a subquest here called the Pure Pair. All right. Where we go to Fortune Teller Baba and we have to go to the land of the Kais to actually fight against a revived Kid Buu, in which at the end, Goku tells him he can't wait for him to be reborn so that they can fight again. We know that when they do fight again, guys, that Uub is nowhere near as powerful as Goku, all right, in the world tournament. This is where I'm getting into that's interesting, okay? Because we're looking at this from the scope of we're gonna fight Uub in the world tournament. All right. This isn't gonna make a story-based DLC. Could it make a boss battle DLC? Definitely. But I'm gonna show you today, from where by the end of our discussion today, you're gonna realize that that's not a possibility without some extra or outside sources. So let's talk about this tournament right quick. I'm going to debunk this right off the bat. It doesn't make sense for us to fight Uub as a final boss in DLC 6. Let me say that again. It doesn't make any ounce of sense for us to fight Uub, for Uub to be the last boss in DLC 6. All right. Yes, there are story arcs. That's what I'm saying. So there's going to be more content. Even DBS Hype said that. There's going to be a good amount of extra content. So number one, who's going to be the final boss of this DLC? Number two, what's going to be the extra amount of content? And then number three is going to be what could be the what if scenarios. So first and foremost, who do I believe is going to be the final boss of this DLC, or the main boss? Because, you know, they always add something extra to the DLC after you beat the quote unquote main boss of the DLC. Do you get what I'm saying? Like with the Bardock DLC, the main boss was Frieza, of course. But after that, they put you back on Planet Vegeta and you play Vegeta, Kid Vegeta storyline, a little minuscule, small amount of storyline. All right. In the Trunks DLC, we know that Cell was the main boss, but after Cell, you know, you got Dabura, you got that extra content that surprised some people, not DM Gaming, because I told y'all. But anyway, you get what I'm saying, right? And then in DLC 2, Frieza was the main boss, but the extra content was being able to fight him repeatedly. By the way, not to mention that, according to DLC 2, Golden Frieza is still alive. Golden Frieza is still alive. Oh my gosh, guys. And see, this is why I want to do a live stream, because as I'm talking about this, guys, this stuff is coming to me. Golden Frieza is still alive. He's not dead. We can go right now in the DLC and fight him and train with him. Beerus and Whis, of course, are still around. And which is very interesting because, I mean, Frieza would have to still be around. Because if we're going into Dragon Ball Super in Season 3, then it makes sense for Golden Frieza would have to be there. And that's exactly why the game didn't kill him off. Huh. And I agree with that. I believe, guys, we will eventually get GT. I think we get that possibly after they're done with Super. But this is going to set the stage for that. Similar to how with the history of Trunks, they set the stage for Goku Black to appear. And those DLCs are going to tie together. But this isn't about that. All right. I believe, as far as the main boss, not the additional stuff in the story, I believe that we will play as Uub in this DLC. And that the final boss will be Goku. That we'll fight Goku as Uub. Here's why I think that. Because it doesn't make sense for Uub to be the final boss with Goku. We know, and the people that's making this game know. Yes, Kakarot kind of exists in its own little timeline, and right now it's doing its own thing. Because apparently, you know, the events that happened with Golden Frieza didn't happen that way. The events that happened in the first DLC didn't happen that way. Toa and Mira didn't show up in this timeline. You know, it is kind of beating to the beat of its own drum. And like I told y'all, DLC can kind of do what it wants. But for the most part, the DLC has been accurate to the most part, aside from those I'm not gonna say minuscule differences, but to those differences. All right. Goku already in the game, in the main game, because this is going to continue on, the way that they present this has to be unique. If they present this as immediately following the events of defeated Boo, no. The game has already set the stage that Uub is going to be revived. Therefore, years are going to have to pass for him to grow up. So with this DLC, there's going to be a time skip. Basically what I'm saying. The game can't present this as this happened immediately after the fight with Boo, because even in the fight with Boo, when we complete this sub-story, Goku literally, let's see, he says here, nothing beats going ahead. He says right here to Majin Buu, to Boo, I can't wait to fight you once you've been reborn. So with him being reborn, there has to also be a precedent to where those years have to take place. Now, I don't know as far as in the story how old Uub is when he fights Goku, but assuming a 10-year time skip, he has to be 10 years or a little bit younger. Regardless, Goku is going to have Super Saiyan Blue. He's going to have the ability to go Super Saiyan God. They're not going to strip that away for this DLC. It doesn't make sense for us to be that powerful and Uub is on par with us. Because even in the anime, in the manga, Goku never transformed when he fought Uub. He fought Uub in base form. Everybody can watch that and say, oh man, Uub gave Goku the business. He going toe to toe with Goku. Goku is in his base form, fighting in a world martial arts tournament, and he's teaching Uub how to fight as he's basically training him in the ring. Goku could have at any point in time one-shotted Uub out the ring, fight done. So let's throw that out the window automatically. Uub was no match for Goku in that world tournament. So it doesn't make sense for the game, for Bandai Namco, for CyberConnect 2 to put us inside of a ring with Uub as the final boss of this DLC. That makes a zero crap a ounce of sense. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not to mention, this fight was not even finished because Goku knocked Uub out of the ring, or the ring broke. Uub was hanging on to the end of it. Goku caught him before he could be disqualified, before he could be marked out. Flew in the air. They went off to train. That's why I believe it makes more sense to me. If you're going to use this as a boss fight, it makes more sense. It presents more of a challenge to have us fight a Goku that we created. We created right now in the game a Goku Super Saiyan Blue with extended surge mode that's uber powerful, 250% times base power level powerful, a 250% boost in power level. That's who we have. That's the Goku we have in the game right now. We know how powerful. The game has done a phenomenal job of making our characters feel powerful. Goku right now in the game is ridiculously powerful. And you can feel that. Go and fight Golden Frieza with any level 300 character aside from Goku and Vegeta. And then go and fight Golden Frieza level 300 right now with your maxed out Goku and your maxed out Vegeta. Let me know how that fight works out. All right. It's going to be way easier with Goku and Vegeta because when they even in their base forms, once Goku and Vegeta go Super Saiyan Blue, if you've maxed out their skill trees and stuff like that, and you got the right know-hows equipped and stuff like that, and that surge mode is extended and you apply that healing effect to the surge mode, guys, these guys are tanks. So what sense does it make to put that in a ring and have you fight Uub as a final boss? Flying isn't against the rules in this tournament. Goku flew in the air during this tournament. In this match against Uub, he flew in the air. He did not get disqualified. All right. Even if you just kept it to ground combat, it still doesn't make sense. Now, what's interesting is this. The 20th, I told y'all, them doing DLC 5, the World Martial Arts Tournament, is going to add some significant things to the DLC. Or it's going to open up the door for a lot of future stuff to come in. They're implementing ground combat. No news on Tenkaichi 4 yet. They're implementing ground combat, which means that there's going to be things in this game that are going to change a lot. We're going to get a lot more cooler, I would say cooler melee attacks, melee combos and things like that. All right. Uub not knowing how to fly is going to be prominent in that. Okay. They're kind of preparing us for this, if you will. I feel like it would be a lot more challenging fight for us to fight with Uub against Goku, who could go, even though he didn't in the anime. He didn't go Super Saiyan Blue or none of that in anime. Doesn't mean he won't do that in this game. Those are the type of loopholes that are still open. Does that make sense? Because even now in the anime, if they go back and redo the end of Z, they're going to have it to where Goku powers up. It's possible. We know that it's possible. Even in the game right now, he has those abilities. So picture fighting with Uub against a final boss in Goku who can go Super Saiyan Blue. Bruh, come on, man. But wait, there's more. Because by all of these guys that we have here with the Dragon Balls who are still alive and well, who we used to train, here's my question. What the hell are we training for? You get what I'm saying? What are we training for? I love that they want us to train. What I don't like is that we can only fight or train against these people that we revived one time, aside from Golden Frieza, which we can fight him multiple times. All right, stay with me. What are we training for? We know that in the main game, Toa and Mira are supposed to come back. She left us her minions, okay, to fight the villainous enemies. Okay, they left them there for us to fight until she comes back. Therefore, at some point in time, she has to come back. We're far more powerful than those villainous enemies are with Goku and Vegeta. We're superiorly more powerful. Off topic, but you heard about the Black Panther game. Yes, I did hear about the Black Panther game. I am excited about that. Not just because it's Black Panther. Like, I think that's a dope idea for a video game, but also because EA isn't a very reputable company, and they put a bad taste in my mouth when it comes to sports games, aside from the college football game, but that's neither here nor there. Some of the people that worked on Shadow of Mordor will be working on this game, and those were two really fun and interesting games. So I'm really interested, Elite. I'm interested to see how they go about that with the Black Panther game. Just wanted to touch on that. Sorry, guys. Let's get back on topic. John says Super Saiyan Blue didn't exist in the original Dragon Ball Z. It wasn't even thought of yet until Battle of God's Resurrection F came along. While that is true, Akira Toriyama himself, once Dragon Ball Super started, he made it known that Dragon Ball Super, all the events of Dragon Ball Super is occurring within the 10-year time skip. Okay, so after they defeated Kid Buu, between that time and the time that the end of Z, where Goku is fighting Uub in the tournament here, that 10-year time skip, Dragon Ball Super is occurring but in those years. And we know this also because Pan has been born in Dragon Ball Super. We know that she's already a little girl here in the Uub fight. Bulla is already born. All of those things have already occurred. So while, yeah, when the very first End of Z episode happened, those things hadn't occurred, the creator himself has come in and said, hey, y'all want to know what happened in that 10-year time skip? This is what happened in that 10-year time skip. So Super Saiyan Blue did exist. According to the creator, he's putting it in there. And because we know that, and Super has occurred and all of that stuff, and Goku never transformed, so we really don't know if it existed or not. Like, we know for a fact, yeah, it didn't exist, but it wasn't created at the time. Because Goku never transformed in this fight, that door was still open to say that it could have existed, and the creator has come out himself and said, this is what happened, so now, guys, it exists. All right? So, with that being said, it doesn't make sense for Goku for us to fight Uub as the final boss in that. Now, the interesting thing, or the what ifs, or the other unanswered questions, because he said here, a lot of extra content. We use Ultra Instinct in Uub fight. No, I don't think so, man. This is what I'm saying. I don't see us fighting as Goku against Uub. I see us fighting as Uub against Goku. I think that would make a more challenging fight. Also, in this game, they have took a president amount of effort to really reveal all of these special backstories. All right. In the main game, they really took with Gohan, for example, during the Cell Saga, we got a background look as to Gohan and Android 16's relationship. You get what I'm saying? They gave us backstory with that. With the Bardock DLC, we got backstory. History of Trunks so far is the goated DLC for this game. We got so much backstory, even to the point of Master Roshi and them living on a submarine in the water. Like, yeah, I get it. There was in History of Trunks, all this and that. But the game has done an outstanding job of giving us backstory. Does that make sense? I don't think anybody would disagree with that. That if you put the anime up with the manga with this game, and as far as storytelling, this game has told the story of Z better than the anime. I'm not going to say better than the manga, but it's right there on par. Like it's superior in its storytelling and its backstory in making you feel like, oh, so that's why this. Oh, that's why that. Oh, that makes sense. And before you say, oh, it's not canon, this and that, which canon is a fan-made term, Akira Toriyama himself has worked hand in hand with them on this game to the point of even creating Banyu, which, by the way, her story is still open. All right. Android 20, 19 and 20 in this game. They never came out with anything original, though. It's just stuff from the manga. That's actually not true. That's actually not true. In DLC 2, that's original content. Original means it hadn't been done. Original, like, perfect example is DLC 2. Yes, Goku was revived. I mean, Frieza was revived. But the original part was whenever they used the Ginyu Force, the Doria, Zarbon, Captain Ginyu, all of them to tell that story. Same thing in DLC 1. It was original content because it didn't happen the same way that it happened in the anime and the manga. So that's actually incorrect. They have used some original stuff in this. Also, the fact of Gohan talking to Android 16, that wasn't in the manga. That was original type content and stuff like that. And I'm not talking about him as far as the fight, but the little subquests that we did and stuff. Those things are original content. All right. So the game does have that in there. Before I continue with that, I'm going to get some of these comments. Caleb says, have you ever noticed that super finishes, the space looks really bad in DBZ Kakarot? Because I remember an update came and it just messed up the space and super finishes. I hadn't really paid attention to the space element of it. I've always just looked at the blast and the planet. So I haven't did. I have to try that again. Tony says, I think the Uub versus Goku fight could be a timed battle. A last 1 minute kind of deal. My only issue with that is that well, I'm not going to say issue. If they do it that way, then that's not going to be the boss fight of this DLC. My only premise on this is that I'm looking at this as being a boss fight. Because there are fights in the game and in the DLC where you have to take the opponent's health down to a certain level. Regardless of that, Tony, I still feel that we would be fighting as Uub rather than Goku. Because if we're fighting as Goku, we would one-shot this. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Wolf Gaming, did we ever get the next gen update on PC? Here's the deal with the next gen update on PC. There's no need for it aside from the flowers and stuff, because if I'm not mistaken, on PC, the game could already operate at 60 frames per second. That was pretty much the only addition to consoles, was the 60 frames per second. This is why a next gen update, quote unquote, was never put on PC, because the game could already perform at 60 frames per second on PC. Vegeta Sonic Blue, it's kind of like Kai. Yeah, because they leave some stuff out, but I think it's a little bit more advanced than Kai because they go more in depth about stuff. Kai just kind of jumps straight to the fighting, if you will. John says, I haven't been able to do super finishes for quite some time. I did one the other day. It is still possible to do it. You can still do it in the game, but you know, from my understanding, their stamina has to be broken, or they have to be in a stun state, and you have to finish them with a super attack, like a key blast, not a key blast, like a Kamehameha, a Big Bang, something like that. Shin said they will add other stuff to the game because this DLC is too short. Yeah, and that's what I was talking about way earlier. DBS Hype said they'll be adding a good amount of extra content, and that's what I'm getting into now, is what could be that extra content. So picking up where I left off, guys, Android 21. The researcher who we know is actually Android 21 in the game because of Dragon Ball FighterZ. She's there and we have no background as to why. I did this. Remember whenever on the channel we talked about before the third DLC came out, I had a heavy speculation and I had a lot of proof on that. You go watch those videos. We talked about how Android 21 could potentially be a part of this game in a bigger capacity, because remember after the fight with Android 19 and 20, when we revived them with the Dragon Balls, 20 promises to go off and make a more powerful Android. Okay? There are no other androids around. Right now, yeah, Cell is still alive in the game. He could do something. I don't see them doing anything with that. But Android 21 has yet to be revealed in the game. Here's something interesting about this. In Dragon Ball FighterZ, all right, I'm going to say this and I'm going to get to y'all's comments. In Dragon Ball FighterZ, when Android 21 appears, Goku and them lose their powers. Isn't that what happened in that story? Like at the start of that, yeah, Goku could go Super Saiyan Blue and all that kind of stuff. But when Android 21 appears, they lose their powers, and it's up to us to help them get their powers back. I'm wondering if that's even a possibility. Because think about this. If Uub is one of the main bosses, what makes it better? If we're going to be fighting as Goku, what better way than to take away our powers? The ability to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. The ability to transform into Super Saiyan God. I'm just throwing this stuff out here because the game has shown with its DLCs that it... For example, we've already used, of the people that we revived with the Dragon Balls, in the Golden Frieza DLC, Dodoria's been used, Zarbon, the Ginyu Force, Apuli, Frieza. They've been used. Babidi is also still around. And he's plotting something. We know this from whenever we revived him and fought him. King Cold is still around. Dabura is still around. Cell is still around. Everybody's still around. Nobody's been defeated. Even Frieza himself is still around. So the game can use that to some capacity. And I'm speaking in terms of this quote unquote extra content. All right. Very interesting stuff right now. Now we're starting to see possibilities of some stuff. Banyu's story really hasn't been told. The female researcher, aka Android 21, hasn't really just been told. Not to mention Toa and Mira, all right, are supposed to be coming back. Now we're getting somewhere, okay? Now we're getting somewhere. And I talked about this with the Android 21 thing back long ago before DLC 3 came out, in regards to how Goku is powerful and Android 21 really wasn't more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue. Well, that's how, because she wished for their powers to be taken away with the Dragon Balls or whatever. She wished for Majin Buu to be brought back, whatever the case may be. Interesting stuff here. Okay, we get an ad here in 50 seconds. I'm going to skip that ad. You're not going to get an ad on this live stream. Okay, I kept my promise. It popped up. The ad has been skipped. You've been saved. While we're at this intermission, however, I will catch up on these comments. Dude, Akira Toriyama is almost 80 years old. You think he knows anything about video games? They can say he worked with them even if he didn't. Well, Akira Toriyama himself quoted saying that. Like, he worked on this video game. He wrote... There was... Matter of fact, at the Xbox showcase, when Kakarot was revealed, there's literally a letter written by Akira Toriyama to the fans. I know what you're saying, that they could make that up, but I doubt that's the case. Even the producers and stuff, like, it's not made up, man. You know, and him being 80 doesn't mean nothing. All right, Shin says they said they will other stuff to the game because the deals. Okay, we already read that one. James Jackson, Trunks and Goten will be teenagers in this timeline. That is true. That is true. They will be teenagers. We could get some. I see a lot of subquests coming. I see a lot of subquests coming to give backdrop as to what happened within this time frame. But also Dragon Ball Super is supposed to tell that. So that's why I don't expect too much of that. Does that make sense? I bet Android 21 helps Mira become the ultimate android. I bet. Android 20. Picture this. Let's think about this, man. Because he absorbs energy, right? That's what they do. That limit, what? You own to something, man. I like that. I like that. I'm going to pin that for a little bit. Can I pin that message for a little bit? That's an interesting perspective, my guy. I bet Android 21 helps Mira become the ultimate android. Could it be that Android 21, the female researcher and Dr. Gero or Android 20 link up and help Toa and Mira? Okay. Heck, we know from Xenoverse that Mira absorbs Toa and they, becomes this super android. What I'm saying, guys, is there's still a lot of possibilities to have. I mean, as far as this extra content is concerned for this DLC, a lot of possibilities there that wouldn't step out of the realm of what the game is, I guess, because if they just go with this, there's not enough for a story DLC. We've made that relevant. Catching up on some of the comments. Anthony Edwards, crazy how this is my first stream watching in months, and it was me and you who bought up Android 21. Facts, man. I don't remember. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Anthony. I cannot remember how the original idea popped up, but I know, yeah, it probably was you. I don't remember who it was exactly, but I do know me and the subscriber, we talked about that. So yeah, it's crazy. Things come full circle, right? Arkham Kratos, I'm your new subscriber, man. I appreciate that. I really do. Vegeta Sonic, do you think we should fight Android 21 in her Majin form? I think we should, man. I don't think anybody would argue with that. You're going to get some people, oh, this is not canon. It's DLC, bro. I think it would be a good idea. I think that would be cool. I've pushed that for so long. Arkham Kratos, do you think Dragon Ball GT could have been a better series? I like GT. The thing that I liked about GT as a series was that it took a step back from the punch you in your face, body slam you on the kitchen table that Dragon Ball Z was. Dragon Ball was real explorative, okay? And then Z came and it was punch you in your face, beat 'em up, power up for 30 episodes. And so when GT came around, it took me back to Dragon Ball. And there were some things that Dragon Ball GT did that I found was very unique, in that Goku was turned into a kid, so it made him less powerful. If he was an adult, GT doesn't happen with adult Goku because of how powerful he was. By him being changed to a kid, his power level was cut drastically. Not to mention, so can you imagine him going Super Saiyan 4 when he wasn't turned into a kid? But anyway, the fact that with the dragons, all of them being less powerful than Goku, except for Shin, but they all had some kind of unique characteristics that made them a difficult fight. I like that. It wasn't that way in Dragon Ball Z. In Dragon Ball Z, it was just all about power levels. In Dragon Ball GT, it was deeper than that. You had to be a smarter fighter. And what I like about that too, Dragon Ball Super with the Tournament of Power and with the tournaments period kind of took a lot of those same elements. All right. So I like GT story. I mean, could it have been better? I don't know. I like it how it is. John says DLC 6 still has to live up to the hype of DLC 3. I disagree with that, man. I disagree with that. I think the reason DLC 3 was so great is because they did an amazing job of capturing the feeling of having to fight to survive with the little radar, the drones that would detect and activate the androids. In the story, those cutscenes were dope. I don't want them to try to get in the business of trying to compete with that on that level, because then you get a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, let every DLC should have something special about it. DLC 3, in my opinion, that's what made it special. It wasn't so much playing with kid Trunks and stuff like that. The thing that stood out to me the most with DLC 3 was purely that. And with DLC 1 and 2, and I'm going to say those together because they are together, it was about becoming more powerful. And the game captured that brilliantly with the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue transformations. When we got Super Saiyan God, you felt more powerful. Super Saiyan Blue took that to a completely different level. You see what I'm saying? I love how they did with Super Saiyan Blue. I love how they did that, because you are powerful. Like I told you earlier in the live stream, if you go fight Golden Frieza right now with any level 300 character you have aside from Goku and Vegeta, that fight is going to be significantly more difficult than if you fight with Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta. So much more so that if you go into that fight with base level Goku and Vegeta right now in your game, that fight is way more difficult than if you transform into Super Saiyan Blue. This game has done a beautiful job of power levels. And I love that, because that's one thing that I loved when I found out the game wasn't going to have balance. They said, hey, this game is not going to have balance. Powerful characters are going to be powerful. All right. And it goes back to eating and leveling up your character, in that, like I told y'all a long time ago, the level, it doesn't matter so much. Level is more potential, but eating fulfills that potential. You can have several level 300 characters, but they're all different. Level 300 Frieza is on a completely different level. Completely different level than other 300 level characters, okay? Catching up to some of these comments before I get too far behind. Bro, do you mean him being 80 years old means nothing? Let the man play Uno with Jackie Chan. All right, you just talking to be talking, bro, at this point. Kaneki Kun? I don't want to butcher your name. I'm gonna just say Kun. He said, could the next DLC pack be about Dragon Ball GT since it ends? Okay, so Kun, they've already said that the next DLC pack is gonna be Dragon Ball Super. That's already been, I ain't gonna say confirmed. It ain't been confirmed by Bandai, but it's come out from some very extremely reputable people. The next DLC season is going to be, it was out of GT and Super, but it's going to be Super. And I think after Super, then yeah, they'll get into GT. Arkham Kratos, could Jiren be an android or hit? Nah, they not androids. Jiren is an alien, hit is hit. Neither one of those are androids. 360 Smooth, my boy DM, what's good? We going to get DLC? We going to get it eventually. Jihad Meadows, this game should have day and night. I would like, that'd be cool, day and night cycles. For example, when we fought Great Ape Gohan with Piccolo, that was a nighttime fight. That was pretty cool. And what you think Toriyama approved of Gildo's off-screen death and the other Gildo Force members? You think he approved of Goku knowing how to fly before going to King Kai? Goku knew how to fly before he went to King Kai's planet. Yes, Goku knew how to fly before then. The only reason that Goku uses the Nimbus early on in Z is not because he doesn't know how to fly, but because his power level he does it to conserve power. But later on, his power level is so high that flying it doesn't deplete much of his ki. But Goku knew how to fly before he went to King Kai's planet. Jihad Meadows, again, this game should have a verse battle in those blue auras. I don't know what you're trying to say there. Should they have verse battles? I think that'd be cool. The blue auras, I don't know. They do need to fix the Super Saiyan aura. I don't know why they haven't done that yet. Eric says, I like the adventure aspect of GT and the concept of traveling to different planets. I do too. That was really dope. Like I said, the exploration thing, it reminds me of Dragon Ball. Even though Dragon Ball, they didn't go off to different planets. It was just more about, it wasn't all about just power levels and beating people up. Jihad says again, this game should have battle arenas such as Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Kami Lookout, West City. Bro, I've said that before. I agree with that. I talked about that in the sense of training. That we should, the game doesn't do training very well. They should replace eating with training to increase those sub-base level stats. Eating should provide some form of bonuses. I think eating would be cool to provide temporary bonuses, as well as maybe increase your health permanently. But as far as increasing your key attack, melee attack, key defense, I think they should implement training because the game doesn't do that. That's probably one thing that I nag on about this game is that in order to get stronger in the game, you have to eat. And if you want to get strong, you have to continually eat and eat and eat. Like right now, being level 300, our characters for the most are maxed out. I still have some that aren't, but my Goku and Vegeta, for example, are level 300. They're maxed out. They can't go any higher. Geovic. Bro, I'm glad you're here. I'm going to pin you because I'm going to come back to you here in a second, my guy. All right. So, for example, if I want to eat, if I want to get stronger, all of y'all level 300 characters, guess what? Your characters can get significantly stronger. Golden Frieza fight proves that, and this proves it as well. You can continually eat and get those permanent boosts to your stats that's going to increase your character's power, battle power, and make them stronger. But here's the deal. It's boring as hell to get into the DLC and just sit there and eat 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 and eat. Geovic, the legendary subscriber, guys. If you don't know who Geovic is, this guy, he ate and ate and ate. He did exactly what I'm saying, which I don't know how he had the patience to do it because not only is it a grind having to go around and gather all of these items, but you have to sit there and make the meals. Now, one thing that I wish that they did if they're going to keep eating in the game like that is make it to where that you can eat, like you can put it to where Goku eats X amount of meals instead of just having to eat one meal at a time, which I get it. But guys, come on, at this point, so my source is the literal anime and manga. Go and watch it. Goku knows how to fly. Anyway, it's one of those deals, guys, where eating that needs to take a back seat, man. That needs to take a back seat. I'm getting off track because I'm talking about training. Y'all know how I am about that with this game, which is interesting too because what do Goku and Uub do at the end of this DLC? I mean, at the end of Z, they fly off to go train, not to eat, to go train. Let me get on to these comments because they're flowing in. Kakarot should have clothes damage and clothes change. Everybody wants clothing change. I wish they would do that. Goku's wearing a different gi as well. All right. Goku's wearing a different gi at the end of Z. I wonder if some of that extra content is us finding out where does he get the gi from? Because we know from Dragon Ball, guys, from watching the whole series that Goku's gis are very prominent. So much so that the kanji on his gis is the master that he trains under. To the point where even with Whis gives him new gi. Like clothing is really important in Dragon Ball. And I'm saying the Dragon Ball in the sense of the whole Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super. Their clothing is extremely important. And that's one unanswerable question. Where did he get this new gi from? Well, maybe there's a sub story in this DLC that'll tell us that. Jihad, bro, I think you be in my mind sometime because you asking questions that I've asked. Kakarot should have a turbo on the Nimbus. I did a video talking about DLC 5 and how are we going to get around if we can't fly, quote unquote. Which I think the game may allow us to fly, but I think they should keep it realistic. Yes, Goku knows how to fly. He doesn't early on at this point because it takes so much power to be able to fly. This is also why, because flying was also a technique, which King Kai didn't teach Goku how to fly. I think Goku knew how prior to that, but it takes a lot of ki to fly, or it takes ki to fly. And that was one thing about the powerful fighters in Dragon Ball Z. If they could fly early on in Dragon Ball, if you could fly, oh my gosh, this guy got the juice. Piccolo could fly. He was impressed with that. Everybody was, oh, he could fly. You know what I'm saying? Because he had high enough ki or ki control to do it, whatever. So, I think that and I've said this before, that with this DLC, with DLC 5, backtracking a little bit to the DLC that's about to come out, if Nimbus is going to be our primary mode of transportation, they do need to make it to where we can fly faster on Nimbus. Long story short. Arkham Kratos, which villain will win in a fight? Frieza, Perfect Cell, Kid Buu, Lord Beerus, Broly, and Android. Beerus, hands down. Like, Beerus, first of all, Beerus isn't a villain, though. Beerus is a god of destruction. That's his job, is to destroy. He's not a villain. That's just his job. The gods of destruction destroy, and the Kais create. Creation and destruction, you know. So Beerus isn't a villain, but if you're going to put him in that, he's by far more powerful than everybody that you listed, including Broly. Like, I don't think people understand just how powerful a god of destruction is. But anyway, Jihad says, again, Kakarot should have aura color change. I don't agree with the color change, but they do need to fix the Super Saiyan aura. Kakarot is missing too much. 6.5 out of 10. Eric says, yeah, I like the elemental powers of the Shadow Dragons. It really gave them their own identity. It really did, dude, and it was really dope. I really like that. Kirwan, if I'm mispronouncing that, I'm sorry. You said Android 20 is still alive in the game. Yes, guys, if you go back and look at the boss battle episode. Matter of fact, I got y'all on live stream. We can do it here. We can do it here, my guy. Y'all looking at my search history. Okay, so these are the revived boss fights here. Okay, that's Frieza. All right, let's go back one more. This is why I put it in my watch later tab. Y'all getting a peek inside of DM Gaming's. And we got an ad, yay, that I didn't put on. Somebody getting paid. It's all good. In Between Gamer, guys, I'm looking at this off of his channel. I got to give him credit for this. This is not my channel. All right, so the boss fights. All right, so let's go to Android 20 and 21 real fast, because that's the one you asking about right now. King Code, Yamovich, and Pui Pui right here. So we revived Android 19 and 20 right here, okay? I'm sorry. He says here, once again, you displayed an extraordinary level of courage to show your face before me. I actually kind of respect you. I mean, you made a great guy like Ader. Homage to Dragon Ball. Love that. Ader, do you mean Android 8? Don't be absurd. Out of all my failed creations, he is without a doubt the worst of them all. Hey, don't talk about Ader like that. For those of y'all who don't know who Ader is, it was an android back in Dragon Ball. I like that. Silence, there's nothing special about him. You're like, okay, but they lack the capacity to control their urges. But Android 19 here is different. Must eliminate Goku. Vegeta stuck his nose where it didn't belong before this. Okay, so let me fast forward to the end of this fight. We're not going to go through all of this, okay? We're going to go through the end of the fight. So this is when we revived him, and then at the end, this is what they say. Goku, phew, that was a great fight. See, they're still alive. He didn't kill them because it's training. Everybody that you revive with the Dragon Balls is purely for training purposes. I would not be too comfortable if I were you. Someday, I will create the ultimate android that will finally see to your demise. And guys, before you say, oh, he's talking about Cell. No, he's not. This is when we revive him with the Dragon Balls. Really, now I've got something to look forward to. Android 20 says, what? You intend to let us go? Goku says, well, yeah, you said you were going to make something really strong, right? Don't keep me waiting. I really want to fight this guy. Android 20, ... You will pay dearly for this mistake. So yes, Android 20 is still alive in the game, guys. And Android 20, now female researcher isn't an android yet. Or maybe she is and she doesn't know it. But what if Android 20 takes female researcher, makes her an android, which continues with her story, and then Bobbity comes along and makes her a Majin. Android 21 creation story right there, baby. Oh my gosh, I'm killing it. I'm killing it. All right, let me get back up to these comments, guys, because y'all coming in with them, and I want to make sure I read them all for the live stream. Whoo! I'm excited. I'm getting excited from this. Where was we at? Kakarot should have turbo. Which villain? Kakarot should have aura change. Kakarot is missing. Eric, elemental powers. We said that. I was Kiwan. That was your thing. This other guy said source. 360 Smooth, off topic. I'm in love with Street Fighters. I have not played the new Street Fighters. I need to. Gilvic, my boy DM, if only, and this is the pinned comment that y'all seeing in the chat. If you've seen my stats. So for those of y'all who don't know who Gilvic is the legendary subscriber. And he ate so much. His stats are phenomenal. And I'm surprised that I was always wondering, did you still eat? Were you still eating in the game? And guys, let me tell you this. When the Beerus DLC first dropped and we was getting our face punched in by Beerus, Gilvic was almost one shot in the guy. That's how powerful he was then. And if he's still eating, I don't see how the game is fun for you at this point, Gilvic. Because guys, let me tell you something. I have a save file where I have a maxed out, like I'm talking like 99. And Gilvic, you remember that I showed that on the live stream one time, where I have 99 of everything. Unlimited of everything, okay? And I did it through Save Wizard on the PS4. But that, you know, I have several different save files, but that's one of them just to kind of play with the game, seeing, you know, how max stats could be. Even with that, I don't one-shot Beerus per se, and he might. But guys, it's I don't think y'all understand just how powerful you can get in this game. It's scary. And here's the deal with getting that powerful in the game. It makes the game pretty much unplayable. And I think Gilvic will relate to this. It makes the game almost unplayable because you just one-shot everything. I'm going to give you some perspective on this. Get your strongest character, Goku or Vegeta, because they're the strongest that you have. Go into the time machine. Tell me how much fun that is. That's kind of where Gilvic is at right now with the main game, not the time machine. Because he eats so much. It's crazy. It's crazy. And eventually, if we play this game enough and eating, I'm telling you, to get that strong just by eating, guys, you have got to have some serious dedication because it is boring as heck to sit there and eat and eat and eat and not get anything. Like, he just flies around collecting stuff and eating. All right. Continuing on, he says, I will also never forgive them for deleting it's over 9,000. Yeah. Did you know in the original it was over 8,000? They left out some prominent stuff in this game. That is homages. The story can still be told without it, but yeah, I'm with you on that. Andre Brown, we got the same first name, by the way. You should be able to go to different planets and train with other fighters or time machine train. My thing on training, guys, is I've said this. Y'all know this, Gilvic. You know I've harped this. Training should be training should be the in-game content in this game, but it's not. We should be able to go to King Kai's planet and train. We should be able to train against each other in our parties. For example, you have all the Z Warriors, but you can't even train against none of them. The training grounds that you have are only used to unlock new skills, and after that, you can't even replay them. Crock of you know what. That needs to change, man. Seriously. And maybe with these future DLCs, they've been watching DM Gaming's videos, and they've been listening to me harp this. I've even sent this to them. It would be amazing if they implement it. And if they did, guess what? Are they going to give me credit for it? Bro, it would be so dope if they did. Bandai Namco. Hey, I got the videos to prove it. But it's one of those things that you can't sue them over technically because you're using their property to create these theories and stuff. And that's why I said I don't want to be, I just want credit. Because y'all know the videos that I've done about implementing training. I even made a whole spreadsheet about it, man. So I would really, really appreciate it if they did implement that they would just give your boy some credit. You got me? Let's continue on with some comments because they flowing in. Did I play Final Fantasy 16, Deshaun James? I played the demo. Hadn't played the main game, just hadn't bought it yet. The funds are tight, if you get what I'm saying. Gilvic, there's something satisfying when you see your stats growing. It is, and I agree with you on that. I have started eating in the game because I got my Gohan to almost level 300. I should have been done it, but I didn't because there's no reason to at this point in time. And even being close to level 300, I went to fight Golden Frieza, guys, and bruh, Go do that. I'm telling you. Go fight Golden Frieza level 300 with any of your 300 characters that are not Goku and Vegeta, and let me know how that fight works out for you. It's not going to work out very good. And then I felt like Vegeta, bro, I got to get stronger. But the boring, and I love that. I love that about this game. The thing I hate, though, is now I got to turn on the game and just go and eat. Just sit there and just eat meals. Wife come in, babe, what you doing? She nothing eating. Flying around, killing deer, eating. It's boring. You can't even go to the store and buy what you need. You got to go and hunt some of that stuff. You get what I'm saying? So now instead of flying around training like you're supposed to, all you're doing is eating. That's extremely unrealistic to Dragon Ball universe and extremely disrespectful and a slap in the face. He says, bro, Goku never flied in Raditz fight. I never said that he did. I never said that Goku flew when he fought Raditz. What I'm telling you is that Goku know how to fly. King Kai didn't teach Goku how to fly. The reason Goku didn't fly is because Goku's power level at that point in time was significantly low. Goku is a smart guy. He tries to reserve energy. This is why he jumps into fights and he don't go all out at first. Okay? Goku didn't fly because it saves power. He wants to reserve all his power for what? Fighting. Piccolo can fly. Piccolo flew. Goku didn't fly. No. All right, anyway, going on. Andre said again, they need to bring back the teleport before you get hit or when you get hit, like Budokai 3. You can teleport before you get hit. If you push the dodge button right before you get hit, there's actually even an element in the game. It says dodge, and it slows down the entire game so that you can do a counterattack. That's why Whis tells us in our training, your enemy is most vulnerable after they attack, because if you dodge it, if you push the dodge button at the right time, you do what's called a perfect dodge, and it slows down everything. You can attack them at that point. Now, if you're talking about the sway, where you can just, you just dodge and punches like that, I think that would be something cool for them to implement, especially with the next DLC, us being able to fight on the ground and not in the air. If they could do like those types of dodges, that would be so dope. So dope. Let me catch up to the comments, guys. I'm sorry. But he never said he can fly, and he never did. Where do you get that information? It's understood information, my guy. It's just like the anime never showed Vegeta going Super Saiyan God, but Vegeta was able to go Super Saiyan Blue. And in order to go Super Saiyan Blue, you have to first be able to go Super Saiyan God. Therefore, it is implied and understood that Vegeta could go Super Saiyan God. Even though we didn't see it in the manga and the anime until the Goku Black arc. In the Golden Frieza. In Fukasu no F, Vegeta being able to go Super Saiyan Blue, we already know a precursor to that is Super Saiyan God. It's kind of one of those implied things. I don't think anybody questions that. You're probably the first person I ever, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying it's one of those implied things. Everybody knew Goku knew how to fly before he died and went to King Kai's planet. Okay? Because notice this. Even after he got back from King Kai's planet, whenever he was going to fight Nappa, he was flying on Nimbus. All right? He knew how to fly. He didn't fly because it took too much energy. He didn't have, and I know you say, well, Piccolo's power level was close to Goku's. Piccolo was still more powerful. Goku knew how to fly. He didn't fly because it took too much energy. Even on Snake Way, he ran. Why? Because flying would take too much energy. Later on, when he's more powerful, flying doesn't require as much energy. Okay? He's better in control of his ki, and he can fly better. But yeah, it's implied. Andre says again, they need to bring back destruction when you get knocked back. It should have more of that. I agree with you. I am all for more destruction. All right, Arkham, Kratos, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan versus, oh man, I missed it. Let me go back up. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan versus Perfect Cell was an epic fight. I love how Goku trolls Cell so he can have his son have a chance to fight and save the world instead of him. I do too. That was really, I like that Cell Saga fight. That was dope. James Jackson, does your battle power number color change color when you get to a certain battle power? My battle power numbers are always white. Yes, they do change color, James. So they start off white. After you get to a certain level, it changes to yellow. Now, after, we got to skip an ad. My bad, y'all. After you get to another level, they change to blue. Geovic, you can confirm this. Geovic, perfect question. What color are your battle power levels right now? Because on my maxed out characters, the ones that I use the save wizard to max out all the stats, it's blue. Right now in the game, Goku and Vegeta's are yellow. Everybody else's are white. What color are yours? I'd like to know that, because yeah, they do change. For some reason they do. I don't know. And I remember talking about this before Super Saiyan Blue came out. I was like, well, maybe they're saying we're going to get blue or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, it does change. It does change, James. Alex, if y'all like the Shadow Dragon / the concept of them, then y'all should read Toritaro's DBAF. He does some cool stuff. I've heard about that. Andre says, I wish they would add buff Trunks. And they could have played, yeah, buff Trunks, Super Vegeta, like, yeah, I'm with you on that. At James, okay, I see Geovic. It does, it changes colors when you reach a certain level of power, buddy. Yes, it does. Geovic, what color are yours? I'm sorry if I'm getting to y'all's comments late. I'm just trying to read and discuss because, hey, that's the point of a live stream, right? Also, they deleted the scene where Vegeta let Android 19 absorb his power just to show. I know, bro. See, I'm with you on that. I hate that they deleted that. I hate that they deleted or didn't put in Goku's instant transmission Kamehameha against Cell. Vegeta's final flash against Cell. Bruh. I hate that they left that stuff out. I hate that they left out Goku's entire time in the other world. I hate that they left out Goku's train. Bro, we should have got to do some training on King Kai's planet. That should not have been a cutscene. I hate that. 360 Smooth had to retype this comment due to error. I said off topic, I'm in love with Street Fighter 6. That game is dope and it's completely different. Not your same modern Street Fighter game. I definitely want to check that out. Average says new sub came from the recommended. Man, I appreciate it. Really, really, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Overpowered Demon Slayer. You right. Goku did know how to fly before King Kai because he shocked the ogre apprentice at the beginning of Snake Way. There you go. Average says, just call me Avenger. Oh, the next comment, maybe a sub quest will be a Z Broly battle. I don't think so. There could be something with the movie villains in this DLC, in DLC 6. And I'm going to talk about that here in a second. Matter of fact, I'm going to pin your comment so I can come back to that. Before I restarted my game, it was blue. Dang, what was your battle power at? Hopefully we can get to Dragon Ball Superhero Story eventually. My color is still yellow, but close to blue. Still not on your level in terms of battle power, buddy. No, dude, Geovic, that's on my cheated save file. That's on the save wizard file. I just did that. Remember, we did that as an experiment to just see how powerful we can get. And I was like, well, let's find out. And I did that. And I was like, holy moly. Holy moly. I don't know at what point it changes to blue, though. Does that make sense? And even still, guys, here's the deal. With max stats, you can still eat and increase your health. Like, your health is unlimited. It's crazy. He says, I recently watched Dragon Ball Z Kai. Goku went running in Snake Way, and after he learned Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, then he flew since flying back. Yeah, because he's more powerful at that time. It doesn't mean he knew how to fly before then. But when he needs to do it, he flies because, hey, I need to do it. But when he needs to conserve ki, he conserves ki. What's up, RD? All right, see, I'm caught up on comments. So, yeah, Android 21 is still alive. Everybody's still alive, guys. Even the Raditz fight here. He fights Piccolo. Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry. This is in my ad, guys. It is what it is. In between gaming, you're getting some views, my guy. Let's go to the end of the Piccolo fight. Piccolo fighting Raditz. What does Raditz say at the end of his fight? What does Raditz say? Let's look at that. Let's look at what everybody says at the end of their fights. Shut the heck up. I'm so proud. I'm a proud Saiyan warrior. If I trained, you... Hold up, man. Hold up. Bro. Raditz said, if I trained, you wouldn't even be able to touch me. Guys, what if the extra content... Here's one thing that I said. Well, I said this in a video a long time ago. Vic, you remember. I know you do, my guy. Guys, there's untold story. These revived fights are stories that are left untold. I wonder if in DLC 6 they kind of closed the door on some of these stories. You know what I'm saying? Flying for Goku at first is like him using Super Saiyan 3. It refugees too much energy, therefore yes, thank you. He doesn't use flying as much because it uses too much energy. Goku is a smart guy. He don't just fly for the heck of it. Because you got to think too, early on in Dragon Ball Z and stuff, flying was a technique similar to Kaioken, for example, a technique. He doesn't use it just all willy-nilly. All right, not to get off topic. Guys, these revived fights are untold stories. These doors are still open. And I think them saying stuff like this leaves the door open for us to see this stuff again. And before you say, oh, Toa and Mira or the revive. No, man. Toa and Mira, that's a different kind of deal. Raditz is leaving the door open for him to come back, bro. And I know, you know what's crazy about this? Frieza said the same thing about training, and they bought him back. What if? I'm just saying, what if DLC 6 got us fighting these guys again, bro? Honestly, they should make this DLC 6 or for Season Pass 4 or 5, like the last DLC for Season 4 or 5, with all the villains being revived and stuff like that. It could be this DLC. Okay, let me tell y'all something. Vic, I don't know if you remember, I did a live stream with Kenzaru. Yes, the legendary Kenzaru. And we talked about several things, and I don't think it's wrong for me to say this now because this was literally years ago. He told me that they were planning on doing a DLC with the revived movie villains. All right. I'm wondering if they do that with DLC 6. You got to have some extra content. Even DBS Hype confirms that they'll be adding a good deal of extra content since end of Z Saga is pretty short. You know, let's be honest. If they revived Raditz, bro, we would mop the floor with him again. You get what I'm saying? So what if we fight all of these people with Uub? I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. We train with Goku. What if we fight Goku? What if this is the start of the DLC? You get that? Where we do a backstory where we kind of grow up as Uub a little bit to give us some backstory. We go to fight Goku and we fly off to train with Goku. And we fight all of these revived enemies such as Raditz, as Uub, you guessed it. Hey, because we revived everybody to train, right? We revived everybody for training purposes. What if Goku is the central hub, as you will? Similar to how we train with Whis. You got what I'm saying? And we learn these different techniques. We get these different power-ups and stuff. What if we do that with Goku as our trainer? And the missions that Goku sends us out on are to test our power against guys like Raditz. Okay, going down the list. Raditz, and then Nappa, and then Dodoria and Zarbon, the Ginyu Force, Apuli, Kui, Cell Juniors, Cell, Captain Ginyu, King. You get what I'm saying? What if we fight all of them as Uub? What if? And then what if the main boss, Android 20, goes and makes female researcher into Android 21, and then Bobby comes along and possesses her and makes her Majin. And we fight her as Uub. Because we know that Android 21 in her Majin form isn't as powerful as Super Saiyan Blue. We know that from Dragon Ball Fighter. She's not that powerful. She's powerful, but not as powerful as Goku and Vegeta as Super Saiyan Blue, or even God for that matter. That would be crazy interesting, my guy. Think about that, guys. That's dope. That's dope. Listen to what they telling us, guys. They use this stuff with Frieza. Why wouldn't they continue this? They don't put this stuff in the game for no reason. If I trained, you wouldn't even be able to touch me. What does Piccolo say after that? Piccolo says, "Is that so?" That's a bad Piccolo. Is that so? Is that so? I haven't done Piccolo in a long time. Is that so? I got to brush up on my Piccolo, guys. My mouth is dry. My throat is dry. I've been talking all this time. Diego says, I think you are wrong about the flying reason Goku doesn't fly. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think I'm wrong. Goku. So why, whenever he got back to Earth, did he fly the entire time? He called on Nimbus, and he flew on Nimbus until he got closer. Then he flew because he was running out of time. I don't know. It's speculation. Piccolo says, is that so? Piccolo says, then how about this? You train with us and show us what you can do. Fine. I'll take great pleasure in surpassing you and making you beg for your life. So, bro, what did I just say? Goku uses Raditz for us to train with Uub. Maybe. I don't know. You know. He says, yo, DM, off topic. Can I know, in terms of your hype from 1 to 10 for DLC 5 and DLC 6? All right, let me discuss that. I'm going to pin that comment. That's going to be my intermission before I dive into these revived fights, okay? My hype for DLC 5 and 6 is hard to explain because I'm excited to get new content for the game. But for me, and people that follow this channel should know my mindset on this. I see a different picture. To me, it's not just content, play it. It's what the content opens the door for. And I've said this a long time ago, guys, whenever everybody first started talking about Dragon Ball Super for this game, I literally said Super is impossible because the majority of Super takes place in tournaments. And the tournament of power cannot happen because you couldn't even fly in that arena. In order to do that, they would have to implement ground combat for this game. Fast forward 3 years later. Okay. And if you don't believe me, go look at the videos. I really should pull one up. Let's see if I can. But you can't have that without DLC 5. DLC 5 literally opens the door for ground combat, which opens the door for new content. So in that aspect, it's a 10 when it comes to DLC 5 because of what it does for the future of the game. Now, DLC 6. Right now, I'm at about a 5. Only because I'll probably say an 8 for DLC 6. Because kind of the same reason, what it could bring to the game. Because we know there's going to be some form of different extra content. My excitement level is, forget it. It's a 10 for DLC 6 too, because I have no clue what it could bring to the game. The last time I was this hyped in that regard was DLC 3, because I went all, matter of fact, I'm gonna go to my channel right quick while I'm talking about this. I was so hyped for those DLCs. Let's go to videos. Since I can't search. Why it don't let me search, I don't know. Guys, this is very important. GeoVic, you right. Uub couldn't fly. And I brought that up earlier. That Uub couldn't fly. This is extremely prominent because of what this DLC could bring. I remember, look, even here, guys, I was talking about that, man. I was so big on that. I'm trying to go through and find some of these older videos. Grand opportunity, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Yay, grade 8 Bardock. And we did not get that. Missed opportunity there. Bardock versus Gas. They could have threw Gas in there. Yay, I don't think Uub flew when Goku. No, that's what we saying. Uub didn't fly. He couldn't fly. And so, like, as far as DLC 5 opened the door for Uub. Now, you might sit here and say, like, why didn't they just do Uub, End of Z, as the tournament thing? Because, guys, they're doing these DLCs based off of questions. And if you played the beginning of the game, you might say, well, how do we get to this point? And what better way to introduce ground combat and tournament style fighting than doing it with the sense of, hey, this is the first tournament Goku won. All right. We're starting to get into some of my speculation videos here. You see this one here. Could a Dragon Ball GT game work today? That was just a game. It wasn't Kakarot. The Kakarot expansion pass. This is funny, guys. I did this over a year ago. And in that, I talked about an expansion pass where they cover Dragon Ball, where they cover Dragon Ball Super, and where they cover Dragon Ball GT. I think it's so amazing that a year later from this video, they're going to be doing DLC based on Super. And I think, and with the Bardock DLC, guys, the door is open for them to do a DLC based solely on Dragon Ball. Because we even get a Grandpa Gohan Soul Emblem. And then GT as well. Go check out this video, guys. These are old videos, and they're all in the Kakarot playlist, guys. I've been on this. I've been watching your old videos over and over from DLC 2 all the way to this video. Surprised to know that your video said that Goku Black isn't happening unless Universe 6 and 7 happen. So I'm going to pin that because I want to talk about that. Okay. You said that you are surprised to know that my video said that Goku Black isn't happening unless Universe 6 and 7 happening. What I meant by that stuff is that, okay, so we know that no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, man. You got to love them to go back and watch them. I implore all y'all to. If you bored and you want, guys, if you want to watch some Kakarot content, guys, for those of y'all who are new to the channel, man, I'm telling you, go back and watch my older videos. There's so much to dissect, guys, and you'll see, you know, you got a guy like President Rose has way more subscribers than I have right now. Okay, he covers Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. And I'm not like, only thing that I'm saying about that is go check out my older videos and you'll know. Like we just bring two different elements to the table. I'm more speculative and he's more hype. And nothing wrong with that at all. And nothing wrong. If that's what he does. He's a hype man for the game, you know. I'm more speculative. And there's a lot of stuff that I've talked about that have come true to this game. All right. So, and I probably want to start diving into that a little bit just to give some more backdrop. But here, literally, this is happening. We're getting Super. We're going to get GT. We need Dragon Ball, man. We need it. Look at this right here. 1 year ago, Dragon Ball Super Budokai. What are they coming out with now? Tenkaichi 4, which is essentially Dragon Ball Super Budokai Tenkaichi, but it's Tenkaichi instead of Budokai, but whatever. Why you don't want a Dragon Ball Super Kakarot? I am interested to. Can we watch this, guys? Can we watch this? Let me turn this on. Let me turn this on. Let me see.
World's coming after you.
I'm sorry about that.
What is that?
What's good, YouTube? Back at it again. Look at my baby dreads, bro. And I want to talk. Look at my little dreads. Is this coming right? Talk about Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, guys, and I don't remember this video. Why we don't want a sequel, guys? It's something I've been thinking about, and I'm going to show you some proof on some things as to why, you know, we. Oh, okay. So in this video, I remember now. In this particular video, I was talking about we don't want a sequel. People were saying they want a sequel to Kakarot, and what I was saying is we don't need a sequel because of the events that we did with the Dragon Balls in reviving everybody. A sequel for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot wouldn't make sense, because it would completely tell the story of Dragon Ball Super different. In the sense, and the fact that we don't have a Dragon Ball Super game or a game that's told the story of Dragon Ball Super, we don't want the first one to be something like this. Does that make sense? That's what I was talking about in that video. I was really interested. That's what I was talking about in that. I got Uub and Goku there. Love your videos, you said. I read that. Appreciate that. Really, really do. Ever since President Rose posted videos in the past has been kind of clickbaiting. I stopped watching because the hype he gives isn't realistic. He hypes everybody up, man. And nothing, like I said, ain't nothing wrong with that. You just got to know what you're getting with the product. People want that. I'm not real consistent in posting, so I understand people, and I know that because I be hungry. It's crazy. Like, I think back when Xenoverse 1 first came out, before it did, I used to watch Rhyme Style religiously. I was so hungry for information on this new Dragon Ball game when it was Xenoverse that I would just look up here. Oh man, I just gotta have that fix. Does that make sense? It's crazy now that I'm in this position because now I'm the person that gets most of the info. I'm the person that's delivering the information to everybody. And even still, I'm hungry for it. So I get it why people would watch his videos because, hey, maybe there's something, it is what it is. Nothing wrong with that. Kakarot expansion, overview, speculation. That was the toe and mirror stuff. I implore y'all. I'm not going to watch this on stream because y'all got better things to do. I'm enjoying the conversation, but I can't tell you what these videos are about. I implore y'all when y'all have time to go and watch these. Actually, this is a little trailer I made. I want to watch this. I do want to watch this.
Simply not yet complete.
So to give y'all some backdrop, this is a trailer, a little fan-made trailer that I made based off of this toe and mirror expansion that I was thinking about. So let's check this out.
Simply not yet complete. That's all. You'll need even more energy to reach your full potential.
More. I must absorb more energy.
I have an idea. We'll move to another timeline. We should be able to procure more energy there. We've done all we can do here, but that doesn't mean the fun has to end. I'll leave you with some of my creations. They should provide enough entertainment for you. Until we meet again.
I made this, guys. I made this January 6th of 2022. And how many views did this thing end up getting? Where's the views at? 6,000 views. And this was based on the premise that I talked to y'all about earlier, about how Toe and Mirror would come back and revive all the movie villains, bring them into the game. Because with Toe and Mirror being put in the main story, guys, this brings credence to kind of attaching us to the Xenoverse timeline, if you will, or giving us some backdrop to that. You know what I'm saying? Because in Xenoverse, whenever Toe and Mirror appeared, they went into that back timeline. We went in the past with them, and then the past is essentially there. So, that's just a real interesting trailer that I put in there that I made. I thought that was really cool. And some people wasn't happy about that because they thought it was clickbait, which I guess it was. Look at the title. I don't even have question marks in there, guys. But if you read the description, a fan-made trailer as an introduction to what I believe will come to Dragon Ball Z Kakarot in future content. All right. This is interesting, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Just check out my videos, man. I'm telling you, it could happen. And if you watch this video, this was my speculation about that because of Toe and Mirror still been in the game and stuff like that. Like, that's some dope stuff, dude. Even more evidence, possible expansion, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, new details for content. This is whenever they introduced the new producer for the game. New game announcement, Dragon Ball Super. A Bardock special request, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I don't even remember what that one was about. Goku Black DLC is possible now in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. That video was about because of what happened in the Trunks timeline. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot sequel. Ultra Instinct. The best Dragon Ball video I ever made. What is that? What is that about? Oh, that was just a discussion video. That wasn't like Kakarot related. Yeah. Hold on, man. Can I check this out, y'all? Can we check this out? I don't remember this video.
AI for a second. It helps a lot with communication, but it's still really important to make sure that everything I write still feels true to myself. And that...
You said that timeline. Let me read these comments real quick. Everyone shouldn't be shocked on the stuff they're giving us when it comes to DLC. A lot of people and YouTubers have predicted. I'm gonna be honest with you, Vegeta 33. I don't know no other Kakarot content creator that's been predicting stuff like I have. And I ain't saying that to like boast and brag on myself. That's just the truth. So who are you referring to when you saying a lot of people and YouTubers have predicted? Because who been predicting some of this stuff? Because it ain't even been that many people that's been talking about Kakarot. And I'm not saying other people haven't. I just want to know who. Because, bro, I toot my own horn right now. It ain't nobody covering Kakarot that's been on it like I have. And I'm not talking about owning as far as making videos. I'm talking about owning as far as not revealing stuff, but predicting stuff about the game. Diego says, do you think that we're going to get a tournament mode? Because the DLC would be cool, but how much content? I think eventually we get a tournament mode for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Because if this DLC is based on the tournament, the next DLC involves a tournament. And then Dragon Ball Super is all about tournaments aside from Goku Black Art. I find it hard to believe, and I've done a video about that too as far as a tournament mode. I find it hard to believe that we don't get one eventually. All right. DM said the reason why DLC 4 wasn't so long was because they were also working on the next gen update for Kakarot. Oh, I didn't read the rest of the comment. I'm sorry. Because the DLC would be cool, but how much content are we going to get? Because the previous DLC wasn't long. Here's the deal y'all have to understand about these DLCs. They are stories. Okay. So a boss battle, it's an arc. An arc consists of multiple subquests, if you will. DLC 4, the Bardock DLC wasn't long. They had to work on the next gen update as well. That's why I feel like that one wasn't as long. This DLC, guys, how long are y'all wanting these DLCs to be? Let me ask that question. That's the better question, because you have to understand that these are basically arcs, and an arc is a accumulation of several episodes. Okay. So you have, I'm going to type this in the chat. Okay. This is the formula for what constitutes. Okay. You have, I'm going to just put SQ for subquests. Okay. Then subquests make up an episode. Several subquests make up an episode. Okay. Several episodes make up an arc. All right. That's the formula right there. Okay. So the boss battle episode, people was like, oh, it's an episode. It's an arc. It's going to be long. And then they was mad when it was only 2 hours long. But if you know how the arcs, the episodes, and the subquests work, you would know that an episode consists of multiple subquests. An arc consists of multiple episodes, which consist of multiple subquests. So with this being a story arc, it's going to consist of multiple episodes, if you will. With that being said, there is no arc in the game longer than like 8 hours. All right. These DLCs aren't going to be 9-10 hours long. The History of Trunks DLC was probably 4 to 6 hours, something along those lines. You see what I'm saying? Bardock was shorter. If you go into the game, some of the story arcs are shorter. All the story arcs in the DLC in the game aren't all the same length. Some of them are shorter than others. Especially if you're not doing subquests. If you just flying through, because it's not designed for you to just do the main stories, which you can. All right. But if you do it the way it's supposed to be done, by doing all the subquests that are available, as well as the main story quests, then you're going to get the full length of it. You know what I'm saying? How long exactly are the main game arcs? I done a video about that. You're looking at maybe 8 hours long. Anywhere from 6 to 8 hours long. We got another ad, but I'm going to skip it. All right. 6 to 8 hours long. Does that make sense? I did videos about that. So these story DLCs are falling on par with that. Okay. The Bardock DLC was what, maybe, I don't know, if you did everything, 4 hours long. The History of Trunks was 4 to 6 hours, maybe 8 hours. I don't think it was 8. It was anywhere from 4 to 6, somewhere in that realm. Okay. Let me go back up to read some of these comments, guys. Jay Free, what's up, my guy? Bro, you've been live for an hour and I didn't even know. Had to turn on my bell on for all notifications. Looking forward to this DLC. I won't rest to Goku Black this game. You know where I stand with that. Goku Black is coming. And guys, that is true. If please make sure you have all notifications on, man, because YouTube is not going to tell you when I go live if you don't. Game Flares, is Mira a Kai? Mira is not a Kai. No. Jesse says Raya Kujo Fox. I don't know what that was in reference to. Just remind me of that. Gamefly is just asking because I just noticed that she has Patara earrings. No, Mira is not. Actually, I don't know. Is Mira a Kai? I'm not a big Xenoverse Heroes fanboy. I ain't gonna say fanboy. That's a derogatory term. Fan. She does have Patara earrings. I don't know if she's a Kai. I don't think she is. No, she's Debura's sister. So she may be like an evil Kai, if you will, I guess. Does that make sense? She's Debura's sister. So no, she's not a Kai unless the underworld has Kais as well. People don't know the difference between making videos just to make videos and putting out reliable content when it's relevant. DM puts out credible predictions and quality info. Straight heat. Man, I appreciate that. Can I pin that? I appreciate that. Jay Free says 2 hours max. Diddy says Ron Bardock link plus Prince to Trunks link. From Bardock link to Prince. Oh, okay. Kun said, I go back to watching your videos when either you don't upload consistently, like during the COVID or playing Kakarot or doing something. I keep running in the background. And my videos are great for that, guys, because I do tend to do longer videos because I like to talk. As y'all can tell, we've been live almost an hour and a half, over an hour and a half. And I still got a lot to talk about. I just like talking, man. It's therapeutic. Y'all know that from when I used to do the Madden live streams and stuff, man. And y'all know if y'all have ever been on a live stream, man, we get to talking about all kind of stuff. The Sign. I'm going to just say The Sign. DLC can be short, but adding new modes with multiple subquests is fair. Yes. Yes. And so far, the game has added stuff to the main game. Like the first two DLCs, which, guys, if you don't know, they were meant to come out side by side, but they didn't. Whatever. COVID hit. That changed a lot, whether people want to believe it or not. It did. First two DLCs gave us new transformations, new attacks, new in-game content, and that we can limitlessly train against bears and Whis. The History of Trunks added some stuff to the main game, and that Trunks' new attacks carried over. That was it. Bardock didn't add anything to the main game because there's nothing, because Bardock occurred before Goku was ever Goku, if you will. The only thing that I wish that Bardock would have added to the main game was when it allowed us to play as Kid Vegeta, which, guys, guess what? I did a video on that. You're going to see that. I wish that they would have allowed his attacks to carry over as well. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Diddy, DLC 4 link to DLC 3 link. Game Flares, how long exactly are the main game? We answered that. Yeah, that takes a while. RD, if you've done everything, Trunks DLC was 8 hours. That's I appreciate that because I remember playing it. And some people finished it in like 4 hours, but it took me 8 because I'm a completionist in a sense. Like, the subquests are there for a reason. The subquests give you more backdrop information onto the main quest and other things in the game. Like, if you're going to play Kakarot, play the subquest too. Trunks DLC could take to 7 hours if you want to complete everything. Okay, yeah, I would say 6 hours for. Yeah, so that's anywhere from 6 to 8 hours for a story DLC arc, and they've been pretty consistent with that for the most part. Aside from Bardock, I don't know if Bardock took like 6 hours to complete. I think Bardock was a shorter story arc. But even with that being said, it's lengthy. I wish they implement a versus mode where you can fight CPUs or something like that. I do too. I think eventually they will. The thing about that is that the game doesn't have balance. So with the game not having balance, if you was to say do a verse mode, they would have to take balance away, or you would just end up fighting, with random people. Like you would end up with a Krillin versus Frieza fight, and you would lose in one hit type of deal. Does that make sense? So, and they could take balance out, but I don't know. Jay Free says, bro, you still talk about Riken. You still talk to Riken about Kakarot and the future of the game and possibilities. Still looking for something about Android 18. I hadn't spoken to any Kakarot content creators, to be honest with you. That door is open, man. I know I had a falling out with Just Saying. I had a falling out with Rose. And I made some foolish decisions. I really did. Looking back on that kind of stuff, man. If I could go and do it over again, my wife was even telling me, like, babe, let that stuff go, man. Don't, because it's changing your energy. And it did. It did. Fast forward to now, and like Rose, he's killing it as far as content. I mean, as far as uploading consistently and getting subscribers, he doing his thing, and it make you realize there's a place for it. I didn't like it, man, because I looked at myself as a pillar of the Dragon Ball Z Kakarot community because I was the one that started it. Let's be honest, and I didn't like y'all being lied to. I didn't like y'all being taken advantage of with clickbait content. And I took that personal, bro. And it hurt me. It hurt the channel. I always said that I would rather be known for being credible than have tons of subscribers. And I don't know, man. I always figured being credible would lead to success. And it has. Not in some of the ways that I would have hoped for. Like I really would love to have more subscribers, more consistent views, because I would like to make a living out of YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But I've had my videos featured in articles on the internet. I've had them, I've talked with CyberConnect too and stuff like that. Where is that article at? It was a pretty prominent article that it's been featured in. I'd have to look for it later. I can't see it here. I can't see it there, so it's fine. But those things that have happened, I got a Kakarot Collector's Edition sent to me because Romstyle, I was promoting the heck out of Kakarot. Not promoting it, but talking about it so much nobody else really was. And I guess Romstyle caught wind of the videos, and he was like, he told Bandai, like, hey, like, this guy's been doing these videos and stuff, like, hook him up. And they sent me a Collector's Edition that y'all see for Xbox. They, I don't have an Xbox, so I gave my nephew the game, but I got that Collector's Edition through Romstyle and Bandai Namco. Like, that's crazy, man. Like, when I sit here and think about it, that's crazy. That was huge to me because Romstyle was the one that got me into YouTube as far as Dragon Ball Z content is concerned. And I remember Dado. If any of y'all play Destiny, I love Destiny. Y'all know who Dado is. I remember I was doing my paper out one day, and Dado did a video about, what got him started. And he talked about him doing Destiny videos. He said, I'm going to make a commitment to do a video every day for a year kind of deal. And that day, I'll never forget, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do the same thing. And that day I made a commitment to do a video every day for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot for a year. And this is the time when it was Project Z. It wasn't even Kakarot. Didn't even have a name yet. And while I didn't do a video every day, I did enough videos to equal out 365 videos in a year. Let's just put it like that. And I never regret that. That consistency took me places. And like to look up to a guy like Rhymestyle and have him reach out to me like that. Let me see if it's talking to Cyber Connect too. Talking to guys like Kenzaru, guys like the guys that y'all see prominent. You know what I'm saying? DBS Hype. Like, where is Rhymestyle? Do I still have his message? I don't. Is Rhymestyle even still on Twitter? Dimitri. Back whenever he was there. He was the producer guy, the community manager at Bandai. He's not anymore, but talked with him to get the package. I don't even know if Rhymestyle is still on Twitter. I cannot find that message between us. But they, you know, basically he was responsible for getting that out to me. So I thought that was really cool. And like I'm kind of like in awe because I'm sitting here and I'm reminiscing on that stuff, and it's like, bro, that's where that channel has taken me. To be able to collaborate with a guy like Kenzaru, to be able to collaborate with a guy like DBS Hype, to have a connection and a relationship with DBS Hype. Like, he's told me stuff before, guys, before I knew some stuff before y'all even knew it, because he trusted me and I proved myself that I wouldn't tell nobody. Like, I had that connection. Like, guys like that in the community, that you have their respect, that they know who you are and they respect the work that you do. Like, I thank y'all for that, because without the subscribers, that doesn't happen. But man, yeah. Let me catch up to some of these comments. Let's keep a 4+ hour live stream high, since you love talking and I love listening, bro. It might end up that way. But yeah, that was the answer to Jay Free's question. So I hadn't really talked to Riken, and just saying, I don't know if he's still doing videos or not. Let's see, man. We on YouTube, man. It ain't gonna hurt us to see. I don't know if he's still doing videos. I don't think I spelled just saying right either. Let me see. I'm pretty sure he still has a channel. Just take off the DBZ Kakarot then. Just saying. Bro, I don't know. I don't even see his channel on here no more. Miss President Rose. That ain't him. Is it? He had like 12,000. Just saying. Ambitious channel dedicated to Dragon Ball. I'm the same, just saying. Oh, this is him. What did he say here? I'm the same, just saying. Who previously had 8,500 subscribers and tons of clips. My channel got removed, but now I'm back on this channel. You will find short clips to show of parodies. No, I actually don't think that's him. No, because he did Kakarot stuff. But I remember he did lose his channel before, though. So is that him? I don't know. don't know if that's him. I don't know, man. Going back to the comments real quick. I don't know. I kind of want to find him, man. I kind of want to find him. Is he still on YouTube? That ain't it. He's got more subscribers than that. Bro, I don't see him nowhere. Just saying gear, that ain't it. I guess not. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm spelling the name wrong though. Oh well. So let me catch back up to this. DJ said, I've been a subscriber for a while. I always appreciated your content. You're actually helping me go through my dad's passing just by keeping me hype about. Bro, I appreciate that. Whoever donated that $5, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I'm gonna get to that. I'm sorry. First of all, I'm sorry to hear about your dad's passing. I can't say I understand that because my parents are still here with me. But I have lost 2 brothers. Yeah, y'all know my story, my backstory on that. This channel, live streaming, like even back when I used to cover Madden, like I covered Madden at a time, like I had just got fired from GameStop. I didn't know where to go in life. And live streaming on this channel helped me through that. Finding a new job, like I tend to live stream. It's very therapeutic, man. It's very therapeutic. It allows me to escape reality. It allows me to connect with people. And so like the same way that my channel is helping you, y'all are helping me as well. More than y'all know, man. Y'all have helped me through so much, more than y'all know. I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate that. And that's real. That's real spill. But I'm sorry for that, your loss. My condolences. Whatever I can do to help, man. If I can do it, I'm here. I am sorry to hear that. Game says, no lie, DM Game, and I switched from Rose to your channel because Rose is all hype and not a lot of facts. I appreciate your content. I appreciate the support. Like I said, I ain't got nothing against him, man, at all. Like, I did. That stuff was in the past, and it wasn't even really just straight him. It was more because at one point, me and Rose talked. Like, it was more just the channel, man. It was because of the community. I felt like I needed to protect y'all from that. I didn't like the clickbait. I still don't. Like, it's clickbait in general. You know what I'm saying? I understand there's an element to YouTube with clickbait and stuff. You want people to click on your videos, but dog, you got to deliver on what you're telling people. That was my thing. I don't feel that way no more. I stay in my lane, as I should have from the beginning. GeoVic, DLC 6 would have both Teen Goten and Kid Trunks. Do you think if they are playable, Fusion could be disabled as we've never seen Teen Gotenks? Here's the deal with that, GeoVic. Okay? The thing with that is, with it being DLC, they don't even have to put the fusion ability into the game. Does that make sense? Now, we do have models of a Teen Fused Gotenks, so it could happen. But that stuff doesn't even have to carry over into the main game. And I know if it don't, people are going to be like, oh, why not? Blase, blase. But, and they could just keep them as kids, But that is an interesting question. We've never seen Teen Gotenks. It ain't hard to picture what a Teen Gotenks would look like, though. You could just make them taller, older. Oh, we saw him in Superhero. I thought we saw Gotenks fused. It was a bad fusion, though. But I don't know. That's a real good question, man. Caleb said, what happened to just saying? I don't know. Game flares. Have you ever thought about playing the main game in story order? Yes, I have, game flares, and I've done that. It's pretty awesome. Jesse, they wouldn't necessarily need to worry about balance in the mods. They set the CPU level to 250 to 300, so you're basically in the same level as CPU. It's fun, but it's buggy. Well, that's the thing, though. Like, that's what I was explaining way earlier in the live stream. Like, your character levels only go so far. So, for example, level 300 Frieza is astronomically more powerful than a level 300 Gohan or a level 300 Piccolo. So the level matters, but not as much as people think. It's the base stats that matter more. So they, even if they changed it, what you're doing at that point is you're balancing the game anyway. Does that make sense? As in starting with Bardock and ending with Resurrection F. Yes, I've done that. It even like the fun part is when you get to the Trunks part, because before Trunks comes, you got to complete a certain part of the history of Trunks, and then you have to kind of go back and forth between that and the main game. That's the fun part to me. Jay Freeze says it would be cool to see you collab with other DBZ creators, but I understand you don't see eye to eye sometimes, but it does make for better content and viewers seeing that. Like, I would love to. If Riken was open to it, I would do it. If President Rose was open to it, whenever I remember when they first announced, maybe it was the Bardock DLC. I remember I was actually, President Rose was live streaming and he didn't even know that they had announced it or released a trailer or whatever. And I was telling him about it. Or they announced a new season, or it was something to that effect. And I got into his live stream and I was telling him, and then, people was telling him in the live stream, like, hey, DM Gaming in here, DM Gaming in here. He thought people was playing with him, but they wasn't. And so he went and checked it out and all that, and it was true and stuff like that. I don't think he's ever forgiven me for that kind of stuff. And then it's also one of those situations where, since now his channel is bigger, I haven't approached him about nothing like that because I don't want it to come off like, oh, DM just trying to gain subscribers and stuff like that. Like, it ain't like that at all. So I just leave it at, man, like he's doing his thing and I'm doing mine. Like his channel isn't like my channel, and I have to respect that. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if I don't like people kind of being led on, does that make sense? That's his deal. That's what he does, and he's good at it. I don't know, man. I think that's just he doesn't forgive me for it, and that's fine. That's up to him. I've said my apologies. If he ever wanted to collaborate and do a video together, I'm open for it. But I have to understand, y'all have to understand, we all have to understand, like, everybody has their place in it. He's keeping Kakarot alive just like I am. And as far as consistency, he's doing a damn better job than me because he's hella consistent in uploading. And his videos are hype. Now, I don't ever hardly watch them because I know when Kakarot content drops. But there are times that I do watch some of his videos to kind of see where, like he has a title or something. I'm like, I wonder what his thoughts are on that, So I get it. You know what I'm saying? That's that. If that makes sense. Chris says, what I'm waiting for is that they will introduce Android 21. That's my question. I'm with you on that, Chris. Kind of been talking about that a little bit earlier before I got off topic. Didi, it's a bit off topic, sorry, but I think the best place to play Bardock DLC would be either when you get to the Kui fight or the Doria fight with Vegeta. Interesting. I would play it before. That would probably be the first one I played. Chris says that's cool. DM Gaming, that's real love. Shout out to Rhymestyle. Oh yeah, big shout out to Rhymestyle. And it's crazy because Rhymestyle don't even really cover Kakarot. No, he don't cover Kakarot at all, but he don't cover Xenoverse really no more. Michael, what up, bro? Long time. I remember sending emails with you before Kakarot came out. If you remember, glad to see you still doing videos. Keep it up. Yeah, I remember, Michael. I remember the videos, man. So, hang on, my daughter texted me. I didn't even know she did. Sorry, guys. I forgot I'm not making a video, so I can stop and text my daughter if I need to. DJ, I watch Rose, but I gotta stay with real info. You always keep it real, and that's the thing. I'm giving you real info. He's giving you hype, and he's giving you some info. He give you some news, you know, and it's all good. We both serve a purpose to keep this game alive, man. I don't know. I do wish we could work together. Maybe I'll do a public apology video or something like that. I don't know. Copy the link and do a search for it on Chrome. When I get to Dragon Ball Super, I hope they add more. When they get to Dragon Ball Super, I hope they add more stages like Universe 11. I don't know if they'll do that. And that was one of the issues that me and Kenzaru had with Super that he brought up, was that it's kind of like Dragon Ball. They were like in one place, if you will, you know. No credentials. I wish they would have done a DLC like the idea you had back in the day with Toe and Mirror credentials. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I was talking about. Let me check out this video right quick.
This is what it is, okay? I said empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow, or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Some people may not know this,
snap.
but Bruce Lee was part of the inspiration.
Hey, real spill, guys. I ain't even trying to. They both clickbait is cool. They taking too long. Now though, for real. Who clickbait? Who you Savage? Who you talking about clickbait? I know you ain't talking about me, because I don't clickbait. I'll tell you what the video about in the title and the thumbnail. I remember these videos, guys. These were really fun videos to make. What I know about Bruce. Guys, that's probably one of my favorite quotes from Bruce Lee is be like water. Bro, oh my God. Go check these videos out, man. Those were really fun to make. These videos were.
Would you give your crazy obsession a rest for 1 minute? I told you, Whis and I already have plans.
I'll train you. No. If you agree to become a destroyer one day, I guess I should have led with that.
Y'all mind if I watch a little bit of this? I'm sorry, man. We in the live stream. We having a good time.
Absolutely. Sorry he's being annoying.
It's no bother. I'm all for that.
Many people will look at that previous scene and say that that was the precursor of where Vegeta would end up in Dragon Ball Super, where we're currently at in the manga, after him training with Beerus and being able to tap into the power of a god of destruction. And you may be very right about that, but it goes way, way back further than that. It goes back to whenever Vegeta was a child, being raised and groomed to be the next king of the Saiyans. And even though that didn't happen, the Prince of all Saiyans still maintained his pride, his arrogance, and his Saiyan essence. And in today's video, we are going to go deeper than anybody has gone and reveal the true meaning and depth behind Vegeta's new form, Ultra Ego. So do me a solid right now in the comment section down below. Comes from as far as the Ultra Ego
Bro, I'm gonna go back and watch these videos because I remember these discussion videos. They were crazy fun to make, man. Copy the link and do a search for it on Chrome. I can't remember what we were talking about right there. Oh, man, I remember that, dude. Those videos were so much fun to make, man. Even the Trunks one, I think at this point, I kind of got bored with Kakarot content because it was just dry as a well. But I remember making these, kind of trying to change pace. Crazy fun. Krillin. Yeah, go check out these Dragon Ball discussion videos, bro. Side note, Humming Swordsman from One Piece, I feel like is Whis. Sorry to throw that. Nah, man, you ain't gotta apologize for throwing nothing in. It's a live stream. We just in here chilling, having fun, man. Kakarot, what could have been. That was a fun video to make. Dragon Ball discussion. Now, hey, this one right here, that was a clickbait. That was clickbait. Here's what I mean by clickbait. The discussion was talking about Boma, but y'all, that picture that I used the Boma, I was wanting people to click, bro. It ain't give us 630 views. It's all good. A Dragon Ball discussion. Vegeta's development. That was a fun video to make, too. My dreads are way longer now, by the way. Let me see how it all works. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot fusion information you need to know. New stuff. What? I'm live streaming.
Oh, she's here.
I'm live streaming, Shelly. Be quiet. New attacks, how difficulty settings may work on Kakarot. My wife, she's home now, so yeah. New features. We talked about that. Kakarot. The door is open. Okay. Then my review for that. Spoilers. Level up now. New trailer. Minor update. June release. Wow, that's crazy. That was 2 years ago. Fan-made trailer. Made by me. Let's watch that. I want to peep that out. Oh, yeah, another ad. Trying to keep y'all from ads and I still get them.
I just cleaned those.
Try Dawn Platinum.
See, you minored in philosophy? See, I wanted to be a psychology major in college.
Trusted to save wildlife affected by oil.
I'm sorry, y'all probably can't even hear me talking over the Dawn commercial.
My time has finally
Okay, so I did the voice acting for this, guys. So don't bash me in the comments. Well, y'all can. I really don't care.
I hunger for the androids 17 and 18. I am in perfect cell. And I know that you may be wondering, well, if he's imperfect, does it mean that he can reach perfection? Of course I can. That's the goal. See, I was created with the sole purpose of becoming the perfect android created by the Dr. Gero.
Trunks, we're gonna make it through this. We're gonna be okay. Trunks, take the last sense of me. Gohan! I'm gonna make you pay for this!
Okay, see, my Trunks impersonation sucked. The Gohan one is okay. Dad. But yeah, the Cell one didn't hurt. I just talk like this, android. Yeah, that kind of did. Yeah, my throat a little dry.
You've met your end, android. Suffer at my hand. If you think you can defeat me, then you've got another thing coming, Cell.
That wasn't too bad.
You see, all I have to do is absorb those two androids, 17 and 18, to reach my perfect form and gain revenge for Dr. Gero. No one's gonna get in my way.
That's crazy that I had enough time to make a trailer. That was so fun to do, though. Chris, appreciate you for coming in, man. At least you tried. I can't say for my Dragon Ball roleplay series I made on my channel. Dragon Ball roleplay. Ah, bro, you shouldn't have told me that. We finna have to go to your channel, man. Finna have to go to your channel. That's what you wanted me to do anyway. Don't even front. Don't even front. RD. Look, let me see what you got. You got a discussion, man. You got discussions going on here, RD. Super, Dragon Ball Super, the next Z Fighters episode. Let me peep this. Can we skip ahead a little bit?
You're pathetic. You're not worth my time. What?
Okay, I'm gonna come back and check that out. Y'all can go check out his channel, man. Smiling, you sound like Cell. Appreciate that, man. Entertain me. Can anyone elaborate regarding the kid Vegeta we saw in the Broly movie being canon as opposed to the... Smooth, don't play with me, man. Canon is a fan-made term, guys. Like that is... Geekdom said that a long time ago, and he's 100% correct on that. The manga is its own kind of deal. The anime is its own kind of deal. You know what I'm saying? Basically, Akira Toriyama said, here's a glass. Don't change the shape of the glass. Don't change the material of the glass, but you can kind of fill it with what you want, if that makes sense. My Hero Academia, you should be a voice actor. Man, I should. I agree with you on that. Cell confirmed for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC 3 Trunks Warrior of Hope. I was on it, bruh. I was on it. Gohan dies. The truth about Ultra Instinct Omen. Look at these old videos, man. The DLC was done, and it was. Outriders was a fun game. Me and Jay Free used to play that a lot. I hadn't even played the new DLC for it because it kind of got old after a while. Oh, man, hey, real spill. If I'm going to play a video, I'm going to play this one. Y'all got to listen to this one, man. Voiceover, I could totally voice Bobbity in Dragon Ball Z. Watch this. Watch this. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. We got to add. I got to skip that. Skip that. Come on. Let's go. All right, here we go. Watch this one. Yes, I did the voice acting. Well, y'all can see me doing it. Y'all see little DM gaming before I got my dreadlocks. This was what? How many years ago? 2 years ago? March 23rd of 2021. Ooh, okay.
Looks like someone's trying to interfere. The Supreme Kai is running away. No fun at all.
You won't get away. Yeah, I like that, Dutch. The board began destroying the city to lure out Trunks. Seeing this, Trunks broke free, only having his energy drained by Deborah. This power is incredible. This boy's pretty good. Are there more like him?
I've never heard of any such fighters. Let's have a peek at his memories.
Very interesting. Bobbity saw Trunks' memories of the past, the time machine, sensu beans.
Oh my, this is most interesting.
Anyway, if we can get them to come here, their energy will let us bring back Boo.
Fascinating. We'll retreat for the moment. Let's go, Deborah.
Bro, I was on point, man. Tell me that wasn't good, bro. You cannot do that. That was on point, man. Even the little Dragon Ball animator voice, man. Can I heart this video? Where is it at? Put a thumbs up, man. That's dope, man. That was fun. That was a really fun video to make, man. Man, okay, so let me catch up to here. Don't quit your day job to voice Trunks, though. Trust me, I won't. Those videos with Kakarot before release are nostalgic for me. Me too, man. Like, going back looking at this stuff is crazy. This is crazy, man. And so this is the part where these videos right here is where I was trying to tell people, because people were saying that Goku Black was going to be in the Trunks DLC. I was like, nah. And then I started telling people like Deborah could be. You know what I'm saying? And then people was like, oh, no, it's not. That's Dragon Ball Super. And it was like, no, it's not. It occurred before the events of Super. And they're like, but yeah, they talked about it in Dragon Ball Super. But it's like, bro, think about this. Yeah, they brought it up in Super, but since the events occurred before the timeline of Super, that's the loophole that allowed them to put that in the game. And it was in Shin Budokai. That same kind of deal with Deborah and Trunks' timeline. So, you know, that it was in the game, needless to say. Your boy was right about that, too. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. Thank you. Having people throwing canon around every second be throwing me off. It does, man. That's what people, that's not canon. Well, that's not canon. This isn't canon, bro. This isn't canon, bro. They all different timelines. The manga exists separate from the anime. The anime is its own adaptation. It's just like the games. You know, Kakarot is its own adaptation. It's its own timeline. So that was cool, man. That we actually talked about that, and that happened with Trunks now. Let me see what else. Goku Black possible. Yeah, he was possible. I was wrong. What I was wrong about was DLC 3 being the history of Trunks. This was the time that I was into the toe and mirror thing, really thinking that they would be there, but it ended up being Trunks, Warrior of Hope. Farewell Prince, that was a cool video to make. Wolf Fang. This is funny too. Come on, man, with the ads. I'm paying myself, I guess.
Hey guys, I'm here now.
So I got the audio. Oh my bad. I got the audio from something else, and I synced it up with Kakarot. So this isn't me doing the voices. This is actually from Dragon Ball Z Abridged. The voice acting is, but what I did was took the audio and I attached it to this Kakarot file. So I did the editing part. I'm not doing the voice acting.
It's Yamcha! Hey guys, I'm here now. It's Yamcha! That's right. Don't worry guys. We worked ourselves half to death with our training. So I know that as long as we stick together, we'll take on these Saiyans. And we will win!
That is so stupid, man. I can't believe I did that. So yeah, if y'all know Dragon Ball Z Abridged, y'all know the audio. That's where the audio came from. So I used the editing app to edit the scene in Kakarot to match up with that audio. So this like crazy seeing that. It is freaking hilarious, man. I do certain stuff on here and I'll be like, bro, why they ain't got more views, dude? That is stupid hilarious. How many views? That ain't like 1,000 views, man. Come on, man. Help your boy out. We'll always argue it's from Super because it is. Yes, it is technically. It was told in Super, but it was a flashback. And those events occurred before the time of Super. But yeah, we're gonna continue to argue that. All right, best or nothing. Tribute to Gohan. I actually updated that after Dragon Ball Superhero came out. That ain't the original thumbnail. But these are all really cool. I think my favorite one was Gohan. So I'm gonna click on that one here real quick. Once again, I edited all of this. I didn't do the voice acting or nothing. Of course, you know, it's an edited video, but it's a tribute to Gohan. I'm not going to play the whole video, though.
All alone. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to become a great scholar.
What? You're a weird one, aren't you? Well, I definitely can't help you with your studies or anything like that. But if you're ever looking to toughen up, I'm your man.
Fighting is too scary for me.
Telling yourself you have to win isn't training, Gohan. It's pointless. You need to face reality and do the real work. If you can't tap into your true power, all the motivation in the world will
be. Like I have fun. I have fun editing this stuff. Before, like, this stuff it was fun to make these kinds of videos, and even my regular videos, like if I actually do an edited video, like they're fun to make. It's a lot of work and a lot of time though. Bro, speaking of outfits in Kakarot, I would love to be able to play with the Saiyan outfits on Gohan and Goku. That'd be dope. And I agree, Gohan is underpowered in Kakarot. It's atrocious. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to skip that. Oh, well, we did.
There's no need to hold it in any longer. The plants and animals that I love. Please protect them. Drop your restraints. Protect the life I love. You have the strength. My scanners sensed it. Just let it go.
16. You love life. You gave everything up to save it. And you were just an android. I let you die. I can't do that. I won't watch anymore. I feel slipping. And I won't watch this anymore!
Bro, I'm gonna just say this, man. These videos were outstanding. Like, they always say, like, if you're gonna make content that you would watch. When I ain't live streaming, guys, I'm gonna go back and watch these videos. I don't want to just watch them on stream because I know everybody probably don't want to see them. But these were hella fun to make. The Saiyan motivation was good. I think one of my favorite was the Vegeta one. I'm just a Vegeta fanboy.
Saiyans are worth as warriors as measured and judged at birth. Those with no potential like you are sent to
Jilvic, I'm like you. I love that GT theme song.
inferior planets like this. Thrown away and forgotten like the garbage you are. You're about to learn the hard way that effort alone isn't enough to reach my level.
My motivation was very different than Kakarot's. My motivation was to be the best, to be the greatest Saiyan alive, as I always have been. Until Kakarot came into the picture, that is. Kakarot's success was like a demon in my head. How could he be a Super Saiyan when I, the Prince of all Saiyans, could not? The intensity of my training was maddening. At 450 times normal gravity, a basic training game became a desperate struggle for survival. Even the simplest moves required every ounce of willpower I had. I wasn't sure how long I could sustain the effort without breaking in two. It seemed like the only thing holding my body together was my one desire: to be better than Kakarot. At times I thought I was losing my mind. Why couldn't I obtain what Kakarot had obtained? It didn't make sense. It was infuriating, and it was my fury that kept me alive. I decided to continue my training in the solitude of space, where I would be unhindered by the distractions of the Earth. And when a violent electrical storm erupted in the skies of the planet I was on, I welcomed it. It seemed fitting. Like it was an outward manifestation of the storm that was raging inside of me.
Dude, I will say this continually, that Vegeta has the best character development out of anybody in Dragon Ball.
Then the meteors started coming down, but I was determined to survive and to protect my ship from destruction. It was my only way out, my only way off that nightmarish heap of rubble. I thought I had everything under control, but then the mother of all meteors seemed to appear out of nowhere to claim my ship and my life. Normally, it would have been child's play to blow up that rock, but after training at 450 times normal gravity for so long, it took everything I had and more. Then something just snapped, something inside of me. No, no more! That's it! I don't care! I didn't care anymore. I didn't care about being better than Kakarot. I didn't care about being a Super Saiyan. I didn't care if I lived. I didn't care about anything. And then it happened. Yes, that's how it happened.
Trunks, my son, take good care of your mom for me.
What are you talking about?
This part give me in my feels every time.
What do you mean, take good care of Mom?
You need to get as far away from here as you can. I'm going to fight Majin Buu on my own.
No way! We're gonna fight too! The three of us can take him down for sure!
Trunks, I haven't given you a single hug since the day you were born, have I?
Huh?
Come here, son.
Dad? What are you doing, Dad? Cut it out! You're embarrassing me!
Now this scene was actually from Kakarot. Nobody did this like CC2, man.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you hit Trunks?
Take these two as far away from here as you can. I'm counting on you, Piccolo. You're prepared to die, aren't you?
Dude, you gotta give me credit on this edit, dog. Like, I edited the crap out of this stuff, dude. Like, man. Like, I don't know, man. Everybody should be proud of the stuff that they make. And, like, making some of these videos, I need to do more of these. Like, if you want to see more of these, let me know, man. Because these were so much fun to make that even going back watching them, I'm like, bro, this is dope.
Just tell me one thing. If I die, will I be able to see Kakarot? I'm afraid not. You've killed too many innocent people. When you die, you'll lose your body. Your soul will be carried off to a different world. That's too bad. Now, get out of here. Hurry.
That's dope, man. Like, I had so much fun making those. I don't remember the Trunks one. The same motivation. I don't know. Let's check out the Trunks one, then we'll look at the same motivation one.
Trunks? How bizarre. He has the same name as my son.
Is Zamasu in this DLC? No.
A second. A Super Saiyan from the future? Of course. It has to be. He's my son. Unbelievable.
The world I grew up in was devastated by Dr. Giro's androids. They took control of the planet and terrorized the population.
Is that your only goal? You think it ends there? Think about the next threat in a year or 5 or 10, or think about your pride. If Saiyan blood flows in your veins, if you're my son as you claim, then I won't tolerate you losing to anyone. You'll be the best, or you'll be nothing.
The androids continued their path of terror and finally found the excitement they were looking for.
The Trunks one was okay. The audio was I did bad job on the audio with that one. But bro, I'm sitting here thinking, man, I can listen to Vegeta talk all day, man. The reason why I made a YouTube channel in the first place is because I enjoyed editing and making videos. It is fun, man. And like when you see the finished product, you be like, bro, I made that. Like even looking back at these videos over 2 years old, it's like.
Yeah, but how did you? Why don't you just stand still and perish?
Let me see what you've got.
Why, you worm!
What's the matter, Frieza? I can't be harder to destroy than a planet, right?
What are you?
You haven't figured it out yet. I'm the Saiyan who came all the way from Earth for the sole purpose of feeding you. I am the warrior you've heard of in legends, pure of heart and awakened by fury. That's what I am.
I am the Super Saiyan, Son Goku!
You monster!
You'll pay for that! You'll pay for that! Tell me how. How do you stand up no matter how many times you fall? Answer me, Goku!
Because Vegeta and 17 and all the others gave everything they had so I could keep going. If I do quit, I betray that trust, and I refuse to let all of them down!
It's useless! Your ideals mean nothing in the face of mine!
You say they don't mean anything. I'll show you that they do.
Goku can reach these heights because he's not just fighting for himself. He fights for all of us. That's the difference here.
Piccolo's right. Behind every one of Goku's strikes is a whole community of people who've grown up with him, strengthening him over a lifetime of unimaginable challenges. Each one has been crucial. They've been his friends and family, his allies and rivals, inspiring and pushing him forward. Goku doesn't imagine for 1 minute that he's gotten this far on his own. He's pushed all of us forward too, shaping us into the people we are today. A lot of us started out as his enemies. We were hostile and misguided. But he earned our respect and trust, and showed us a different way.
Even as he fights his opponents, he has a funny way of drawing them in. That's just the kind of man Goku is. Yes, I've seen it myself.
And all you're doing is running your mouth. Do you even listen to yourself? Just now, you called it incomplete, which implies he hasn't fully mastered it yet. And if you're stupid enough to ignore the obvious implications of that, then I don't even know where you get off calling yourself a god.
You watch yourself, mortal.
Oh, come on. Are you suggesting that he can master Ultra Instinct in the time he has left? Please. You're a fool. That's impossible.
And you'd bet your life on that? 48 minutes. That's all we were given for this tournament of power. Yet in that brief time span, we Saiyan warriors have shattered our limits, time after time. Come on, Kakarot! Find a way! I entrusted...
Dude, that stuff is dope, man. That stuff is dope. I ain't gonna sit there and watch all of that, because, dude, that's... Golly, man. It was one on this Vegeta one. A part wherever he was talking about a kid, like when he was a kid. Let me see if I can't find that part, man. That's one part I want to see on here.
Take good care of Mom.
I don't know, bro. I'd have to go back and watch it. But those were really, really fun to make, man. Like, I'm sorry, I'm taking a trip down memory lane, bro. the Xenoverse 2 stuff, bro. Oh man, another ad. Here come another ad. Sorry, guys. I need to get back on topic.
For coming in. If you could, the DLC for Xenoverse, it's been pretty extensive, but we're looking to take it to the next level, and we're looking for input from the community, through your voice to kind of help us out with that. So tell us what does the community really want to see going forward in Xenoverse 2?
Well, I'm very super excited to be here. As far as, what the community wants, I know for certain that it's so many different new characters in the game and things like that. We would really love to have a new Xenoverse game, perhaps? Dude, that's crazy, man. I got too much time on my hand. I don't even remember what this one, the Yajirobe one, was about.
What's good, YouTube? I'm gaming here.
I got too much time on my hands. Too much time, man. Not enough time. DLC 3 news. Tournament of Power. That was one thing in that video I kind of talked about, was the Tournament of Power. That it really just can't happen without ground combat. That was one thing we talked about in that video. Let me skip this ad. This mode could work right now. And that was the Cell games, because One thing about having the tournaments that we talked about with the tournament styles was that fighting on the ground wasn't possible. And so how could you have a tournament? And then, of course, the infamous debunked video. I debunked. I was like, no, it ain't going to be history of Trunks. Bro, it's history of Trunks. I was wrong. It happens. Timeline chaos with Toei Mirror. Bro, this was the Toei Mirror series, bro. Or the Android 21. I had a whole playlist dedicated to this that was like, man, this can be a real deal. Guys, this is still in the works. I think this is still possible. Even with that, I had Beerus, Whis. Oh, bro, I had it all, man. I had it all. That whole thing was really dope. What I was doing with that, with the Android 21 thing. I would implore y'all. There's a playlist. I think it's entitled Android 21. Go check that playlist out, man, and you'll hear my theories behind, or how I feel, speculation as to how Android 21 could work in Kakarot. You so clocked? Timed? Huh? You tired? I don't know what you're saying. Oh, man, the missing key. Let me see. Just going back looking at the old videos, bro. Going back looking at them, man. Seeing where we came from, where we going. DLC 2 review. Could this be the next update? Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Obviously, what I talked about in that video was not the next update. You're so late. Oh, no, you straight, man. It's recorded, so you could always go back and talked about. I went off to different stuff. We went off the deep end now. Damn, time flies. Trip down memory lane. I've been here for the whole ride. You really have, man. It's crazy when I go back and look. I'm like, dude, wait. It's been how many years? Like, to think that Kakarot's been out for over 3 years, it's like, what? Is this clothing customization? No, it wasn't. It wasn't clothing customization. And here's the deal. Look at this. Port Dragon Ball Z Kakarot to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. That was 2 years ago. I had another video where I talked about it being on PS5. That's crazy, man. I want Dragon Ball Super as DLC 6. It's going to be Season 3. All of Season 3 should be Dragon Ball Super. So I'd rather it be, and I told y'all that a long time ago. I would rather the DLC, Super don't need to be just one DLC long. So, oh man, this is crazy, dude. A very small update. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. More multiplayer. Yay. Nope. I do not want this game to touch multiplayer. Hits like a tank. That was the Mirror DLC. This is crazy, man. New scans. Bro, this is, dude. For those of y'all that's been on the channel for that long, man, like, that was my Peter Griffin giraffe thing. I do a Peter Griffin impersonation too, so. Okay, so here, what we get into in these videos, guys, was I had started a series. I never finished it, never continued it, where I talked about the possibility of, like, the movie villains, how they could make the movies work in Dragon Ball. So that's what these videos was about. And then this one was just new content. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot World Tournament. I was talking about using Cell to revive that. Dragon Ball Racers, Kakarot Racers. Pride in the Cards. I love it. I love that thumbnail. Vegeta's head on Yu-Gi-Oh's body holding the card with Goku in the middle. Like, that card right there, it's got Super Saiyan Goku, bro, on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Super Saiyan Blue Goku. That was really, really cool, man. Time sure does fly since I've watched you since DLC 2 was like 2.5 years ago. It is, man. And you know what's crazy is I literally remember every single one of these videos for the most part. For the most part. That's insane, man. This just happened. Animation Domination. They sent me a because I'm a huge Family Guy fan. They sent me a Family Guy puzzle. Fox did. That was really cool. You know, that was dope, man. The Prince Returns, Max Stats versus Beerus, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Yeah, I'll go check it. That was the video I was telling y'all about when I maxed out that. Sail Blue, huge look into possible future DLC for Kakarot. That was my idea for Sail Blue, and there was a pun on Super Saiyan Blue since Frieza took Golden Frieza as a pun on Super Saiyan Gold. And basically what it was saying was that Sail was still alive, so it's possible they could use him for future DLC, and I still stand on that, by the way. Support characters, yes. Release date, no. New info. Kenzaru and DM Game, and this was the video that I thought we did a live stream, but apparently not. Me and Kenzaru did a video together. And if y'all don't know who Kenzaru is, he's one of those same credible Dragon Ball content creators that are on. He's got a YouTube channel too, but he's real big on Twitter. Really cool guy, man. It was an honor to be able to work with him, man. That was a cool video. I wish that video got out to more people, but when y'all want to check that video out, man, I mean, I'm not sure that put that in a post, man. That's an old video. I want to put that there. 2-year-old video. I want to go back and watch that later, because I wonder the stuff that we talked about, what came true and what didn't. Movie bosses in DLC 3, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC theory. This was another one. This is what I was telling y'all about, and this was 2 years ago, guys, about movie villains in the game. Vegito. Listen up, Vegito fans. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. People wanted Vegito playable in the game, and what this video was doing was basically talking about how that's not possible right now. I was like, Vegito isn't going to be playable like you think. Did Vegito end up in the game? Yeah. But he ended up in the game as a skill. Like, people thought that they would be able to go around the map, fly around. I'm like, bro, that's not going to happen. In order for a character to be playable, there has to be stuff for them to do. Vegito is not going to be a play. And you know what's crazy? Is the stuff that I talked about with Vegito, it happened. Not so much as him being a fusion, but actually, I don't know. What are we talking about? Listen.
Ordinary dish soaps can be.
Let me check this video out, because if I'm not mistaken, it happened the way I thought. A very simple explanation of Vegito and his role or lack thereof in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. We probably ain't gonna watch this whole
in
video.
In 2023, every gamer should be using
my
GX. You
gosh.
can now set GX profiles to create a custom browser.
Skip that. There we go. Still got the same intro.
Z Kakarot, and guys, why we may have to really think about what we're asking for. So, guys, Vegito in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. A lot of people want this to happen. A lot of people want Vegito playable. A lot of people want Gotenks playable. But guys, you have to, and this is kind of piggybacking off of my video about understanding Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. You have to be able to understand how this game is structured. This is not a game like Budokai 3. This is not a game like Xenoverse. This is not a game like Dragon Ball FighterZ. This is a game where you're living in the Dragon Ball universe. So you have to look at the game and play the game, and the game is structured in a way to where it's almost a living, breathing, continuous world of Dragon Ball. So in order for a guy like Vegito to be playable, there needs to be, for one, a way to come about the Potara earrings. Now, I know first off, people are going to say, well, DM, if the game is a living, breathing Dragon Ball world, why can't we play as Krillin or Yamcha or this or that? Guys, look at the Dragon Ball series. Those guys are not relevant. One thing that people have to understand is Dragon Ball is the story of Goku, okay? Goku is the main character. The only reason we're even able to play with some of these other guys is because if we weren't able to play with them, then we couldn't tell the complete story of Dragon Ball Z. You get what I'm saying?
it's just flat out in your face. The game wasn't designed for Yamcha to take center stage or Krillin to take center stage. This game is not like the other games. Point blank period, guys. And one pet peeve that I have from the community is people complaining about the game, how long the DLC is taking and this and that, guys. It's okay to get frustrated, but to say that I'm deleting the game or I want my money back on the season pass, you've only seen one section of the season pass. You get what I'm saying? There's still a whole nother section, including a story arc to come. So guys, give it some time, man. I mean, we know what's been going on in the world. I know some people don't take that as an excuse, but whether you want to or not, it is what it is. It's happened and it has affected the gaming community. Yes, there have been some companies that put out games still, but guys, there are other companies who don't have those same resources. I'm a coach, I teach, and we're dealing with it. It's affecting our games and everything, guys. The stuff is real whether you wanted to believe it or not. But guys, with Vegito, there has to be a need to have him in the game before we could put him in the game. Also, there has to be a realistic need for the Potara earrings, because otherwise, I mean, what can you do? Are you going to keep going to the Elder Kai to get Potara earrings and stuff like that? Part of me likes the way that they did Vegito and in the game, because he is that elusive. They only fused one time, guys, in Z, and then they fused again in Super. Vegito shouldn't be a character that you could just use all willy-nilly. Would it be fun? Yes, but it would be complete and utter fan service to just throw him in the game to where you're able to use him whenever you feel like it, guys. And Gotenks is a little bit different, because at any time Trunks and Goten confuse. So this discussion isn't about them. It's about my boy Vegito. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all want to play with him. I know you want to kick butt with him, guys, but there is a requirement. Now, had we been talking about Gogeta, that's another story as well, because it's a different type of fusion. But the type of fusion that it takes to have Vegito, you require certain items. Now, can the game create, you know, those items as drops? Yes, but it's not realistic to the game, guys. It's simple. So that's an interesting video. I'm gonna sit there and play all of it, but you know, that was interesting. Checking up with these comments. Why do I not want online mode? Because the game is not set up for that. I don't want online mode for this game because the game is not designed for it. The game doesn't have balance. I don't mind them doing it. If it's a separate game mode, I'm all for it. But to me, you have games that fulfill that. And the combat in Kakarot, let's be honest, is not up to par with any of the 3D fighters. You know what I'm saying? It's just not that kind of game, if that makes sense. RD, I think that so many people play games like Xenoverse Fighters and even Budokai Tenkaichi games. They are so acclimated to these types of Dragon Ball. Yes, that's it perfectly. It's just not that kind of game. Are not used to action RPG kind of Dragon Ball games outside of the Game Boy. Yes, bro, you hit the nail on the head, RD. J Free, Goku Black playable is not a want, it's a need. I don't know how, but make it happen. And see, J Free, I ain't gonna lie to you. I would love to play as Goku Black. I like Goku Black, bro. And people think, oh, damn, you don't want him in the game playable. Like, but yeah, I gotta understand. We just got to understand how Kakarot operates. Having a character playable is not, you know, it is what it is. Oh my gosh, you just put Orange Piccolo? Cool. I forgot who I pulled yesterday. You talking about Dokkan or are you talking about Legends? What's up, Goku? I don't mind if they don't put Vegeta or Gogeta or do any DLC. I'm just not a big fan of waiting so long for so long. I mean, it is what it is, man. What game out puts DLC out every 3 months? Nobody does. You know what I'm saying? So it just being realistic with gaming, period. DLCs don't drop every 3 to 6. I mean, you're lucky to get a DLC in 6 months, you know. And all things considered, you know, we might say, oh, well, it's only 4 hours longer. It's only 5 hours longer, this or that. But it's it takes time to make that stuff. They're making it from the ground up, you know, with the story and the edits and all that kind of stuff. So I understand. And then with this one using ground combat, that's what I'm trying to tell people too. This DLC is implementing ground combat, something that is not in the game. So they're literally adding a completely new feature to the game. That takes time, especially to make sure that it's not buggy and stuff. It ain't just a switch that you can flip. So what if Dragon Ball was in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot? Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, there's levels to this. Survival difficulty in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. And that was when we had that, bro. I was thinking we had a survival mode. They didn't, but they kind of did. You know what I'm saying? New playable character discussion. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Xenoverse 2 still my favorite Dragon Ball game. Probably even favorite anime game. Here, you know what? I probably need to re-download Xenoverse 2. I played the base story. I haven't even played a lot of the new content with Xenoverse 2 because Xenoverse 1 was revolutionary. Me and my brother used to always talk about, man, it'd be cool to be able to create your own character and stuff like that. And then we finally got a chance to, like I did. He passed away back in 2008. But, you know, Xenoverse comes out and you can create your own character and all that. I love that concept. But I love cutscenes, like especially for your super attacks and stuff. I don't like having so many different versions of the same character in a game. I like the if they do that, kind of go the Raging Blast 2 route where you can edit and customize their movesets. And then Xenoverse 2 came out and the story was okay. You know, I think what bothered me about the story with Xenoverse 2 is I wanted them to go more of the route of us being able to actually change the timeline ourselves. That's the way they kind of sold the game too, but it didn't turn out that way. It was fun being able to train like under Vegeta and stuff like that, but I just hadn't played it in so long. If I downloaded it now, it would literally be like a new game. So I probably may do that, you know. But I just wasn't a big fan of the 6 people on one screen kind of like I don't know, man. It is what it is. I also like power scaling. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to have like if I'm playing with Super Saiyan Blue Goku, like I shouldn't be getting beat up by Yamcha. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know that's skill based and stuff like that, but I love Kakarot's structure. I love that it's true. Finally, we have a Dragon Ball game that's true to the series where Super Saiyan Blue Goku ain't gonna lose to Krillin or Yamcha. You know what I'm saying? I like that. And the game does a perfect job of making you feel powerful when your characters are. How did they add Kid Goku when I supposed to? What do you mean? It's not falling off. That don't even make sense. They added Kid Goku. Kid Goku is not even in the game. What are you talking about? Aren't you setting your expectations too high? I'm partly expecting ground combat to be gimmicky. I'm not saying that ground combat is going to be perfect. No, I expect for it to have some bugs. I even talked about in one of the scans how you can kind of see it is a little choppy. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that's what's taking them so long with this stuff. Not only did they close down their Montreal office, CC2 did, but you got to understand them having to make ground combat in the game where originally it never was. That takes time. There was a game called Dreams on PlayStation 4 where you can create a video game. You can create anything you want. Y'all can look this stuff up on YouTube. The stuff is there. Guys, I've known that game development is difficult, but if you go in there and try that and build a game, you understand just how much goes into it. Now imagine, you know, it takes time. It takes time. J Free DM, every time I watch the Goku Black arc, Goku Black talk about how much you reach divine. Is Rosie the ultimate level Super Saiyan Goku is trying to reach by fighting and earning it and not Goku Black's way? Bro, I love the Goku Black arc. I love it. Probably will watch it today. I'm serious, Dimney also said we supposed to meet Wolverine and Marvel Spider-Man 2 the game. I'm all with you, J Smooth. I'm with you, Smooth. Cause dude, that Wolverine game is gonna be dope. I can't wait to play it. I remember playing the old X-Men games back in the day. There was a Wolverine game that came out, I want to say on PlayStation 2, maybe PlayStation 3. I think it was PlayStation 3. That game was fun. It was based off of the movie, but it was really fun. I still can't get into Xenoverse 2. I've tried it, just don't appeal to me. I'm like that with Fortnite. I could not get into it. Xenoverse 2 is, like I said, you know, I like that they have added some stuff to it that gives it a different feel. I haven't played it in a long time. I might download it and try to get back into it just for having something Dragon Ball to play. But it's one of them deals where it's like, bro, this ain't Kakarot. You know what I'm saying? It's different, you know. Bro, the game falling off. They added a Dragon Ball DLC nobody asked for that the community wants. Zamasu, there isn't even anybody to fight. We beat everybody. I'll admit there's not much to do in the game right now, if anything, you know. Everybody wants Zamasu. Guess what? You're gonna get it. It's coming. You know, it's not coming as fast as y'all. If it was up to y'all, we would have already had the Tournament of Power. And then there wouldn't be other DLCs to do in this game. I want them to stretch it out, man. Put as much DLC as possible if you're going to go that route. If you're not going to give us a sequel game and things like that, you know. So we have DLC 5 coming out. My speculation is this month. DLC 6 after that. And then after that, the next season. Season 3 is going to be Dragon Ball Super. So you're going to get your Zamasu. You know what I'm saying? People are going to get it. And I've always said that. You got to be patient with these kinds of things. Because when it comes to Super, here's my deal with the Super stuff. Y'all talking about Zamasu, that's fine. But, bro, the same people that want Zamasu and Goku Black want Tournament of Power. And you can't have either of those without having the freaking Universe in 6 and 7 tournaments. So y'all literally trying to skip. Some people are wanting to skip an entire arc that is prominent. The Tournament of Power doesn't even happen. The Tournament of Power doesn't even happen without that. You know what I'm saying? Without the Universe 6 and 7 tournament. You don't know who Hit is or none of that. Raycon said it's not coming out. He's never wrong. Okay, well, we'll see. Our prominent people who have never been wrong. Not saying that they can't be. But we'll see. Dragon Ball Super is coming to Kakarot. That's already been leaked from reputable sources. So, whatever. No. RD, so I would personally want them to add ground combat in the main game because I feel like it would add a sense of diversity. I said the same thing, RD, and I don't know. I still wish that they would. Part of me feels like they are, but here's why I don't think that's going to happen right now. Because I don't think it's going to happen right now simply because they would have to redo all the boss fights in the game. They would have to redo they would have to redo the entire main game. Does that make sense? So rather than saying, I find it more believable that they could implement something like a tournament mode in the game, in the main game where you go to the world tournament and you can fight. You know what I'm saying? I see something happening more like that than them bringing ground combat to the entire. They would have to literally remake the entire main game. And I don't see that happening. You would also have to give all the bosses new moves because all their moves associate with them being in the air and stuff. They don't have any ground combat moves, if you will. So you get what I'm saying with that? That's why I don't see it coming to the main game like that. I would love it to. I agree with you. It would give a completely different dynamic to the game, but I just don't see it happening anytime soon in that capacity. Like I said, could be a mini game, could be like a world tournament kind of deal. I can see that, but I don't see it as in the full main game. DM, you did not answer my question. I'm asking, is Goku Black's form, is it the ultimate level that Goku is trying to reach by fighting? Because when you watch it, Goku talk about reaching that level. No, it's not. Ultra Instinct is that level that Goku's wanting to reach. You know what I'm saying? It's not Rose. Because all Rose is Goku is Goku Black's version of Super Saiyan God. It's different from him because he's made from a god himself. He's made from a Kai and Zamasu. You know what I'm saying? But as far as he has a different understanding. Now, why his hair turned pink instead of blue, you know, that's just up to the writers and stuff like that. But you know, that's not the form Goku trying to reach. Ultra Instinct is. Yeah, I was thinking they would do it as a major update to it later because of that. And they could. They very well could. I'm just saying I don't see it coming in this DLC. Heck, for all we know, 2.10 could be that. Because, I mean, guys, you're implementing ground combat. in DLC 5. DLC 6, dealing with Uub, you're going to be in another tournament, ground combat. If you're getting into Dragon Ball Super with Season 3, Tournament of Power, Universe 6 and 7 tournament, stuff like that, guess what? Ground combat. So, ground combat ain't going nowhere in the game. So, yeah, I agree with you. Implement that into the main game as well. Is Rose powerful than Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan 6 is what I'm... Is Super Saiyan... Is Goku Black, Rose, more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue? I mean, clearly, yes, it was. Rose was more powerful than Goku and Vegeta was. But the reason why is because of who Goku Black really was. He was a Masu who was a Kai, which is a deity. So he has a deeper understanding and a better connection to God Ki than Goku and Vegeta does. That's what makes him more powerful. And he's able to tap into that more. Now, in the manga, Goku Black was able to go Super Saiyan. He didn't go Super Saiyan in the anime. When he did, it was Super Saiyan Rose. But like I said, that's because of his connection to him being Zamasu in a sense. Does that make sense? Him being able to connect to the God Ki, having a direct connection to God Ki. So he was more powerful than Goku and Vegeta was. But you notice, like, once Goku and Vegeta started going back and forth in time, Vegeta he was on par with him. You see, right now, would Goku Black be more powerful? No. But it's one of them deals where, like, since he was in the Saiyan's body, connected to that deity, as long as he existed, he had the potential to elevate past them and learn just as much, as Goku and Vegeta and them did. So, if that makes any kind of sense. The skills of the gods, possible new skills, know-hows, the plot thickens. Trunks, Toe, and Miro, interesting development. Tournament of Power. DLC 2 scans and Tournament of Power have in common. I don't even remember what this video was about. Debunking the 26th release date for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC 2. That was I think, yeah, we ain't gonna get on that. This is whenever I started really getting mad about the clickbait stuff. Like, yeah, that stuff had to stop. How will it work? DLC 2 may work in Dragon Ball Z. How DLC 2 may work in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I want to... Frieza confirmed. I want to see this one.
The new Swiffer Powerbomb.
I'm interested to see what I said in this video. Because this was before DLC 2 even came out.
And the next branch unfolds.
Ads, man. Come on, man. I'm tired. Boss. Y'all know I was up doing that video this morning, and I hadn't been to sleep really that much since. I feel like they would add Super Saiyan, Goku Black, and DBZ Season Pass 3 since a lot of stuff. Yeah, I'm going to come back to that. Good old days. Heck yeah, man. The good old days. I'm going to pin this comment because I'm going to come back to this. I'm just going to see what I said in this video.
For 3 hours sleep, I'm running on fumes at this moment. But I do want to go through this video and do this breakdown. I actually wrote some stuff down. I got a paper full of some stuff that I wrote down.
So real quick, Jay Free, you said he has Ultra Instinct now. Why is he still trying to reach Rose? He's not still trying to reach Rose's power. You got to think Goku Black, that arc occurred way before the Tournament of Power. So he's not still trying to reach that. I mean, he's essentially, he was just trying to reach that level of power. That Goku Black's power increased very fast, very dramatically. A prominent example of evidence of this is Goku turning Super Saiyan 3 when referring to DBZ Kakarot. Oh yeah, I'm with you on the manga stuff, RD. But yeah, Jay Free, he ain't said nothing about trying to reach Rose's power. Rose's power is another type of god power. Yeah, but you got to think because it came directly from a god. Like Zamasu was a Kai. He is born a god. You know what I'm saying?
Down while I was at work that I wanted to discuss about the DLC. So while I'm on that topic, something very interesting about it is the bonus damage. You can see it right here. It says bonus damage right there. It says plus 0.06, and that's a 6-hit combo. Up here it says plus 0.04 or 0.4, and that says 0.6. 0.6,
0.4, and that's a 4-hit combo. It's not showing that on Goku's, so I don't know if this is some kind of maybe a power-up of some sort.
It wasn't a power-up.
I don't know if this is some kind of consumable item that gives you more damage or something.
That ain't what it was either.
I don't have a clue, guys. All I know is that basically what this is showing here with these combos is that the more hits that you have, the larger their percentage.
That was actually true. Very good observation by my past self.
Okay, so when you get to a 10-hit combo, your bonus damage is going to be 1%. So if you get up to a 40 or 50-hit combo, then you're looking at a 4 to 5% damage boost. I think that's really cool. Only thing is the scan right here, I'm sorry, my mouse. This right here is talking about that starts at level 250 or level 250. The thing about Whis' training is you get level up items, okay? But the level up items that we have already have our characters up to level 250. And the last one that we got maxes out at 250. So the big question comes, is there going to be a level cap increase? Now, I know that people are looking at these scans. You see here Goku is level 250. There Vegeta is level 250. Here you have Goku level 250, but he's fighting a level 130 enemy.
You know, in that video, when you said you had a paper you wrote down, it reminded me of a video you made when you made an entire PowerPoint presentation of actual in-game content. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, RD. Yeah, that's the video that I was talking about. It was called True Training. That's the name of the video. And we'll come across it. Just hear me out, man. Look, that's when I start talking about Android 21 speculation, man. Bro, just hear me out. Vision Blinks, Ghost of Tsushima. Look at this. 2 years ago, man. This is unrelated to Dragon Ball. But Ghost of Tsushima is going to be epic. And it was. Because I can tell a good game when I see it, man. Ghost of Tsushima, man. I'm ready for part 2. Who's next? Dragon Ball Z Kakarot roadmap breakdown discussion. Could location lend a clue for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC? It won't work unless why fusion won't work in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. And they made it work, so I was wrong about that. Let me see that video, because what are we talking about in that? Yeah, it's another ad. The infamous ad videos. Skip. Please watch the video before commenting on why fusion won't work for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Look, I got my braids. Look at that.
Green, and that's why the stuff is like that, but I apologize. Sorry I hadn't did a video in a while, but I'm here now. We'll explain all that stuff later. Let's get to the video. I want to talk about fusion. Not fusion like Just Saying is talked about today. I know some people are going to see that. We'll DM you copy. No, but his video was inspiration for this video today. Because, guys, a part of the reason why I haven't been uploading videos is, number one, for everything that's been going on in the world. Number two is because I've been combing over all of my videos to see, are there things that I've missed, things that I haven't talked about, things that have evolved since the game has released and things like that. And there are, and I'm going to begin discussing those things in videos. So if you missed the videos, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's go. So in his video, he talked about fusion. I myself have talked about fusion. President Rose has talked about fusion. Riken has talked about fusion, and all of us want fusion in the game. We've all talked about it. We all want it. Going back over my previous videos, going back over the gameplay, guys, as much as we want fusion, they need to overhaul the game before they add fusion. If they add fusion into the game now, it's going to be a failure. The reason why is because fusion in the game is broken. You're going to say, DM, how is fusion broken? Shut your mouth, DM. I want to play with Vegito and Gotenks. Don't you dare ruin this for us. I'm not going to ruin this for you guys. I am trying to get us, if we're going to have fusion in the game, it needs to be darn good. Why is fusion broken in the game? Simply put, guys, we could have beat Super Buu with Goku or Vegeta, freaking Gohan, or even Krillin. The game is too easy. I did not go back multiple times. How many of y'all have gone back just to play against Vegito versus Super Buu? That's the only fight in the time chamber. Well, not probably not the only one. The Gotenks may be like that as well, where you're at a set level. Okay, so the fight is going to be the same every time, aside from you just getting better at the game. Vegito doesn't get any stronger. If you're level 250, you can go into the time chamber, into the time machine. Vegito's going to be level 77. Guys, one way to make fusion better, or to pave the way for even the necessity of fusion, is to make enemies harder. Super Buu should have been such a difficult fight, even with, I'm not gonna say with Vegito, because Vegito manhandled him in the anime, but they didn't make him. Okay, we gotta add. Let's not do this, people. Let's not do this. They should have made him so difficult that it would have been impossible for us to beat him without fusion. You see what I'm saying? Say, for example, that we fought Super Buu without Vegito. He should be so powerful in the game that Goku and Vegeta by themselves cannot beat him. Okay? And then I know you're going to say, well, then how in the heck, if he's that powerful, how can we have defeated Kid Buu? That fight should have been more difficult as well. I'm going to put it like this. Dr. Gero in this game was more difficult than Kid Buu. Than a lot. Gonna make the fights way too easy. Either you're gonna have to nerf Vegito, Gotenks, Gogeta if he ever ends up in the game. You're gonna have to either nerf fusions, or you're going to have to make the enemies a lot stronger. Guys, listen to what I'm saying and tell me if I'm lying. You want fusion in the game? Yes, you do. But you are already complaining about one-shotting enemies. Vegito fights against, goes in past, fights against Frieza. Vegito would one-shot Frieza. Guys, this game doesn't have balance. We are asking for things, and do we really know what we're asking for? A game that doesn't have balance, guys. Think about this. How can you ask them to put something in the game when the game doesn't have balance, then turn around and complain when we one-shot people? That's why they haven't upgraded the enemies in the time machine. Because it's realistic to the game. It's realistic to the anime. If Goku, Super Saiyan God, went in a time machine or was to fight against Raditz or Frieza or Nappa, he would one-shot them. The game is giving us the truth. It's giving us the real deal. Bro, I'm going to stop that right there. So I wasn't saying that why fusion won't work in the sense of you can't put it in the game. The essence of this video was that, and this is exactly what happened. Okay. They did exactly the opposite of what DM Gaming suggested, because they ended up still putting, do you get paid to watch your own ads? I don't know. But the reason I had them ads in the video is because whenever I made those videos in OBS, I would actually be on YouTube, and you can't stop ads from coming. So anyway, they still messed up fusion in the game because they added it so late that by the time we got it, it was irrelevant. You were still one-shotting people. And the only thing I was saying about that was that when we want to play with a fusion, you don't want to transform, you don't want to fuse and then just one-shot everybody. You know, we want to test the limits of that fusion. And they still added it late into the game, and it still ended up messing up the game. This was well before they added fusion into the game. This was 3 years ago, guys. This was July 6th of 2020. The game came out in January. This is what, at least a year before they ever even added fusion into the game. I get what you're saying with the power fantasy and stuff like that. Yeah. But what I was saying was because people was talking about being able to play with them. And what I was saying was, bro, at this point in time, if they add fusion to the game, it's not going to do anything. It's not going to be fun because you're going to one-shot everything. We're going to be so strong in the game that we're literally going to one-shot everything. So you're not even getting to enjoy playing as the fusion. And that's exactly what happened. Now, fast forward to it coming out on Nintendo Switch was because that's when they released the fusions. Those people got a completely different experience because at the time at the point in time in the game where you could get fusion naturally, it made sense for it. But they gave it to us after the fact when our characters were already so powerful that we was one-shotting everything in the time machine and we had already completed the game, so it didn't do us any good. You can fight with Gotenks against Golden Frieza. Use a weak support. You actually, no, maybe in the main story, but in the game, you can't even use support characters to fight Golden Frieza. Like if I go and try to fight Golden Frieza right now, it's only his level 300 that's available, and you can't use any support characters, so you can't use Gotenks. Now in the story, I don't even know if you could in the story. Could you bring a support character in that fight? I'm not sure. Only time I found reason to reuse Vegito in the main game was against 250 Mirror and level 250 Vegito and Gotenks when you do those super villains. That's the only time. Yeah. And so does that really make it fun? It's still fun. Don't get me wrong. It's fun to fuse. Shoot, I still fuse. I go into the Hordes modes battles and stuff, and I'll fuse. People love to feel powerful in the game for some odd reason. Nothing wrong with that. But do we want to be one punch kill powerful? I don't. I'm one of those people. I love to feel powerful. That's why Super Saiyan Blue is so awesome, because you feel power. Now, the game right now is set up like this. I will go and fight against Beerus, and I will start out in base form, and I'll transform to Super Saiyan. I'll go up the ladder, because I know once I hit Blue, I'm finna give him the business. I love that role play kind of deal. But because of the fact that I don't one-shot Beerus, it makes it fun to power up. Even when I'm Super Saiyan Blue, I don't one-shot him right now. When he's at level 300, it's one of those deals where I get to have fun with that power. You know what I'm saying? But in the main world where you can't fight as you can fight as Vegito, you can't do it against Beerus now. You one-shot everything, so it's not as fun. Does that make sense? That's why I said they need to scale it if they was going to do this. But this is, like I said, this is way before Fusion ever even came out. I meant use like Piccolo or Gohan and then add Goten. It should. No, because when you fight Frieza right now in the game, his level 300, you can't take any support characters in the battle with you. So it's only one fighter. You can fight as Piccolo, but you can't bring nobody else with you. So you, like right now, if once you finish Frieza's subquest, Golden Frieza subquest, where you get to the level 300 Frieza, you can't bring any support characters with you. It's surprising they never added a new game plus. I agree with that. I don't know why they didn't. For Piccolo, you have Android 18 and Krillin as support characters. Yeah, that's when you're going through the story. And I'm with you on that. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about the level 300 Frieza that you can continually repeat that fight. Or train against. That's what they call it. But yeah, in the story, yeah, you could do that. It worked when I fought Frieza and brought him back to life. Yeah, once again, guys, what I'm talking about is, I'm not talking about when you're going through the story. When you're going through DLC 2 story, yes, you can do that. But after you've completed the story, after you've completed the subquest that allows you to go back and fight against Golden Frieza, that level 300 fight, you can't bring anybody in. That's the one that I'm talking about, because hey, that's the one where Frieza is most powerful. Is that level 300 fight, because he's strong, he tough. You know what I'm saying? It's not that his attacks are bad, good. He hits like a tank. I don't either. I love to get a challenge because the game was stupid easy and they were late for the difficulty. They was late for a lot of stuff. And guys, I'm telling y'all, COVID hurt Kakarot, because all of that stuff that we got later, we were supposed to get way earlier, including the DLCs. COVID hurt the game. People who was to pick up Kakarot right now for the first time and play it would get a astronomically better experience than what we got, simply because everything is now available. So it's a completely different experience to them. And the only reason I don't go back through and replaying the game is because, like, bro, I gotta unlock all this stuff all over again. It's not as fun. So that's what this video was about. And I was right, because that, and us as a community, people vary. I don't think that way anymore. But People don't want it. We don't want balance. We're spoiled by these arena fighters like Xenoverse and fighters that have balance, and we expect a guy like Krillin should be able to beat a guy like Frieza. Guys, this game, I've told y'all before, is realistic to the Dragon Ball universe. In a sense that Super Saiyan God Goku is going to annihilate Raditz. It's no competition. And then you say, well, and I get it. I get it. We want to be able to play through the story and create our sort of what if scenarios. I get that perfectly fine, guys. Yeah. What I think about the Uncharted, I played a little bit of Uncharted. I liked it. It's one of those games to me where you can just kind of chill and play. How would Dragon Ball Z Kakarot be on PS5? 3 years ago, guys. Telling you. Why? I remember this. I was upset. They actually nerfed Beerus with that update. Because before, his little purple orbs would track you. And then you can just fly away from them. They actually make the fight easier. That's a good video to check out. Why character levels don't matter in Kakarot. I think this is it. I know this is one of them. How to add true training to the game. I think this is the video where I actually showed the PowerPoint of how to do that.
You aren't still using Google.
Bruh. Somebody got a call. Yeah, my phone ringing. I'm live streaming, man. I can wait. Got to shoot me a text or something, man. Here, guys, and sorry about the phone. I hope that everybody is being safe. I want to start off by thanking y'all for respecting my wishes yesterday about me not uploading the video and not doing the live stream. With everything that's been going on, I want to say that we need peace, man. This world has to change, and it needs to change. In order for it to change, we have to come. All right. I'm just fast forwarding, but this is the thing that I made. I actually typed this out, guys. I wonder if I still have that. Actually, I do. That's a Google Documents file. So I'm sure I still have that. I plan on making a live stream with my friends later today. They should take out card battles and add tournament mode. I agree with that. So I have to say they do go from manga. It would be a lot easier to develop since there isn't as many characters, and it takes yep. Not sure if he'll be free though, but we made a live stream about it. Yeah, so this is part of it, okay? And this is what I came up with. Okay, so I'm just reading it from here because you see it in the video too. Training will boost melee attack. I don't even know if I spelled melee. I didn't even spell melee right. Maybe that's why they ignored it. Maybe that's why they ignored it, because I didn't even spell it right. It's M-E-L-E-E, right? I don't know. Anyway, as well as key attack and key defense. Eating will still boost health and key, as those are associated with good health, and will also still provide temporary buffs to other stats. So this is what I came up with. Location. The Lookout. Lowest boost. Everyone 1.5 times. King Kai's planet, maybe only for Goku, 10 times gravity, so give a 2 times multiplier to the stat boost. The Gravity Room, maybe only Vegeta. Trained at over 400 times gravity, and I'm talking about the one Bulma made. Gravity, but to stay in line with as Thematic C Goku, only match King Kai's planet with a 2 times stat boost multiplier. So what I meant by that is the Gravity Room is essentially Goku's version of King Kai's planet. So like Goku was really the only one that could just go at will to King Kai's planet in training. He went there a lot. Vegeta used the Gravity Room a lot. Nobody else used it. So make those two kind of Goku and Vegeta specific. Only they can use them. All right. Hyperbolic time chamber. Limit use to 24 hours real world time. Okay. So if I'm playing Kakarot right now, it's 2:28 p.m. I would not be able to utilize that again in game until 2:28 p.m. the next day. 24 hours real world time. And that's to limit you from getting over strong. And here's why. Real world time so can only be used once every 24 hours, but offer a 10 times stat boost multiplier. Similar to GTA's V Casino wheel. Remember in GTA, you can only use the wheel once in a 24-hour period. Will also require a key that can only be obtained from the Dragon Balls. So you have to grab the Dragon Balls, which are on a counter. Okay. That's cool. Beerus Planet, only available to Goku and Vegeta, but is accessible as long as you offer a 4-star and above cooking dish on rotation. What I mean by rotation is that, he'd ask for a different meal. So you'd have to prepare a different one. It wouldn't just be the same meal every time. And provide a 5 times multiplier to stat boost. Now, the reason why I know people may say, well, Beerus Planet, they got better training there. But here's the deal. The hyperbolic time chamber gives you 1 year's worth of training in a day. So it is still more of a boost per se than Beerus's Planet. Okay. Pin comment above. As far as gaming news, guys, there really isn't any gaming news. Really, man. Us people being I don't even know if I went through the rest of that. Let me see. Okay, so let me go back to this video because it may be in this one. Maybe in the true training video. Yeah, ad. Yeah, that's an ad. I think I should still have that in my Google Drive, by the way. I'm gonna peep game on that. I would pull it up, but I got other stuff in there that I don't need out. So probably some school related stuff, but okay, yeah, I have the whole thing here. Okay, so I'm going wait until I go down to the next part. I still haven't beat GTA and I've had it since it. Bro, no lie, I literally just downloaded GTA 5 yesterday because I haven't beat the story mode either. I plan on doing that this week. Okay, so anyway, training items. Training items can be purchased for Zenny or acquired through randomly generated mini sessions for more rare training items. You can only use 1 training item per training session. Training items do not stack. So what the training items was that, you know, it gives you something to play for in the game. Because right now we get those sacred waters and they're pretty much useless. But instead, replace those with different training items that you can find randomly throughout the world or through certain fights and put it as a tier system. The better training items would come from more difficult fights and challenges. But the training items are used in training. I got this idea from Dokkan Battle and Dragon Ball Legends where you can use those training items to give you a bigger multiplier in your training. Does that make sense? I don't know if it'll be affected, but to further back your point on you saying of the hyperbolic time chamber being more affected with boosting your stats than Beerus's Planet. All right. Item rating system. All training item multipliers will be rated with stars from 1 to 7, with 1 being the most common and easiest to obtain, but lowest multiplier, to 6 being the most rare and hardest to obtain, but with the highest multipliers of the items that can be attained in the free world through missions, etc. So I meant 7. I said 6. All right. If you go to Dragon Ball Legends and have a level 1 unit, put them in a hyperbolic time chamber and one at Beerus's Planet. So what it and they'll say, you know, some people will say, oh, the Beerus's Planet will give you the highest boost because of the type of training that you're getting there. And I get that. But at the end of the day, to me, hyperbolic time chamber trumps all of it because you can get a year's worth. Imagine spending a year's worth of Beerus Planet in one day. So I'm getting into the rating system, guys, and this is something that's still prominent in Dragon Ball. Everything in Dragon, this is why I told y'all, I did a video about this a long time ago. We may come across it, where I talked about the rating system in Dragon Ball. And I talked about it with some of the DLC saying, guys, we're going to get more moves. We're going to get more transformations and all of that. Because here's why. Everything, all the items and stuff have a star rating. Right now, the meals don't go above a 4-star, a 3-star, I think. Why don't they go to a 7? You know what I'm saying? I think eventually they will. Same thing with our transformations, and I did that as far as the transformations. Right now, Super Saiyan Blue is a 5-star transformation. I think Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken could potentially be a 6-star, Ultra Instinct being a 7, or Omen being a 6, and the other one being a 7. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Let's go forward. We already looked at that. Training items, rarity system. 7-star items. The 7-star items. Okay, so this was right to be left at 6. This is talking about the 7-star items specifically. The 7-star items will only be obtained through wishes from the Dragon Balls. This will provide more usage for the Dragon Balls because right now there isn't none, as well as a special rarity and multiplier to the items, meaning you can only get one item at a time. Also, 7-star items will provide a plus 0.5 to the critical hit stat boost, which will not exceed a maximum of 35%, so as to not give crit hits on every single hit by reaching 100%. Bro, I don't know what the hell I was on when I was writing this, but me going back reading this, I'm like, I know when I wrote this, guys, I put a lot of detail in there. I had a lot of thought into this because I was like, okay, the hitbox, it don't need to be 100. You don't need crit hits on every hit. Dude, that is crazy. I was deep in this. I was balls deep. Pause. Okay, so here's the item multiplier. Okay, and this is based on stars. Okay, 1 star would be a 1.5 times multiplier. Let me pause and read RD's comments. How I thought they can make Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken work in DBZ Kakarot is that you can stack them in the form. If you have Super Saiyan Blue and Kaioken on your transformation, you can use them together. I did a video about that. And in my video, my idea was that you use the surge meter. Like you transform into Super. Yeah, I used it as the surge meter. And I'll probably talk about that here in a second. I'm going to pin that because I can discuss that here in a second. All right. 2 stars will be a 2 times multiplier. 3 stars are 2.5. 4s would be a 3 times multiplier. 5 would be a 3.5. 6 would be a 4. And then 7 would jump all the way to a 5 times multiplier plus the 0.5% to crit stat percent. And that would be a permanent boost. So you can end up with the 7 stars getting a 35% permanent boost to your stats. Bro, this is crazy, man. I need to bring this back out. This is crazy for real. I'm almost impressed by myself writing this out. All right, I'm trying to get to where. Okay, so these are training modes. Training modes. Training modes will affect what stats are boosted based off the mode of training selected. All right, so for melee attacks, in this training, you can only use physical attacks to defeat the opponent. The use of key attacks and blocking is disabled. Dodging is still enabled. Okay, and then the second one, key attack. In this training mode, you can only use key attacks to defeat the opponent. The use of physical attacks and blocking is disabled. Dodge is still enabled. Defensive training. In this training, you can't attack at all. Rather, you can only dodge and block attacks. To pass this training, you have to survive the training for a set amount of time depending on the difficulty of the training. Training in the hyperbolic time chamber will boost all 3 due to the limited usage of the training. Bro, I'm going back reading this, dude. This is ridiculous. I literally have this typed out. Let me see if I have that in my Google Drive still, man. Because if I do, I'll just pull it up here. This is crazy, bro. True train. Oh my gosh. I do. Let me put this here. Okay. I'm gonna do this right here. Right here, bro. This is it. This is the actual file. Okay. I still have it. This is the actual file. So I can look at it on here instead. I still have it. This is crazy. Hold on. Chewing my food. A brother gotta eat. All right, so let me skip this ad. Y'all don't even know ad. All right, true training. Let's get back to it. All right. Talked about the training modes. All right. Here's the deal. Training difficulty levels. Training levels will provide a set boost to skills depending on difficulty. All right. So, number 1 would be beginner, plus 10% to base skill. Number 2 would be intermediate, plus 15% to base skill. Number 3 would be advanced, plus 20. 4, expert, plus 25. 5, god, plus 30. 6, Kai, plus 40. And then 7, angel, plus 50. And the Kai and the god are debatable because Kais are technically guys. I get that. You could just take those out. I mean, it is what it is. Example. Okay. 30 base number points. All right. So let's say you do a training, you get plus 30. All right. Plus, I train on King Kai's planet. So that's a 2 times multiplier. All right. Plus, I use a 7-star item. It gives me a 5 times multiplier. Equals the angel difficulty of a 50%. All right. So what you're looking at, I just did the math. Oh, dang, that's it. All right, that's it. That's the last thing. 30 plus 17 times multiply, because that's what you get in all. What did I say here? You got the 2 times multiplier, but the 7-star item is a 5-star, 5, 6, 7. I don't know where I got 17 from. That's supposed to be 7. Yeah. Actually, I can change that now. There we go. All right, and it saves. Awesome. All right, so 30 plus the 7 times multiplier. And the 7 times total multiplier comes from training on King Kai's planet, gives that 2 times. And then using a 7-star training item gives that 5 times multiplier. All right, equals 210. All right, total XP or whatever, total points. All right, plus that 50% multiplier. All right, and that comes out to a total of 315 points. Guys, I know you may look at that and say, wow, 315 points for one training session towards whatever. All right. You got to think about it like this. I made this to be directly in par with the food items, because right now in the game, the biggest food item boost that you can get is 300%. Or not 300%, plus 300. So you can get a plus 300 stat boost to say your melee or something like that. Does that make sense? So in seeing that and knowing that, that's why that number is 315. And that's why I use these percentages and all of that to come to that conclusion. So that's the example once again, that puts that all in perspective. So I have the 30 base number increase for whatever training I'm doing. All right. And then and then I'm training on King Kai's planet, so I get a 2 times multiplier. And I use a 7-star training item, it's a 5 times, and I'm using it on the angel difficulty, which gives you a plus 50%. All right. Con said, what's the point of training when your level cap, what's up, good vibes? When your level cap gets reset just by playing the DLC. It's in-game. This is for like in-game content in the main game. And guess what? They can put this same training element into all the DLCs. Okay. I made this strictly to replace eating to level up your character's stats, because to me that's a bunch of bull. It is the worst thing they could have done to the game. Okay. But that's why I have that there, to replace eating in the game. So yeah, history of Trunks. It doesn't make sense for. I mean, listen at your question though. What point of training when your level cap gets reset? Why does the level cap get reset? It didn't get reset in the Battle of Gods. It carried over into Fukasa no L. Our character level got reset in History of Trunks because we hadn't touched those characters before. Does that make sense? It got reset in Bardock because we ain't touched those characters before. All right. And guess what? In DLC 5, more than likely, it's going to get reset then as well because it's going back in time. Does that make sense? Any news on DLC 5? DLC 5, no news right now. Dragon Ball GT DLC is not happening anytime soon. Especially since Dragon Ball Z Kakarot is supposed to be realistic. Right. So in DLC 5, we're playing as Goku before the events of Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. All right. So guess what? More than likely, our character levels are going to reset. Training is better than eating, but wouldn't that make the game easier? No. No, it wouldn't. Here's why. Well, okay, here's the deal. Leveling up doesn't make the game easier necessarily. Leveling up automatically boosts your stats to a certain degree. But if you want the game to stay difficult, don't eat. Because eating is going to raise your base stats. I.e., this type of training, it does the same thing as eating. It just replaces eating. So if right now, for example, Kun, if you go into that Golden Frieza fight, level 300 fight, go into it with Gohan or Piccolo at level 300, or even Trunks for that matter. All right? You're not going to do as well in that fight as it would against if you use Goku or Vegeta at level 300. Reason why is because your battle power. What affects your battle power? Your base stats. So with that being said, your level is not so much as relevant as your base stats are. Okay. So to answer your question, training is better than eating, but wouldn't it make the game easier? That's up to you. If you want the game to be easier, train more. If you want the game to remain difficult, don't train at all. Just like now in the game, you don't have to eat meals. You don't have to do this training. This is all optional stuff. You get what I'm saying? So if you want the game to be easier now, don't eat. Because if you eat, you're going to get stronger and the game's going to be easier. That's what they meant whenever they told us about leveling up. And remember I said when the game first came out, I don't know if you remember, but before the game ever came out, when they talked about leveling, they literally said, if you want the game to be harder, you can level up your character. If you want the game to be easier, you don't have to level up your character. And I didn't understand it at the time because I was like, wait, the game forces us to level up. That's not what they were referring to. What they were referring to was us eating in the game to increase our base stats. And by doing that, it makes your character stronger. Therefore, the game becomes easier. If you want the game to be harder, don't eat at all. Because now your character is just going to be level 300. They're going to be what they are. You get what I'm saying? So that's the answer to that. When do y'all think Tenkaichi 4 is releasing? 2024. I think fall of 2024. Either going to release in October or November. The soonest it would release would be January or February of next year. So yeah, this is real cool that I still had that. Pretty cool stuff. I don't know what my end game idea was. And another ad. Yeah. Basically, you don't have to do that. So you know what I'm saying? So it to me, what it does, it's not so much that it makes the game easier. It makes it so that, to me, it's just in-game content. It's in-game, something to do. Because right now there's nothing to do. I would much rather fly around and train and collect stuff that would benefit me in that training to achieve something rather than fly around collecting deer and carrots and milk just to go sit down and make one meal with Chi-Chi. You know what I'm saying? I got to continually eat where the game is made for you to be flying around fighting and stuff. What am I saying here? Guys, we don't know what all is. Well, let me rephrase that. We need to discuss the major update that they have planned for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, because there could be another update just like we got 1.11. So I don't want to say the upcoming update. I want to say specifically which update I'm referring to. I'm referring to the update that's going to bring the card game to Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. The reason I want to bring that up is not because of so much the card game, but because more or less, guys, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot is lacking serious in-game content. And I think that, you know, I don't even remember what I said about the in-game. It could have led into the training. I really don't feel like watching all that video or even more of it. Look at that. Game of the Year potential. I was right about that. It wasn't Game of the Year, but it had potential. What Dragon Ball Z Kakarot can take away from the moral arc. That's a good video we should all watch. Why some requests don't make sense for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Like, here's the deal. Back when this game was Project Z, that is a pretty annoying thing to do. I gave me by searching for food and killing deer once. Haha. I gave up because it was so boring. And that's true. You can ask Jilvic, man. Like, to me, that's the worst in-game content you can put in the game. By sitting there, or that's the worst content. Like, I like the idea of eating, but I feel like eating should only do so much. Goku did. If you ask what's Goku's favorite thing to do, people are gonna say train, and after that, eating. You know what I'm saying? He loves to eat, yeah, but why does he get so hungry? Because he trains so much. I don't feel like Kakarot represented Goku eating like they should have. It's highly, highly underwhelming. And to me, that's one of the biggest things. If you added true training, if you added the training method that I implemented, that I had typed up, that alone would keep people still playing the game. And yeah, you get strong enough to one-shot people, but my God, wouldn't it be fun getting there? You know what I'm saying? Like Geovic said, his character getting stronger feels so good. Yeah, it sucks to have to eat and make meals. Like, it's not fun playing the game. You're not getting better at combat in the game. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if you implement the training thing, you're getting better with combat in the game. All right. And then you're also getting better with your character is getting better the whole time. And it's more representative of that. And then, like I said, not to mention, by eating meals, you increase your ki. Like I said in the thing here, eating meals will still increase your ki. And it was still right here. That's what I said at the beginning. Eating will still boost health and ki. What's up, J Marl? Jamarl. I said J Marl. Jamarl. Eating will still boost health and ki, as those are associated with good health, and will also still provide temporary buffs. So eating meals will still give you the temporary buffs. Can't believe I hyped card battles. Bro, I love card battles. I was very clear about card battles. I told people I was excited about it because I like card games like that. I grew up playing Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, card battle games. So I love Card Warriors. It's really fun. I told some of y'all it wasn't going to be y'all's cup of tea. So I didn't hype it up for y'all. I hyped it up for myself. All right. Could we see more playable characters in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot? Yes. The developer said that early on. How to get unlimited power in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Eating meals. That's what that video was about. Okay. Good. I'll come back, but I'm going to go for a bit. I'm probably streaming for about I'll probably get off here about 15 minutes or so. 10, 15 minutes. I'm finna go myself here in a little bit. Got to get my workout on. This is probably hands down my favorite freaking, out of all the thumbnails that I've made in my YouTube history, this Broly one is by far my favorite. Like, that ish is dope. Don't skip arcs in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Are y'all listening? Don't skip it. We don't need to skip anything in Dragon Ball Super, guys. New arc details for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Let's talk Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Bro, that That's my favorite thumbnail. Golly, that is a beautiful, beautiful thumbnail. Can I download that? No, let's download the video. I need that thumbnail. I still got it in my files. That was dope. I love the dimension. Like, you put the background in focus, and then I had Broly like blurred out. Bro, that's dope. All right. New details for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC. How it was Xenoverse 3 would be. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC is broken. Yes, it was. I was not happy about that. Amazing. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC support characters are clutch. They are. Overpowered, by the way. Major unanswered questions in the DLC. I like that Vegeta picture. HQ card game image breakdown. Cardos. That's exactly what it was, man. We was really hungry for content. And a rant. I don't even know what I was ranting about in that video. Probably some Just Saying. I think it was around the time me and Just Saying was kind of beefing. Guys, this is another important video right here. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, who is the target audience? That's important because, you know, a lot of stuff that people don't understand about the game and games in general is because we don't understand the target audience for certain things. Us hardcore gamers are not the target audience for this game. Us who know everything in the world about Dragon Ball are not the target audience. They open the door for us to be able to play it. That's why, like in that in this fight right here, not that one, the Android 20 fight where he talks about Ader. New people to Dragon Ball have no clue who his Ader is, but the OGs we know. You know what I'm saying? That's an homage for us. I need to come back to this. I was supposed to be on this, and I got all the way off in left field. Super Saiyan God, separate character or transformation? Transformation, baby. A New Awakening Part 1, Whis' training, new playable characters. We didn't get that. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot needs transparency. That's because we wasn't getting any information on it. They wasn't telling us nothing. The Gravity Room. Oh, that's a little podcast thing I was doing, I think. $10,000 subscribers 3 years ago, man. It's crazy. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot Super confirmed. And then we are getting it. It's not a lie. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot Fighters inspiration. As I sit here, Slow Plays, and I talk to Slow Plays too. He's another one of the guys that I talk to a lot, or from time to time. New Goku ending update, end of Z gameplay mod. So they've modded. I'm gonna go check out my boy Slow Play here in a second because he got another mod that they've implemented. The mystery box. That's when they sent me the thing. Bandai sent me the thing. See, and look at this. Okay, he says the worst update that they did was they added Tao Papa Pillar and nerfed the Dragon Fist. I was so upset. They changed the animation for the Dragon Fist. That's what I was upset about, man. Like, why did you change the animation for it? It was so dope. Right here, guys, make this happen. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I want GT, guys, and I still want GT because GT is, man, this game would be so, it would be so cool to see CyberConnect 2 tell that story. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot has to grow to live. Bro, oh my gosh, man. 3 years ago when this game came out, this is the stuff that I was talking about, man. I'm telling you, I know exactly what to do to make this game work, make this game last. Now they're starting to release more content for it. GT is a possibility in the future. Dude, this is crazy. Then my review for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot after I finished the game. Feedback for CyberConnect 2. Kakarot Time Machine to the rescue. No, because they botched that up. They botched that up big time, man. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC and hard mode discussion. Bruh! Are y'all seeing this, man? Are y'all seeing this? This was 3 years ago, man. I even said it here. I mean, we knew the game was easy. We said they need to implement a hard mode. I said 3 years ago. What happened 2 years ago? They implemented hard mode. Bro, CyberConnect 2, y'all just holler at your boy, man. Just bring me in. Let me sit in on these meetings of them developing this game. Come on, man. I got some amazing ideas for this. Amazing ideas. And you can tell, look at the thumbnails. These are real old videos. I used to make these thumbnails on my phone, man. Progressive RPG, how to get going in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Kakarot, a new flame ignited. Kakarot is surpassing limits. Most unique feature. New Game Plus. We need it. This is crazy, dude. No sequel, no problem. 100 hours of playtime. Kakarot first review is in. Stop going forward. What is all of this, dude? This is crazy. Kakarot new minor details. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot new trailer reaction breakdown. Okay, so this is before the game came out right here, man. I gave a review score right there. Now, I talked about the review score, that what they reviewed it. The game wasn't even out yet. So all of these videos going forward are before the game ever came out. How would you break down super DLCs if it was a table? I would keep it in order. Universe 6 and 7 tournament. Goku Black Arc. And then with the exhibition tournament, I'm kind of because that is whenever we was introduced to Toppo. So you could either include that in the Tournament of Power arc, or you can make that kind of like a boss battle episode kind of deal. But that's literally it. That's 3 DLCs. Your 3 DLCs right there. Universe 6 and 7 tournament. That's the first DLC. Goku Black Arc, the second DLC. And the third DLC is Tournament of Power. That's, and then after that, if you want to get into Moro and all of them, you can. But at least with those 3 DLCs, you cover the base of Dragon Ball Super. You know what I'm saying? I remember this video right here, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot pre-release review. People bashed the hell out of me because I gave a pre-release. How can you review a game before it come out? Let's watch this, man. I'm gonna check this out.
In 2020,
bro, I get a lot of ads, man. Come on now. I'm tired of waiting for DLC 5. I bought Diablo 4 and I'm enjoying Diablo. I've given up on waiting. I mean, in its core is a fighting game. The developer for the game is CyberConnect 2. If you don't know who they are, they're come the out same eventually. ones who made the Naruto series, the Dot Hack series, as well as Asura's Wrath. They're a very reputable, very credible development company, and this is their first taking on a Dragon Ball Z game, Dragon Ball base game, and as you can tell, it looks phenomenal. Producer is Bandai Namco. So, what story does Dragon Ball Z Kakarot tell? Well, the name kind of gives that away. It's Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. And if you don't know who Kakarot is, that's Goku. That's his Saiyan name. He's a Saiyan who came down to Earth and pretty much changed the world. So the story is going to follow the Z story for the most part. There are some throwbacks to Dragon Ball. There's also some movie references in the game in a sense, but for the most part, the game is telling the story of Z from the beginning of the Saiyan saga against Raditz all the way to the end of the Buu saga fighting Majin Buu. There will also be subquests in the game that will explore unexplored lore in the Dragon Ball franchise. This is backed by the creator of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama himself. Next is gameplay. So there's a lot of gameplay elements in the game, some of which are subquests, training, eating, you have fishing, collectibles, community board, You have original content for the game. You also have DLC planned for the game. And you can even fight dinosaurs. And there's... Okay, so let me pause this. Remember this. John, I remember this too, dude. This is crazy. Con said I have a bad feeling about the Universe 6 vs 7 since it feels like they would make it look like a boss battle episode, and I don't want that. You got to think about this. What's the difference? Let me ask you a question. What's the difference in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament arc and the Universe 6 and 7 tournament arc? There's literally no difference. The entire arc of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, which we're about to get in this next DLC, all the episodes literally occurred aside from Goku's training before the tournament. Once the tournament started, every episode was literally the tournament. They never really left the tournament arena. Universe 6 and 7 tournament, same way. So if they can make this into a story arc, they can make that one into one. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. This is essentially what makes up the game in its entirety, but all these things are very intricate in and of themselves. For starters, the subquest. The subquest consists of you doing different So this is me just giving a synopsis of the game. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot is one of the biggest upcoming anime games for the decades, and in today's video, we will give you a pre-release review of this amazing title from Bandai Namco CyberConnect 2. Maybe some of the comments. Please subscribe also if you haven't. If you haven't gotten the game, what's holding you back? When did I make this? This game was made, I made this video December 29th of 2019. So this was before Kakarot came out. Of course. I'm so glad you're doing this. People still don't know much about this game, and they didn't because Bandai did a suck job doing this. Glad I'm live. Me too, dude, because I was going to make a video today, and I'm like, bro, this ain't it. Power, you're not allowed to heal, correct? Huh? Hold on, let me read your previous comment. I didn't give up on it. I'm still going to play it, but I need something to tie me over. I need something. So what if we got it and we work to build Goku and Vegeta in a way where they can heal naturally with the Surge mode? They actually can heal naturally with the Surge mode. It with Super Saiyan Blue, actually not even with Super Saiyan Blue, there is a know-how skill called something medicine. I can't think, something medicine. But what it does is whenever you go Surge mode, it restores your ki. This kind of DBZ game I wanted for 20 years. I predict this game will be 93% as good as the true DBZ fans hope for. Oh yeah, it's still a good game. Oh, I got key moments. When did YouTube start doing this? I didn't put key moments in here. When did YouTube start doing that? That's pretty cool. Look at training. Next is training. You can't have a Dragon Ball game without training. However, the difference between Dragon Ball Z Kakarot's training and previous Dragon Ball game maybe I did put training is that training in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot is actually beneficial. And this is super awesome because when you look at the most recent titles for Dragon Ball Z games or Dragon Ball games, like Xenoverse, like Dragon Ball Fighters, even back in the Budokai series, training was simply just a mode for you to practice your skill set and abilities and things of that nature. I want to go to longevity. Game's longevity, because we know this is real important, man. On the surface, all of this. Hold on, let me read this real quick. It's called self-medication. There we go. Would the 20 month of power prevent us from using that build? Would the tournament of power prevent us from using that build? I don't think so, because it's a know-how skill. It ain't gonna affect you in the tournament of power, because you gotta think the whole premise behind the tournament of power is to either knock out your opponent. You got to knock them out the ring. So no, it wouldn't. I don't see no conflict of interest in that. Sounds amazing, but it does no good if after you beat the game there's nothing left. Well guys, I got some great news for you. At the end of the game, after beating the main story, you're still going to be able to do side quests. As a matter of fact, there's going to be more side quests to open up, there's going to be tougher enemies to defeat, and the game already has a season pass DLC plan mapped out. Boy, was I wrong. I wasn't completely wrong on that. What I was wrong about was, yeah, there was more subquests that opened up. There was harder enemies to beat. But after that, it was nothing. Nothing. And I even did a video about endgame. I can't even remember where it's at. It's in here somewhere, where I talked about the endgame and how the game won't survive if it doesn't have a true endgame. So, real cool stuff. Training room versus training grounds. Oh my gosh. They should have watched that video. physical training discussion. They should have watched these videos, man. Kakarot dual mode rumor. That was a bad rumor. Android 21 news. Kakarot can villains become playable? And there was this. I remember this video here where I was talking about this. Can't believe you hyped up side quest. No, it was the side quest here. I like the side quests. They give you some backdrop. Now, they didn't live up to my. I did. I hyped them up. I did do that. I thought they were going to be so much more than what they were, but they wasn't. They wasn't. Oh man, is there a new DLC 5 release? Not yet. It ain't out yet. That's why I think one day we will be able to use the villains, because even when they do attacks, it shows the attack and it shows the star that their attack is. And that's what I talked about in this video, because I don't know why they would do that if we wouldn't be able to use it. And that's what I talked about in that video, guys. So, hey, one day when they make villainous enemies or villains playable, just know that 3 years ago, before Dragon Ball Z Kakarot ever came out, DM Gaming talked about it. I'm telling you, dog, I was the first to talk about a bunch of this stuff. Some of the people in the comments earlier talking about, oh, these guys been predicting. Nah, bro. I have literally predicted the majority of this stuff before the game ever dropped. No news of it so far, man. I promise once it is, I'll let y'all know, but nothing so far. I think I just got a notification President Rose just dropped the video too. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot quick time events, cutscene must-haves that we did not get. We got the cutscenes, no quick time events. But the reason why is because they want you to pay attention to the scene rather than having to push and mash buttons. There's no need for a Dragon Ball Z Kakarot 2. The game is already perfect. All they need to do is just keep at. I agree. Add DLC, do some quality of life updates, and you really don't need a new game. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot uncut, Raditz gameplay. Ooh, Nom subquest. Potential hours of playtime. Battle damage discussion. We didn't get that. We didn't get that at all. What is the time machine for? Wait, what? Because remember in the V-Jump, they was talking about the time machine, and it was supposed to be available at launch, but it wasn't. And they put it out later, but by that time, it didn't serve a purpose at all. No purpose at all. New support characters and a time machine. Kakarot intro reaction. New in-game info and support characters. Dragon Fist subquest. What are our know-how skills? In-game open world requests. Yes, because they said that the game wouldn't be open world, but my request was that after you beat the game, could you make it open world? Because the reason they didn't want it open world from the start is because with an open world game, you can go anywhere. And so what they were afraid of was that people, like, you would go to Namek and you've never been there. How would you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So it makes sense. I don't even know what that is. Kaioken versus Super Saiyan. Kakarot Super is coming. That is insane, dude. And this was before the game came out. What did I talk about in that? Let me see that. It's probably an ad.
And the next
hey, look at that, an ad. Rose be killing me with his color commentary, but sometimes his videos be clickbait. Nah, he got great commentary. The dude he can hold your attention.
That's good, YouTube. DM Gaming here. Hope everybody had.
And I'm like, okay, well, if they go up to 4-star, what's stopping them from going up to 5-star? Right here, guys, this video, this is what I was saying. Remember earlier in the video, in the stream, I was telling y'all that I did a video talking about the stars and why I predicted that we would get like Super Saiyan Blue and stuff. This video was done December 13th of 2019. This was about a month before the game ever came out and several months before we ever even got not Super DLC, but Goku, the Super Saiyan Blue and stuff transformation. You know, what's stopping them from going up to 6-star? You know, stuff like that. So those things are what, oh my gosh, guys, those things are what interest me. Those things are what kind of, in my opinion, point towards something greater. So I want to take a look at something really quick. So this is it's paused from the video that I posted the other day. And guys, I actually paused it right on this, and this is perfect for this video because it's exactly what I want to cover. So here I have it paused on Goku's Limit Breaker Kamehameha. And you can see over here, well, there we go. Well, Dragon Fist, it doesn't matter. Let's go back. So that was on the Limit Breaker. Here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 stars there. There's a 4-star there. There's a 4-star there and there because they tie into this 4-star. And then even the name of this move, which it's a 3-star attack, but it's his Limit Breaker Kamehameha, upgraded form of the Super Kamehameha. The user surpasses conventional limits for a decisive one-hit super attack. And this is something, guys, that we hear in reference to super. Surpasses conventional means, surpasses conventional limits, limit breaker, limit breaker, limit breaker. You know, we didn't really hear terms like that in Dragon Ball Z. Also, with the star rating going up to 4, it is a very real possibility that eventually we can get to the point where we have 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star. Do y'all hear that, man? Like, this is crazy. This was before the game ever came out, yo. And I guess because I had covered the game for so long at this point that everybody else was still dealing with the new information, and I'm sitting here dissecting, hey, that's 3 stars. Dragon Ball always big on 7 stars. That's why, guys, we're going to get attacks and stuff that go up to 7 stars. We're going to get things, we're going to get food items that go up to past 4-star and stuff. That stuff is going to happen. That stuff is going to happen. Why would you put 1 star and not go up to 7? Spoilers, that was the thing they showed off. I had to do a review for that Turtle Beach, Mike. What if scenarios? Are they showing too much? I did this video talking about because guys, they literally showed all the trailers. Bro, is this the DLC? No, it's not. No, this ain't the DLC, bro. We've been streaming for like 4 hours. We had that discussion way earlier. No, the DLC ain't out. It's not out yet. The title says the truth about DLC 6. DLC 5 is not out yet. Us that are they showing too much? You know what I'm saying? Why Xenoverse fans are upset. No, I'm playing. Support character breakdown. My main concern. I don't even remember what my main concern was. It's probably in game. My main concern was like that. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, you need to know what you need to know before you buy. What we know so far. Character, progression, trailer, translation. Z-Orb information, balance and leveling depth. Should there be a demo? I just wanted to play it. I was like, yeah, give us a demo. In-game revealed. Yeah. The Gohan to my Piccolo. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Kid Buu discussion. This is interesting.
Mr. Clean.
Oh my gosh.
Through tough messes. Makes it look
Come on,
like
man.
I spent hours cleaning. No, I didn't.
Here come another ad.
Genshin Impact is an open.
Genshin Impact is a fun game. I enjoy Genshin Impact.
What's good, YouTube? DM Gaming here, guys. And today I want to talk about Kid Buu. So y'all seen the... I guarantee you we're going to get it. If not this month, then for sure during Jump Fiesta next month in December. For sure.
I
guarantee Kid Buu. We don't have gameplay of Kid Buu yet, but I guarantee you we're going to get it. If not...
Hey, we did get it too. I don't know if we got it when I said we was going to get it, but we got it.
This month, then for sure during Jump Fiesta next month in December. Now, some people have asked the question, you know, are they showing off too much of this game? No, they're not. I'm going to be honest. I mean, they're showing the story because we already know the story. But guys, as far as things to do in this game and content, we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. I mean,
Hey, let me tell you something, Con. Getting ads in every video is not a bad thing. For me.
They're not. No developer is going to show you all of the game. So the fact that they're showing us the stuff that they are really leads me to believe that there is a ton more.
Skip forward. We need to hear more about Kid
Buu.
Buu.
That world tournament at the end. So is Uub going to be a part of the game? Could he be one of those playable characters? that you unlock,
Hold on, let me back up because I think I'm getting
mechanics. And also, how strong do you think he's gonna be? Even in some instances. So,
hold on, man, because I think this video gonna be hitting on something. I don't even remember making this video. This is one of those videos I told you I don't remember making. I mean, I clearly made it as me talking, but I personally feel they should increase the transformation slots. Add 2 more slots so we can keep the transformation that was in Super so we don't have to keep switching them out. I like that idea. I mean, you could, but what buttons would you map them to? You know what I'm saying? You'd have to map them to some more buttons. Not to mention if you use your, and I know people don't want to do this, but if you use your auto transformations. So for example, technically, if you utilize your auto transformations correctly, you can get an extra transformation slot. So, for example, I can put Kaioken as my auto Kaioken in my know-hows, and then I can go Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, and then God or Blue or whatever in my transformation slots. If you utilize your know-how, you can get an extra transformation slot. Basically, is what I'm saying.
How strong is he going to be? What are they going to be the game mechanics? These are things that I'm wanting to know. So let me know that in the comment section down below. How do you think the fight with Kid Buu is going to be? Do you think it's going to be tough? Do you think that he's going to have these game-breaking mechanics? And also, how strong do you think he's going to be? Then the question raises about Uub, and people are wondering, because if they're going off the anime and the manga, Uub is a part of that at the end during the tournament.
Too bad we didn't get him till next DLC.
That world tournament at the end. So is Uub going to be a part of the game? Could he be one of those playable characters that you unlock, Excuse me, I had to yawn. It's early for me, y'all. Just finished my paper out. Is Uub going to be one of those characters that you unlock from beating the game? And I really think that he possibly could be. I don't see why he wouldn't. Now, as far as him being a playable character, I mean, he would just have to do a bunch of side missions considering there's no story for him aside from GT. Now, it's going to get the GT fan base riled up and saying, yeah, that's the reason GT should be in the game, to continue Uub's story and things like that, but I don't see that happening. But
which it didn't happen.
You never know. You never know. I mean, this game does have original content. The DLC is going to have 2 new original stories or episodes, so that is something that's similar to subquests, is basically what it is, that are specifically created for this game, and we don't know the
What did I just tell y'all right there? This was before the DLC came out. That's why people was flipping out like, oh my gosh, the DLC is so short. I knew before the game came out because I understood what a boss battle episode was. It's essentially a glorified subquest. Guys, this is before the game ever dropped. This was November 14th of 2019. I was on it, man, because by this time I'd already been covering the game for a year.
Details behind it and what it entails, but it's a possibility. I mean, it could be Uub related, it could be Dragon Ball Super related, it could just be an extension of Dragon Ball Z related, kind of like
that boy is spitting. You hear what I just said?
Like some Dragon Ball Super related, it could, but it's a possibility. I mean, it could be Uub related.
We talking about DLC.
Details behind it and what it entails, but it's a possibility. I mean, it could be Uub related, it could be Dragon Ball Super related, it could just be an extension of Dragon Ball Z related, kind of like some things that people have always asked, like what came.
I really don't want to see GT and Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, but if they do, I hope they implement it in a way that makes some sense. I'm like, nah, trust me, you want GT and Kakarot, because think about this. Who's going to show and tell the story of GT better than Cyber Connect 2? Nobody.
Of things, and what happened between that time frame, so it's definitely open as to what they can do. But that's the thing that I think about, when I'm seeing these screenshots of Kid Buu, and they're going to show a trailer. We know we're going to.
That's pretty cool, man. I was talking about that stuff before the game came out. Power scaling, yay! Great one. Great one. In-game discussion. Oh, look at that. Kakarot be better than we think. Cut. Movie character discussion. Super DLC. 3 years before the game. This is before the game ever came out. Your boy DM Gaming was talking about it, man. I think anybody would have talked about that, though, because Super was already out by that time. Actually, they'd already even finished. I think Super ended in 2015, was it? Maybe? Can't remember. Okay. The only guy I found talking about Dragon Ball Z Kakarot months before it was launched and did an awesome job afterwards. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, like when this game was first announced, I mean, you had Rhymestyle make a video, Syriax, Afro, but they didn't cover the game. I was literally the only person covering the game. About Dragon Ball Z Kakarot 3 PlayStation. Ooh, you bought it 3 times? Bandai says thank you. Boo Arc trailer breakdown. Training grounds discussion. They didn't do it how I wanted them to do it. New info, Majin Vegeta free roam. Yeah, that was pretty cool. We could do that a little bit. Alright, guys, look at this. Vegito playable character concerns me. That's crazy. Okay, so y'all remember that Vegito video that I showed y'all all the way back up there? This is where that originated from. Okay. And in this video, this is what I talked about. I literally talked about how it doesn't make sense to make him a playable character. And people gave me hell for that. But what I was saying was, there's a difference between being able to play with a character and a character being playable. A playable character is somebody that you can fly around the map with. That's the definition of what Kakarot sees as a playable character. Vegito is not a playable character in that sense. You can play with him, but he's limited only being used inside of battles. And people was so upset at me about that. But I'm like, bruh, come on, bruh. You did a great job on coverage of this game for years, my friend. You didn't clickbaiters. You didn't give us false hopes or accusations. You did wonderful, my man. I appreciate you. Man, I appreciate y'all. Imagine Goku Black in 62 cutscene. Bruh, who you telling, Con? I'll tell you, that's why I said with GT, trust me, you want them to do that. Can you picture? Oh, man. So, yeah, that's what these Vegeta videos was about. I don't know what this one 3 minutes long. That's not that long. Oh, my gosh. Come on, man. I like the ads, but not when I'm trying to show to the people. You get what I'm saying?
Can't be too loud because I'm still at work. I'm still at the school. And
I was at work when I made this video, bro. Oh my gosh, that's back at the other school I used to work at.
In some of the other rooms, so I apologize for that. But I wanted to touch on the Vegito being a playable character thing for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Now, I was wrong, man. I was wrong because they actually made him a playable character, which, like I said, I don't feel like they should have done that because of the way that he is as a character. I feel like they should have went the route to where he's only playable with that fusion in that particular mission.
Dude, this is crazy because I didn't know how right I actually was. This is before the game came out. This is before they announced the whole Gotenks. Guys, this is before the Kakarot ever even came out. So when they was talking about him being playable, which they really wasn't, they showed it in a trailer. They showed us fighting Kid Buu or fighting Buu as Vegito. And people was like, oh my gosh, he's going to be playable. He's going to be playable. And I'm like, I just don't see how that's going to work. Because like I said, I've been following the game for a year. So I understood where they was going and how they was making this game. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Turns out I wasn't wrong. I was actually right. Vegito isn't playable the way people thought. They thought they'd be able to fly around the map and transform as Vegito, and they couldn't.
However, they decided to make him playable, which I understand why they did it, is because with the playable characters, you have to level them up. And so that allows you to level Vegito up as a character. And they could be taking a page out of Legacy of Goku with that. But I digress. So he's going to be playable, so that means you're going to be able to do side quests and stuff like that with him now.
I was wrong on that. You really wasn't. But that ain't, like I said, you can tell from what I said earlier in the video, That's not how I thought they were going to make him playable.
And the thing about being a playable character is, doesn't make him playable the entire game. It just means at that particular point when he's available in the anime, he's going to be playable in the game.
I was right about that.
But be that as it may, you're still going to be able to do side quests and stuff like that with him.
I was wrong about that.
Interesting to see what side quests and things like that.
And you can tell by the way that I'm talking, so much so, guys, that I even made this video after that about the concerns, because it just did not sit right with me. And it turns out that I was right, that he wasn't playable the way that people thought he was going to be playable. I wrestled with that so much. I got so much hell from saying that. Oh, you're wrong, DM. He's playable. No, he's not. Not the way that y'all thought he was. So I ended up being the one right about that. Boots on the ground combat. Once again, before the game ever came out, I let people know we ain't gonna be able to fight on the ground, buddy. Go click on that. See what I was talking about in that video.
Sick of all the ads.
Y'all, we just now talking about ads, and that was the first ad to pop up, ad killer. It ain't gonna kill YouTube ads, though. Not like that. It doesn't work that way.
DM Gaming here, guys, and today we want to talk about Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Same topic you talked about. Mostly because people are new to the channel and they just don't know the ground. And that bothers some people. To me, it doesn't bother me. See, if you notice right there, before Goku took off, his feet touched the ground. And it's just...
Okay, I remember this video now. So in this video, people was upset because they're like, oh, all the fights take place in the air. I didn't like it either, but I was like, bro, when you think about it, Xenoverse, how many of y'all actually stay on the ground and fight in Xenoverse? Go right now. Matter of fact, let's type in Xenoverse 2. Bruh. Look at it. I'm gonna just click on the short. These videos, if you go through and look up Xenoverse 2, you're not gonna find people fighting on the ground. See? They fighting in the air. What about this one? Oh my God. They're fighting in the air. What about this one? Would you look at that? Guys, you're not going to be able to go to YouTube and see a Xenoverse 2 fight where they're fighting on the ground the entire time. And that's what I was saying in that video, is like, it doesn't really bother me that much, because although I would like it, it didn't bother me that much because we pretty much fought on the ground. I mean, in the air all the time in Xenoverse. The fight may start out on the ground. Yes, you can take it to the ground, but you pretty much fighting in the air the whole time. No multiplayer. We still don't want that. Not in that capacity. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Where are the content creators? Because I'm like, bro, people are not talking about this game enough. Which Romstar wasn't big on Kakarot. He really didn't like Kakarot. And I guess the other ones didn't either. And maybe they didn't promote it so much on their channel because it was more of a single player game. And multiplayer games was all the rage. Demo details. Kakarot sets the bar higher for Dragon Ball games. Instant transmission. I talked about that being in the game. They didn't put it in the game. I made that video. I mean, my thumbnail on my computer. I mean, on my phone, actually. Interesting video right here. Unique boss fight mechanics. 3 years ago, I did this. Okay, Curtis says, I wish they would fix it to where if you equip every Super Saiyan know-how or whatever ones you want to run with, that it doesn't drain your energy when you transform. Because Goku already mastered that. You know what? I'm going to try that. Because one thing that I always wondered was, okay, why do they allow us to, because you can equip multiple know-hows for the Saiyan transformations. I'm wondering if you equip the other ones, will it do that? I'm going to try that when I get off the stream. But yeah, so right here, I talked about the boss fight mechanics. And you see I have Yakon featured here. Why? Because Yakon had an interesting game mechanic. And guess what? They put those game mechanics in the game. The boss fights were really cool in that regard, that they can absorb your ki. Yakon is actually where I learned how to cancel out of my super attacks. And I remember playing the game on live stream and people was like, whoa, wait, how did you do that? And I was like, this is how you beat Yakon. If you fire in a blast and you notice they're absorbing it, you can cancel it. May cost you some ki to do it, but you can do it. Pui Pui in that mix. Bandwagon, baby. The season pass, new arc, Majin Buu, trailer, Tokyo Game Show 2019, release date change. I was so upset when they changed the release date on that game, man. Because I was so ready for it, man. I was so ready for it. Skill tree, the deepest Dragon Ball game ever, which it really is when you think about it. Story-wise, what game tells the story deeper than that, you know? DLC, same thing. I talked about it again. Top 3 DLC. You saw this video way up there, probably a year ago. There's some GT, Super, and Dragon Ball. I really wish that they had stuck with that, you know? Playable character discussion. PyCon, bro. That's a missed opportunity to me. Goku's time, in other words, a big missed opportunity. Buu Saga confirmed, and then people was like, it hadn't been confirmed yet. It's like, all right, bro. They gonna do it. And they did it. And they did it. Romstal talking about, I was real upset when they invited him to show off the game. Y'all remember Bandai Namco did that live stream where Romstal went and showed it off? And I wasn't hating against Romstal. I was just upset because I was like, bro, I have single-handedly been covering this game for over a year. Did way more videos on it than Romstal. Got more views collectively on them. And I was like, I felt like, man, it'd been cool for them to invite me over. Now, I was young and dumb and naive and didn't understand how business worked in that aspect. Me at the time, not even having 10,000 subscribers. Romstal, meanwhile, over 100,000 at that time. He's got over 1 million now. But it was one of those deals where it's like, bro, it's a marketing thing. He has a bigger reach. They want to market the game. They want a face people know. You know what I'm saying? Android Saga confirmed. New V-Jump scans, Android Saga. And see, that's what I was pointing to right there. I'm like, bro, and people was like, no, DM. No, bro, I know what I'm talking about. Non-Dragon Ball fans' perspective of Dragon Ball Z. That was a Huggable Hipster, man. I wonder if she remember that video. DN Neo, I remember him, man. Me and him did that video together. He wanted to do a video. Put this in the game now. Gameplay features. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot on PlayStation 5. Legendary. Enter the Cell games. Power levels. Bruh. What is that? History of Trunks pre-order bonus. Hold up, man. Hold up. What is this? Use 80% less water. Let me find out we predicted the history of Trunks before we ever Hold up, man.
Have you heard about this?
Bruh, come on, man.
Once you see it, you must have it. There's no...
It's the Prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta.
Oh man, I remember I used to do these intros.
Gaming's channel. You can follow him on all these social media platforms: PlayStation, Twitter, Twitch, and Instagram. He's also on Facebook at DMGaming06. Thanks for watching the video. Dragon Ball Z Clown drops early 2020. Now on with the video.
My Vegeta impersonation is much better now.
Vegeta, but we talking about Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, guys. And we got some new slides, so I'm going to just let them roll, and we'll talk about them, guys. Also, before we get into that, though, don't forget to join looking at that tree in the background. I'm assuming that's in Dynamic. Or he's blocking a blast from Gohan. Maybe he has some other things, and then it goes back to the start.
I'm trying to get to this pre-order bonus.
Guys, I'm super excited about DLC. I think that it would be pretty cool, but I want to expound on that because it's not so much Trunks being DLC. In my opinion, it's more, or not DLC, but like a pre-order bonus. I think that it would be really, really cool if, and this is coming from Blue Alpha, this is what he said in the comments, I think it would be an exclusive playable character. Because Trunks only has a few memorable fights, we will probably only play as him in certain battles rather than play as him.
Oh, okay. So this video is from whenever they data mined the game and they found Trunks' files in there. And that's when they was talking about the history of Trunks. Because and then they actually ended up being right. At one point I was like, nah, DLC 3 isn't going to be history of Trunks. But it was. This was way before the DLCs even dropped. I was like, oh, it's for Trunks. Confirm playable characters. Kakarot scans for playable characters. And support characters. I'm good. Geek concerns. Not a confirmation. Debunk Boo Sucker confirmation screenshot. Cell Saga not confirmed for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Yeah, and at that point it was not a confirmation. So, all right. Bad marketing, yeah, because they never told us anything. DLC plans revealed. I was on it back then, dude. I was freaking on it. In-game content. See this in this video 4 years ago. 4 guys, like, bro, I don't think people quite understand. This video was done June 18th of 2019. The game came out 2020. I was already talking about in-game content, how important it is to the game. Automatic combos, that's something that I'm glad they didn't do. Combos not automatic, because that's what people thought. Because we just saw the 1-button layout for the stuff, and they was like, oh, it's going to be automatic combos. Later on, they confirmed, no, it's not automatic. So it was real cool. Right expectations, bruh, it's crazy. I've been talking about expectations since before this game came out. Will there be a verse mode? No. Bandai live stream, what happened? This is the one that Ronstar was on. I was like, bro, he did not do a good job of showing this game, which he didn't. It ain't nothing against him. I just knew I could have showed it better. But I'm pretty sure it was probably some stuff that they didn't let him talk about and stuff. Because I even remember they went to fight like the villainous enemies and stuff like that. But and then right here, guys, the beautiful day, the day that changed the world. Kakarot trailer released at the Xbox showcase. I want to say at E3. Yep, it was at E3. Title leak. Dragon Ball Z, Project Z. I think the title leak was actually right. They actually predicted it right. It was going to be Kakarot. Because people was like, wait, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, they were saying like, oh, it's Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. That don't make sense. And then you know what's crazy? Is when they first said that, I was like, bro, that's stupid. That's a dumb name. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. That don't even make sense. But now it's normal. It just rolls off the tongue. Is that actually what that video was about? These are some old videos, man.
Ordinary dish soap.
4 years seems like... It's crazy. It doesn't seem that long ago, but it does. As far as videos, because we've made a ton of videos. Oh, we got another ad coming. This live stream more ads than it is.
Okay, what's good, YouTube? Andre here with the DM Network.
DM Network, DM
Gaming.
Gaming.
The DM Gaming, but regardless, Andre here with the DM Network, y'all. Today I have a rumored leak about Dragon Ball game Project Z.
Let's see what it was.
Stay tuned for that. But before we get into all of that, y'all know I want to get through this real quick. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button, turn on notifications so you don't miss a single upload. We've done a ton of content on this game. We're doing live stream button, Instagram one as well, so be on the lookout for that. Next, for me in Central Time, that's going to be about 3 o'clock, 2 to 3 o'clock, somewhere in there. I think it's 3 o'clock. Because right now it's like 2 hours ahead. But anyway, and then we have Ubisoft's press conference on Monday, Nintendo's on Tuesday, and on Wednesday at 12 o'clock, it was highlighted, and this was sent to me, Dragon Ball game Project Z. Now, people are going to GameSpot's thing, and they're saying that it's not there. It's very well possible that this could have been edited, because after all, it's highlighted in red, unless whoever sent this out to people highlighted in red so that it would be shown like, look, Dragon Ball Project Z. So take that with a grain of salt.
Take it with a grain of salt. Let's get to the nitty gritty.
But look at the coming soon. GameSpot's website now, it's not there at the 12 o'clock. But if you notice, Xbox, PS4, Xbox One, and PC would finally talk about him and therefore have a definitive name.
So the leak was right. The leak was definitely right. That it did end up being Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. That's crazy.
Highlighting the name of Saiyan born by son Goku. So, and this leak is about what is today in the Microsoft press conference, if I'm not mistaken. But like I said, this
That's
is
crazy.
from a French website. People are starting, this news is starting to spread around the internet. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, which if that is the name, that is a fitting name if it is the story of Goku.
Oh, so I did like the name.
It does sound pretty awkward, but at the same time, it is what it is. Now I'm to the point, like I said, I'm getting mixed emotions. If it's entitled Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, then it's the story of Goku. So is he going to be the only playable character?
That was a big deal.
I said, if you read, reading what is,
I think I was the one that like I found that information. I forgot, because like I told you, I used to search this stuff all the time, and I shared that first. Like, and people start really putting that out there. It's crazy that video only got 1,000 views. Well, no, it's not at that time. Maybe no E3, but it was there. Oh my gosh, so hype. And then all of these videos. Here's the one I was telling y'all about. Dragon Ball game Project Z, Kid Vegeta, a Dragon Ball game project. What if Kid Vegeta story, guys? Before we ever had a title for this game, I did a video about playing with Kid Vegeta. They did it. And like, even in this video, I think I talked about it not being a very long story because, we don't know much, but still, like, that's crazy, ain't it? That is crazy. Prologue. I think I got that mixed up. Ain't the epilogue is the first, the prologue is after? I can't remember. I don't know. True Stamina in Espanol. But this right here was really cool. Matter of fact, we click on that, man. Probably gonna get an ad. Oh my gosh, I'm getting paid today, ain't I?
Makes it look like I spent.
We continue to think of an awesome idea for the Dragon Ball series. Sorry for no videos past days. We'll get back on schedule. Bro, I've been notorious for that. Looking back at these videos, I take a lot of breaks. A game from Vegeta is killed.
What's good, YouTube? Andre here with the DM Network. Y'all have to first off apologize. I hadn't uploaded videos in about 3 days.
Oh, 3 days. Oh my gosh. I'm thinking like a month.
And Vegeta as a kid. Because I've been watching Dragon Ball, and Dragon Ball has been very, very interesting, very, very fun to watch.
Bro, that's crazy, man. That was before the game ever had a title. I talked about that. Photo mode right here. No photo mode in the game. We need one. Prologue is first, epilogue is after. Okay, so I was right about that. Okay, that's good. Appreciate that. No open world. It's over 500,000. Iconic story, motivation. I think this is the video that I talked about with Dado, like when he talked about doing videos for a year and stuff. That's what I was telling you how my motivation came from. Time is everything. Pre-order bonus speculation. Target audience, very important. Combat depth. Bro, this is crazy, man. This is crazy, man. Do details matter? Yo, he didn't have a kanji on the back of his shirt, man. Major what if? Multiplayer. No news is good news. Newbies. What I don't want. Transformations. Guys, and if you go back and watch these older, do I still play Dokkan? Yeah, I've been on it with the new with the 8th anniversary. I'm trying to I summoned like 130 Dragon Stones on that first banner, but I'm like, I don't know if I want to keep doing that or wait till see what the next banner gonna be or whatever. Boss battles, like if you go through and look at a lot of these older videos, bro, I'm telling you, when we was spot on this stuff, we was spot on. End game, I said it in this video. Matter of fact, y'all don't believe me.
What's good, YouTube? Andre here with the DM Network. Y'all, if you're new to the channel,
Today we talk about the post game in Bandai Namco's upcoming Dragon Ball game Project Z. It's a very interesting conversation, and we will for sure be revisiting it because it's something that has to be done right, or it can and will ruin the game experience and longevity. Guys, this video was made February 17th, almost a whole year before Kakarot ever even came out. And I was so right about that. That is true. The game is gonna. I said this a long time ago. If the game doesn't have a good end game, it's gonna suffer. Because I understood how that stuff worked, man. Oh, I muted myself.
today's discussion comes by way of Blue Alpha, which he's been pretty active in the videos. I appreciate the support from all of you, especially Blue Alpha. But what he wanted to discuss, wanted to talk about. He said, I have an idea for a potential video discussion for you post-game, which is a very, very interesting topic, by the way. The post-game, what would post-game be like? You know, that kind of thing. I think that with this sort of game, the post-game features can be really cool. Example, after beating Boo, being able to fly around the map. He said, whenever being able to fly.
All of that stuff is prominent, bro. So much stuff we hit on that. Expectations, leveling up, destructible environments, open world, perfection, unique features. Dude, this is crazy, man. Back down memory lane, man. It kind of gives me the energy to get back on track with this. Does that make sense? The must-haves, you gotta watch that. Key and stamina. Create a character, which I knew that wasn't gonna be in there. That wasn't what that video was about. Man, transformations, graphics, single player or multiplayer. And then, guys, I mean, that was the start. That was the literal start of Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. And this is the very first video. And this will be the last video I'll watch today. But I wanna watch this video, man. I don't even remember what I said. Let's see my mindset back then.
I've got home internet from T-Mobile.
Crazy, man. Come on, man.
Costs $50 at T-Mobile.
All right. Let's see what I was talking about 4 years ago. January 16th. Oh. Okay, so this is crazy. January 16th of 2019. Literally 1 year to the day Kakarot came out. Let's go.
Prince Vegeta, kneel before your god.
What's good, YouTube? Andre here with the DM Network, and y'all, it is a super exciting week to be a Dragon Ball fan. I told y'all in the previous video it was a huge week, a lot of announcements coming out, and now we have the announcement of this Dragon Ball game Project Z action RPG. Excuse me. And I'm super excited about this because it is an action RPG, which says a lot of things. Number one, it's not turn-based like your original RPGs. Action RPGs means that you have full Dragon Ball game Project Z. And we'll be keeping our nose to the ground. I'm telling you, every day I'm looking for new information on this. So you'll be able to follow the DM Network in reference to this game. I know there's some heavy hitters out there such as Romstyle, who's partnered with Bandai Namco, who's going to have information as well. but I just ask for your support. So if you're new here, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, because I promise y'all, whenever I get information, I'm releasing it. And I'm excited for this, man, because we need a new Dragon Ball game. We need one. We need something that's going to be open world, something that's going to be true to Dragon Ball. I'm talking destructible environments. I'm talking key blasts, battles, and things like that, you know. Power scaling. Power scaling is something we haven't had in the Dragon Ball. Now, here's my question. Will this be an open world single player game? Oh my gosh. Or will they try some way to throw multiplayer in it? I don't know. I feel like they should go the single player route with the small option to do some kind of multiplayer, but I kind of hope they leave the multiplayer out, only because they're able to do so much more with the game if they make it a single player game.
And that was
but
true.
We will see later. We know it's coming out. Bandai Namco's publishing it. We don't know the developing studio that's on board just yet, but more information will be announced, and as soon as it is, I promise you we'll be putting it on. Now, in other news, Dragon Ball Fighters, you know, we'll hear more about.
All right, so that's pretty interesting. Now, one thing to note is that this was announced January 16th. When did they first show something about the game? Because the only reason I say that is because, well, it had to have been here. The reveal trailer. I'm just trying to think in terms of Tenkaichi as far as how long could we possibly potentially wait for some of this stuff. But oh well, man, y'all see where it started from, man. Y'all see, you know, could Broly obtain a new form? That's crazy. New Saiyan form. Let me click on this video, man. I'm interested to. Come on, man, with the ads, bruh. Super Saiyan Green. That's what we was talking about. And it's crazy because Vegeta didn't go green. He did get a new form, though. And it was Ultra Ego, which is crazy. He's kind of hit on that. Super Saiyan Blue was already a thing. This was back in 2019. Possible developer for Project Z. That's crazy, man. CC2, baby, and that's who exactly ended up being the developer for the game. Bro, that's crazy, man. That is crazy. Oh, yeah, so I wanted to see real quick, because President Rose uploaded a video. And I wanted to see what he was talking about in his video. Because he's talking about Season Pass 3. 2 hours ago, okay. Let's peep out what Rose talking about real quick.
Kakarot Season Pass 3 is going to be Dragon Ball Super related. Now, this is actually exciting, bruh. It is time for us to finally get something that we want. No shots to the other DLCs, man. Listen, bro, they all are pretty great DLCs, but let's just be honest with each other, bro. We've been getting a lot of random stuff lately, y'all. So it finally feels good to see us get something that we actually want. All right, but before we go ahead and break all that down, my guy, listen, you still got 5. I've been getting a lot of crazy messages, a lot of different type of stuff about people talking about the Super, the GT stuff, the things we talked about. What was it? A couple of months ago when we first went over it, man. It was like around May or something like that. A lot of stuff we was going over, bro, because my boy DBS Chronicles, he leaked out talking about it was going to be some Super content, some GT content. And a lot of people's confused because even though I was confused too, when he was referring to this, y'all, he was talking about DLC 6. No, I'm wrong. He was talking about the next season pass, bro. DLC 6, we already know what DLC 6 is. It is Uub. Uub is the next DLC for anybody that don't know that. But our next season pass is going to be Super and GT related. All right.
No, that's not correct. It's not going to be Super and GT. The post was if it was going to be Super or GT, and it's Dragon Ball Super. Does that make sense? So that's not correct information. Let's go to that post and I'll show y'all. See what we talking about here. See, it always goes to that. It dates back in time. DBS Chronicles. Wait, was that him? Nope. Right here. That's his personal. I don't know if that's his. Is that the same one? Oh, we need to go to media, right? Is it? Okay, this is the one. Yeah, we'll probably have to scroll a little bit to get there, because it's yeah, y'all seen me slow down on that. Hey, lady. Hey, pretty lady. Okay, that's June. Yeah, we got to keep going. So, yeah. What? He said that it was... He wasn't saying Super and GT. DBS Chronicle says Super or GT. And that's just a common mistake. I'm not saying he tripping people up or nothing like that. It's just... Yeah, okay. We still going. Oh, we still in June. We still in June. There ain't no bar or nothing I can slide down on the side, right? Like, come on, man. G. But yeah, that's I wish it was a faster way to find this stuff. Well, it is. I just don't feel like going through all of that right now. So, okay, we are hopefully getting closer. But it's a live stream, so it is what it is. Come on, DBS Chronicles. No, I may have passed it. Well, when did he post that back in? Was that May? I don't think it wasn't June. It was before June. Oh my God, bro. You know what? I'm just gonna... There we go. All right, May 1st. Okay, see, so this is the post that he's talking about. He says here, the next DLC pack of Dragon Ball Z Kakarot will be one of these. So not both of them, one of them. And then he said, note, these logos don't mean the sequel of Kakarot's game. They're just there to represent the next DLC pack, since I can't use any other anime visual for now. And then, okay, so if I had to guess, I'd say Super then GT. Y'all see me right there guessing. That's exactly what it was. He says, and this was a later tweet a couple of weeks ago, because I understood it. And here's the deal. I made this video. I made a video talking about it, and I literally understood it as the next DLC pack. So I'm like, okay, that's going to be DLC Season 3. All right. Everybody else, including, okay, they said it was going to be DLC 6. And I'm like, no, that's not right. So DBS Hype did tweet this out like a couple of weeks ago, and he said there seems to be some confusion. I see DLC 6 isn't from Super. I meant the next DLC pack to be Super. I could have just said DLC 6 if I meant so. In your words, Season Pack 3. That's why I said it won't be a sequel to Kakarot. Sorry for the poor choice of words. In which I told him it wasn't a poor choice of words. People just jump into the conclusions that they want to jump to. Because I looked at it the same way he did. DLC pack meaning a pack, meaning multiple DLCs. Anyway, I don't know why this video is so blurry.
That is going to be our next season pass. For people get that mixed up and stuff like that, like I said, I was confused too, but now
see, so he admits that he was confused about it too. A lot of people was, so it's fine.
Now we finally got it together, bro. For all the people that don't know, our next season pass is going to be Super/GT. All right, just to go ahead and go over
Dread Gang. See, man, we need to link up, bros. We need to link up. We both got dreadlocks, bro. Man, come on, man.
it, man, because y'all remember he tweeted this out not too long ago. It was like around May and June and stuff like that. He tweeted this out talking about the next season pass. Not June. He said May. My fault. In May, he tweeted this out talking about the next DLC pack of DB's Kakarot will be form of one of these and stuff like that. And he came out. He said it was Super. said it was super. Let me see if I can find that tweet.
He did. He wasn't. I don't think he was the one said that. I want to say it was DBS Hype that said that, but he could have been the one that said that too. It should have been in the same. It should have been in the same tweet where he revealed that it was super. Bro, don't question the GOAT. Don't question the GOAT like that, bro. I thought he had came out and told us. It probably wasn't. I thought it was on that same thing. Oh, well, I'm sure Rose finna pull it up. So
He said it was super. So let me go ahead and find that tweet. Now I'm still a little bit confused, y'all. Let me go ahead and do this. My fault. I'm a little unprepared, my guy. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be like that sometimes.
Let me go ahead and do this real quick, y'all. Unprepared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Of course, I got to get that man his money, man. Pay that man.
All right, let me go here. Okay, no, it wasn't this one. It wasn't.
I'll be doing that too, though. I'll be going through older videos and stuff like that. That I know got the information that I'm looking for.
Now, if you see this tweet right here, he said it is super, by the way. You see it right here. I hope my camera's not in the way.
Yeah,
but he did confirm that. He said it is super, by the way. It amazed me to see how many people wanted GT. That's what he says. So our next season pass is super. Our next DLC pack is going to be super related. All right. But I am a little bit confused, because if you go back and you look at my boy DBS Hype, not my whatever his name is. Yeah, DBS Hype. My fault, DBS Hype. If you look back right here, you remember when Burko, he tweeted out and said, wasn't DLC 6 supposed to be GT or Super? He said, nah, that was actually meant for the next season pass of Kakarot would be Super/GT.
All right, he reaching right here. I understand completely what he's saying right now. Okay. So DBS Hype, you need to come out and clarify that, because people are going to be thinking, based off of this video that's already gotten over almost 2,000 views, that people are going to be like, oh, it could be Super or GT. And it could be, but DBS Chronicles said it's Super. His question wasn't the leak that DLC 6 would be either GT or Super? No. That was actually meant was next season pass for Kakarot would be Super or GT. I think Rose just kind of digging a little too deep on that one. But but I know based off of how he typed it, literally, like that would literally mean that hyphen could mean and or. Okay. So we got to Google search what this stuff means. All right. It does. I don't know. It's so weird. Used before a verb in question negative statements. Used to refer to a verb allegedly. No, I don't want to know what does that mean. That don't even make sense. This is stupid. No. What is that little thing called? This meaning right here. Yes, thank you. No. Oh man, this is. Oh my god. You know what? Forget the internet, bro. That can mean with. It can mean or. Hey, bro, got 344 likes already, man. Oh man, y'all, where my love act at? See, man.
Says it's just super, but he say Super/GT. Now I don't know if he was trying to like compare it to this tweet right here why he says Super/GT.
He was.
Or just super. All right. Either way, man, I'm hoping that he says Super/GT. I'm hoping that GT will be in it, because y'all know that's my favorite, but I really.
Here's my deal. You don't want that, Rose. And for everybody watching and anybody that watch it, you don't want the next season to be Super/GT, guys. Because if it is, it's going to limit the amount of Dragon Ball Super content that you get. Only way it doesn't is if instead of 3 DLCs, there's 4 or maybe 5 in that one season pass. But if they continue with what they've been doing by giving us 3 DLCs in each season, then you don't want it to be both Super and GT. The reason why? Because guys, you're not gonna get a DLC longer than what a arc is in the anime, 6 to 8 hours. With that being said, you don't want to skip anything in Super. And if they do, they're not gonna skip Tournament of Power, and they're not gonna skip Goku Black. I don't want them to skip the Universe 6 and 7 tournament. And if they do that, and they give you one DLC that's based on GT, guys, that's gonna be an extremely short GT story. You don't want that either. The reason why is because there's a lot of prominent content in GT. We don't want to cut it all out or condense it down to an 8-hour story arc. We want it to be longer than that. You know what I'm saying? So if you want good quality content, trust me, you don't want them to split Super and GT into one season pass. Because that ain't gonna happen. That ain't it. That ain't where the cow's milk at. You get what I'm saying? You want Super to be season 3 and then GT to be season 4. Yeah, you probably have to wait a year and a half before that comes out. But we'll have Tenkaichi 4 by then.
Don't like. I'd rather have GT over Super. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I know y'all gonna start tweaking, bro. But I'd definitely rather have GT over Super, bro. But just to let y'all know, man, our next season,
I call cap, bro. Rose is big on Super, especially Goku Black, bro. I don't think he want to wait for that, man.
pass is GT. Is already confirmed, bro. These boys, they do not miss when it comes to leaks, bro.
He meant Super. He said GT, but he meant Super.
Do not miss. This is the people we always get our leaks from and everything. All right. Now the thing we need to kind of go over, bro, is what is it going to be? All right. We need to go ahead and talk about what it's going to be. Now they can pick up off of the Resurrection of F scene and start at Universe 6 with Hit and stuff like that. But I'm not going to lie to you, bro. The way Kakarot been moving lately, bro, I don't even think it's going to be none of the main sagas, bro. Not going to lie to you, bro. Not going to lie.
There's no reason why it shouldn't be.
I don't think it's going to be none of the main sagas. I really just don't feel like that is going to be the thing, bro. Because they picked the most randomest DLCs to make DLCs, all right? Not going to lie, bro. This season pass might have been the weakest season pass in my...
Nah, I don't see them doing that, Sonic. Making the final DLC a new game. It ain't going to be that. Nah. They're going to stretch out this DLC because that's Bandai's business model right now. I'm not gonna say that it's. I think it's too early or too premature to say that this season is the weakest. History of Trunks definitely carried the first one. Those two boss battle episodes pissed a lot of people off. Now the content we got from it was great, but as far as longevity, a lot of people was mad. But that's just because they didn't understand what Bandai had told us from jump that we were getting. The Bardock DLC was fun, but there were some big underwhelming parts. I liked it. I liked playing with Vegeta at the end. The biggest miss to me in the Bardock DLC, I really wanted to go Super Saiyan. I thought that would have been cool to throw in the Lord Shield stuff, even though it's not a Toriyama thing or even a Torataro thing or whatever. I feel like that would have been cool. Super Saiyan Bardock is in a lot of Dragon Ball games, and it's not out of the realm of possibility to throw that in there. I even opened up the door for Toe and Mirror to come in because, hey, guess what? Toe and Mirror did with Bardock. Okay, it happened. All right, in Xenoverse timeline, Heroes timeline, whatever. So that could have been a possibility because I could not figure out, okay, after Frieza destroys the planet, what are they going to do? And they just literally pulled something out of their ass and had us go right back to Planet Vegeta. I was like, bro, they could have did something way different than that. But it is what it is. Like, to say it was a bad DLC, that's a reach. I think people expected more. And even myself, they missed a big opportunity with the Great Ape battle. I feel like they could have let us... That would have been cool. That would have been hella cool. Think about that. For the planet takeover modes, which is essentially Hordes modes, where we fighting as... They should have allowed us to transform into great apes in that fight. Like, start out as little Bardock or whatever, but after so long, a certain part of it, you transform into great ape and you cause way more damage. That would have been crazy dope. Missed opportunity to even allow us to play it as a great ape in the story mode and do that. Which I understand. Great apes only come out during the full moons. So, that is what it is. But, bruh, nah.
opinion, bro, I know DLC 5 haven't came out yet, and I already know about the DLC 5 and 6 hasn't came out, but just the story wise and everything, this might be the weakest season pass. All right, I'm
not gonna disagree. The story will be good. If you're a fan of Dragon Ball, you'll like DLC 5 as far as story. What I feel that DLC 5 and 6 are gonna do big time on it is bringing something to the main game. That's what I'm hoping.
Guy, who was the first one? Bro, Bardock was cool. Wasn't really like, you know, this one is cool because the new tournament thing. We're gonna have to see how it plays. Was cool, and Uub is like, all right, we don't like these season, like these stuff that we're getting. We're not really getting anything out of them. All right, so the way Kakarot been moving, bro, I don't know what our next deal is.
And I explained in the live stream earlier, guys, why we didn't get anything out of it. We didn't get anything out of History of Trunks because it only had to do with Trunks, and actually we did. We got to carry that moveset over to the main Trunks in the main game. Bardock, it makes no sense not to get anything for the main game because it precedes all of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, if you think about it. Like, as far as Goku being born and all that kind of stuff coming to Earth, it precedes him coming to Earth. So it doesn't make sense for them to add anything to the main game from that DLC. However, with this DLC, it's possible. I'm not saying they will, but it's possible because, ding, 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 it starts right before Dragon Ball Z. Literally, Goku mentally training against Piccolo was from that fight, okay? Tournament, ground combat, those are things that can be added to the main game in some way, shape, form, or fashion. So that opens the door for that to come to the main game. So I wouldn't say that.
I don't know if it's gonna be Universe 6. Will be smart for them to do that.
I agree.
You know, we still got the Goku Black thing right here. Goku Black is a very big option after the Trunks.
No, Goku Black is not an option. It's going to happen. Literally, after the History of Trunks, the stages. That's why they did the History of Trunks the way they did the History of Trunks.
Story mode and stuff like that. Universe 6 is an option. Goku Black is an option after that. What else? Universal Saga, man. I don't know if they're gonna jump this far into it, bro. I really don't know. I have no clue.
They should.
What this could possibly be. I don't know how they gonna start it. I don't know how they gonna end it. The only time they did something back to back was DLC 1 and DLC 2. They did Beerus, then they did Resurrection of F. That's how they did it, bro. That's the only DLC they went in order, bro. Now when it goes to movies, now this is what I think. Bro. I don't think they're gonna start from here. I really don't think that. Unless Kakarot have multiple DLCs, like if Kakarot got like so many DLCs that's coming out like his Xenoverse. I know they said it was gonna be like that, but we don't really know so far. But I know that some people said that Kakarot supposed to be the next Xenoverse when it comes to DLCs and stuff like that, bro. If they got multiple DLCs coming out, then I think it's gonna be Universe 6. Easy, I think it's gonna be Universe 6.
Easy, bro. They got multiple. They'll have multiple coming out. That's their business model right now.
But if it's not gonna be multiple DLCs, bro, I think our next one could start off with a movie from Super. I'm hoping it would.
I don't think they start off with a movie from Super. That would be bad because especially if you start off with Dragon Ball Super Broly, which occurs after the Tournament of Power, then you gotta backtrack and tell the story of the Tournament of Power, which you can do. Because there's nothing in Broly that retcons anything that happens before, because we already have Super Saiyan Blue, Goku, and Vegeta. Here's the issue with Broly. Here's the issue with Season 3. Are they all going to be story-based DLCs? Dragon Ball Super Broly, guys, is more of a boss battle episode. The reason why is because there's only one main fight in the whole thing. Like Goku and Vegeta versus Broly. You know what I'm saying? To me, that doesn't merit a 6-hour DLC. You know, people can say, well, oh, they can go back and tell the previous story and stuff like that. But you have to look at this from the way that the game has gone. History of Trunks merited a story DLC because there was multiple fights. He fought the androids on more than one occasion. He fought Cell. He fought Dabura. You see what I'm saying? And then the Bardock DLC, you know, he had fights against Dodoria. He had the planet takeover battles. He had the fight against Frieza. That one was real close for me because I was like, yeah, but, you know, they made it work. This one, on the other hand, is different. Goku and Vegeta didn't fight anybody but Broly. You know, and I know you're going to say, DM, well, you talked about Gogeta with the other world. Yes, but in that other world saga, I didn't say the Janemba movie. I said you can implement that movie into that DLC because in that, In Goku's time in the other world, he went through the tournament, several fights there. He also fight Pycon. They went to Home for Infinite Losers, aka Hell, to refight Cell and Frieza. And then he also fought Janemba in 2 different forms, mind you, before fusing. Like, so, you know, all of that possibility is there.
Be Broly. Broly would be cool. And I know a lot of y'all start tweaking, bruh. Why would they jump so far? I don't know. All right.
You talking about me because I literally just said that, man. But it's the truth, guys. We can't. It's okay to want this stuff, but you got to think, if I get this, then I'm jumping this and possibly missing out on it. I don't want to do that with us, with this game.
We went from gods to androids to Bardock to tournament to Uub.
Yeah, but here's the deal with that. And so as far as the Uub part, he has a point. He has a well, not really. Because even if we're going to do Uub, that still occurs after Goku and Vegeta got Super Saiyan Blue, according to Akira Toriyama, because Super occurs in the 10-year time skip before the end of the last episode of Z. And so you might say, okay, well, DM, if they're doing that, why are they going to go episode 6 and then, DLC 6 talking about Uub and then jump all the way to Dragon Ball Super in the next DLC? Because in DLC 6, they're going to talk about, this is 10 years after the last events of Majin Buu. And then people are going to ask the question, well, what happened in that 10 years? Enter Dragon Ball Super. But by doing that, you've already given them Super Saiyan Blue. And so now that's going to be a question as well because, wow. He right on that. He got a point. Rose, you got a point. You got a point. They kind of did jump around with that one. Especially if Super is going to be the next DLC. They should have did that backwards. The only issue I think about the Broly movie is the flashback because it does not match Kakarot's Bardock story. That is also true. That's also true, Sonic. That is also true. I agree with you on that. That is also true. It does not match the Bardock story. But Kakarot, also Fukasu no F doesn't match the same. You know, in DLC 2, when we fought Golden Frieza, that doesn't match the story from the movie. So they could just keep it as is, to be honest with you, and it wouldn't affect anything. Because technically, the Bardock one isn't so much of a problem because the stories are pretty much the same. Bardock, following the planet, he sent Kakarot to Earth. Like, Frieza destroyed the planet. Dragon Ball Super Broly just, for the first time ever, gave us a animated back look into that. So it doesn't really conflict as much.
You can't sit here and be like, bruh, they can't do that. They could do whatever they want at this point, bro.
They can.
We done fought gods and went straight to androids. But
well, that's 2 different things. It's not a continuation of the story. And I always told people early on about DLC is the same thing he just said. They can do whatever they want. But I told you, DLC doesn't necessarily fall in chronological order. And it doesn't. By them doing Battle of Gods and then Golden Frieza and then going to History of Trunks, that's not messing up because it's not a continuation of that story. Does that make sense? Them doing History of Trunks is just them doing History of Trunks. It's DLC. They don't have to follow that pattern. They can jump however they want to. So that's the one thing about DLC. It's not necessarily a continuation of the story. So, And then also, I'm telling you now, the reason they did History of Trunks is because it set the stage for them to do Goku Black. Does that make sense? So it'll all work out in the end. And maybe even with Bardock, it's going to make sense later on why they put Bardock's story in there as well. Possibly do some Dragon Ball Super Broly.
Buddy, why? After they put in that card, that was the most delusional thing I ever saw. But I don't know, bro. So Broly could be a perfect option, bro. I feel like that's a great way to kick off the season pass. It will get a lot of sales. People will go crazy. Or if they want to go ahead and go crazy and do the superhero.
No. God, no. Don't do superhero yet. See, you jumping too far ahead, man. You still got Moro arc. You still got the Granola arc. Like, bro, you got those 2 arcs alone that need to be in the game. That I would love. I don't think nobody would argue to be in the game before you jump to Dragon Ball Super. No fact, no lie. Dragon Ball Superhero would get a lot of sales. Also, remember, Android 20 is still around. Who knows? He could be the one that creates Cell Max. Cell is still around. It could happen that way. Who knows? We don't need to be jumping over stuff, man. Y'all got to be a little more patient.
Superhero.
Sick of all the ads like this one?
And this
Just
one
head
that
to
I'm literally watching.
pantskiller.com, click on activate now.
Get that man his money.
This could be a possibility too, bro. Not gonna lie, man. This could be a huge possibility, be a money maker.
It would.
Superhero can be a fire thing because
It
like
can.
they said,
Then you get that transformation for Gohan too. I could definitely see them doing Dragon Ball superhero.
excuse me, they are known for movies, doing movie DLCs, bro. How many movie DLCs we got? We got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 movie DLCs, and 2 of them like episodes from like, you know, the tournament and like Uub and stuff like that. So this will be a perfect thing for season pass 3 and stuff like that. This would be perfect.
Technically, those aren't movies; those were TV specials. Oh, you didn't miss nothing, man. We've been, oh man. Well, actually, yeah, you missed a lot, like 5 hours worth of stuff. I'm just wanted to see what his new video was about.
Man, like I said, bro, the way they've been moving lately, I wouldn't be surprised if we got something like this. I promise you, I wouldn't be surprised. Like the way Kakarot been moving, bro, I wouldn't be surprised if we got like a Halloween special or some weird stuff. I don't know, bro. Wouldn't be surprised, bro. But if they was gonna do, this is just a super route. If all the DLCs gonna be super back to back to back. Now that's another thing, bro. I don't know if it's gonna be super just like DLC 1, DLC 2, DLC 3, DLC 4. They all just gonna be super, or if he just saying that the first one is gonna have a little bit of super in there.
I think he was saying all of them are gonna be super. I wanna collab with Rose, man. I want to collab with him, man. I'm gonna leave a comment. I don't even know if he can see it. He probably blocked me, tell him. Second channel coming. Plus, we know that we gonna get something hype. About time. What do you got going? Second channel? Okay. They not ready, bro. See, and I thought about doing a second. It's hard to like do this because I want to cover the college football game, and I may just create a whole new channel for that. It's hard to build because you build a audience off of one thing. It's hard to transition to something else. Yeah, see, that comment didn't even get posted unless he got to review it. Oh, no, it's right there. Let's put that thumbs up right there, man. We'll leave that there, man. Let's go look at slow plays because he got a mod right here in the Z mod that he just posted about an hour ago. I wanted to check this out too. My boy slow plays. I could have left a like on Rose's video. I do actually like the questioning he brought up.
Dragon Ball Z Kakarot has done an amazing job.
The modders, man. I love modders, dude.
Retelling all.
Come on, man. What's going on?
All of the major arcs from the original Z series. However, there is one small arc that they completely missed.
It's not even a small arc. It's literally 2 episodes. People say that the Uub is not an arc, guys. Sonic actually doesn't matter. They can just... Oh, that doesn't actually matter. They can just do it since that minus was a half a chapter in 12 minutes of a movie runtime. What did you say? Probably movie is a flashback. Oh, anyway, Uub is not an arc, guys. Uub is literally, it's part of the Majin Buu saga. Okay, I'm not gonna be that nitpicky, man. Come on.
End of Z. Now, it's been leaked that the End of Z will be DLC number 6 after the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, but let's see what it could potentially look like using some mods in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Alright, what is up? This is...
Here's one thing I want to say too, because you know CyberConnect 2 does sub quests. I wonder if they explain to us how Goku gets this gi. I think that would be really, really interesting. Because everybody, I wonder, where did he get this gi from? Who did he train with to get this gi? And what did he learn? I think Dragon Ball Super end up explaining it. Because that kind of looks like the same colors as the Grand Priest. This one and then this. And that green, I don't know, but...
Slow plays, and I am back at it again with some more Dragon Ball Z type of Goku, and he is looking amazing. Reckon 5 beasting and just we're trying out all the transformations because Blue, Super, more transformations. Obviously, I'm going to use all of the normal forms. I know there are a lot of cool modded forms like Ultra Instinct and Kaioken Blue and stuff, but you know, we got to stay true to what we probably would see in this. I think.
See, that's cool. Like, we should be able to fight against each other. We should. We should be able to fight against each other. Let's see this Super Saiyan. Looks like Goku's Yard Rat outfit. Yeah, Super Saiyan form there. Is he gonna go blue, baby? Yeah, baby. Interesting thing in the game, Goku can use Spirit Bomb and stay in Kaioken. But he can't do it in Super Saiyan or anything like that, which I understand. Which leads to say that Kaioken should not be put in the game as a transformation. It should have been a skill. Or a know-how. Something like that. Super Saiyajin 3. Super Saiyajin Go. They didn't put Uub in there? Bro, boy giving Vegeta the bit. Ah, come on, bro. Super Saiyan 3 Blue. Come on, man. Y'all doing too much. See, that's where they lose me with the mods. That's the stuff I don't really care for. What was I finna look at lastly? I can't even remember, man. I can't even remember. Oh yeah, where did Goku? Where did Goku? Does anybody know that? Let's look into Goku, the Dragon Ball fan. I appreciate you scrolling all the way to the bottom of the thing. And I'm pretty sure this isn't an accurate answer, but I'm very curious. Why did Goku have blue gi at the end of Z? I'm not complaining. It looks badass. I mean, shoot. In my opinion, it's the second coolest gi in the game. The first. He's wearing a blue gi. It looks like more leisurely to me. But then again, Goku has worn orange for the longest time. However, in the original Dragon Ball, at the beginning, he wore a gi almost exactly like this. That's blue, bruh. That's not even almost the same. His pants are green anyway. While this merely fan speculation, I'll simply say this. The end of Z has no symbols on it. I noticed that too. So he's not underneath a master. Okay. Not Turtle School, not King Kai, not Whis Signature, not even Goku. This could be because Goku has transcended his teachings and achieved something totally new, something focused on himself, or because he is returning to his old ways, focusing on what Grandpa Gohan taught him as opposed to anyone else. The last thing that could possibly be is this. Ultra Instinct is based on Mushin, and Mushin is known to be a technique without technique. Interesting. It is achieved when a fighter, I already know where they're going with this. That's why I said interesting. It is achieved when a fighter realizes that he's not a fighter, but simply another being simply moving through space. This could be in reference that Goku has learned the key to fighting is not in being a fighter, but in wisdom and knowing how to move. It's not a style to be learned. It's a way of life to be lived. This gi could symbolize him reaching wisdom and knowledge and making him of the rank of a true master, one in which one day someone will wear his name on their gi. That is interesting. But I will say this. I don't know if I buy into that, because he wanted to fight Uub for the challenge of fighting someone strong and powerful. You know what I'm saying? So the way that he acted at the end of Z in that episode doesn't quite stack with this belief of being just existent. But that doesn't mean he still can't enjoy a challenge, just like Whis enjoys food and stuff like that. So because he wanted to, that might be a better answer. To symbolize how he's changed, imagine if Goku were a blue gi in Super instead of his orange one, because every series has a unique gi for Goku. OG Dragon Ball has his student gi, Z has his turtle gi, GT has its own unique gi. GT actually has the same one as this one. He's just a kid, if I'm not mistaken. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry, that was loud. Excuse me. Why do we sneeze 2 times? That's his Dragon Ball GT. It's from the epilogue of Z. And it's from the epilogue of Z. Oh, are they talking about when he went to the world tournament? The tournament thing? It's from the epilogue of Z. It's in GT. Okay, you said that already. Oh yeah, it's when he's fighting Uub, right? Epilogue. They are talking about the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Let's see if we can find him when he met up with Bowman now. That's crazy they got Kakarot. They're talking about this gi right here. That's not the same one. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. See, yeah, that is in no way, shape, form, or fashion the exact same gi. Yeah, so I don't know what they talking about. Yeah. Where is he at? They're talking about that. See, even that one that's from Kakarot right there. That's so cool. Yeah, that's the one they talking about. That'll be in Kakarot, but that's still, and he still got the power pole. Ooh, I wonder if we don't get to use that puppy. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's what they talking about. That doesn't make sense, does it? Super Dragon Ball Heroes lost me with Rose 3, LOL, but Mushin correlates to UI. Also, Goku lost his symbol on the gi before the end of Z. So, yeah, so Human, what you talking about is, yeah, there was a time in during the Buu arc, Goku did not have any gi on his kanji. I mean, any kanji on his gi. So that blows that theory out the water as to why he doesn't have anything on his gi. Because even with this, Goku came from the other world though. With this gi. And then in Super, he picked up Whis' symbol on his gi. Because he was under a master. Here's the deal. If Goku he wasn't underneath a master at this point. When he was, and that's what it is. So let's do this. I hope they have an image of him all lined up. Okay, so they really do. Okay, so this image right here, all right? So when Goku first started out, he was training under Master Roshi, right? So he had the Turtle Hermit gi. Then when he went to train with King Kai, he had the House of Kai, or the King Kai's gi. That means House of Kai. Then when he was on his way to Namek, Goku was his own master. Okay? And so this was the last one he truly had. Because that one, it means Son Goku, or House of Sun. That's what that kanji means. And what that is that Goku was his own master. So right here, he doesn't know who he is. He's learning his own way. So he's learning from Master Roshi, Turtle Hermit. He's learning under King Kai. He's learning under himself. He's his own trainer. He's pushing himself to his own limits. House of Sun. Here he's under Whis. All right. In the Buu saga, he's not underneath anybody. He was actually dead. And remember, he wasn't even training with anybody. He did some training with King Kai in Otherworld, but he wasn't underneath King Kai, if that makes sense. So it makes sense for the Buu saga for him not to have anything on his gi. Him been under Whis right here in Super, he had that. Even here in Battle of Gods, he put back on the Son Goku gi because he's back training underneath himself. So him not having a gi just means he wasn't in a spot where he's training to grow, if that makes sense. So I'm wondering. And then, okay, we was wrong. In GT, he has the same top, but a different bottom. And actually, he has on the same top, same color top. Actually, no, he has on a different gi in GT. Somebody even said that. I think I had said that his gi in GT is different. It's not the same. He even has on a different one then. So, Goku ended up training Uub in the end, remember, and he also are two endings in the manga. Yep. Yeah, I remember he went out to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. He took him there. If it was only when he was under a master, wouldn't he just wear his gold kanji? That's what I'm getting at. The kanji is gold, which is the first character of his name. It means understanding or wisdom. So that's what I'm getting at right here. He's training at this point, though. In the Majin Buu saga, Goku wasn't training when he came back to Earth. And really, he wasn't training underneath a master in Otherworld. Him training just to keep up with his training is one thing. But notice, here's the deal. When he went to Planet Namek, he was training to achieve more. He was able, through his own personal training, to push the Kaioken past its limits. Does that make sense? During the Buu saga, he wasn't training at all underneath somebody. He was just training for the aspect of getting stronger, pushing his limits. All right. Now, but the Battle of Gods has him back in his Goku kanji, which is weird because I guess maybe he went back to training at that point underneath himself because he didn't have a master. Because after fighting Buu, Goku was inspired to get stronger. Does that make sense? When he was in Otherworld, Goku was probably literally the strongest being in the Otherworld as far as the other fighters who was there. So he wasn't pushed to train so much as so to surpass his limits is my speculation. Yeah, and the thing with Uub and Hyperbolic Time Chamber was GT. Yep. So we can't really just count that right now. All right. And then training under Whis, he's pushing new limits. So I would just say when he's not, it's probably more like a thing of peace, if you will. Because, yeah, in the Buu saga, he didn't have that. And that's even represented in the game. After the Frieza saga, Goku stopped wearing a kanji on his gi, justified for the Buu saga as he died at the end of the Android/Cell saga, saving the Earth from Cell's self-destruction. However, in Battle of Gods and most of Super Anime, he reverted back to wearing his own kanji that he wore in the Frieza saga. But why? That is a good question. Why? Toriyama was just too lazy. That could be a very real possibility dealing with Toriyama. It's similar reason why you won't see yellow S on the back of Superman's red cape in many animated incarnations. Live action, CGI. I wonder if Goku even knows what he knows what it stands for. That's some interesting questions. Those are some interesting questions. But during Z, the implications of Goku not wearing the kanji on his gi is supposed to symbolize him being a martial arts master rather than just a martial artist. Removing the kanji would be acknowledging that he is no longer the student of someone else but an independent fighter. And that's kind of what I was getting at. He wasn't underneath anybody. And so anytime he has that kanji on, even if it's his own kanji, the Goku, the House of Go, the House of Sun kanji, means that he's he's not underneath anybody. When he wears his own, that means he's underneath himself, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like us. Like right now, I'm at a period in my life where I'm learning of myself. So I'm a student of myself, if you will. But I don't stay in that state. There's periods where I'm not growing like mentally under anything, and then there's sometimes like I'm growing underneath this aspect, be it college, or I'm growing underneath an athletic aspect, so I have an athletic mentor, something to that effect. That's my speculation. None of us really know unless he tells us, unless Toriyama tells us. Wisdom or enlightenment, go. Yeah. Is the kanji that Goku sports on both the front and back of his uniform after completing his intense gravity training on board the spaceship on his way to Namek. Toriyama isn't lazy, but he does get rid of stuff from characters that makes them harder to draw for a long time. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's real interesting. But I wonder if they'll explain that. But then at the same time in the game, they don't explain the different kanjis either, so... or why he doesn't have them or have them and stuff like that. That makes sense. During the Frieza arc, he wasn't underneath anybody, but he still could have had his Goku kanji. Maybe that's Toriyama just left it out so people didn't have to keep drawing it. Because the animation got crazier, but at the same time, it's Super. He has it on there. So, I don't know, man. Interesting stuff. But, guys, I'm finna get off the stream. We've been on for almost 6 hours. I appreciate everybody that tuned in, man. I really wish we could have got a lot more likes than what we got, but it is what it is. Check the 2 endings of Z in the manga. Let me peep that. Okay, let's peep this real quick, and I'm gonna hop off of the live stream. Bye bye, Dragon Ball World is the 325th chapter. See, even there, like he's wearing. That's dope. I like that, man. Summary: as the contestants get ready to face their opponents, the now late middle-aged World Tournament announcer asks them to come up and get their matches started. As Goten panics, he has to fight Good Boo. What? Oh, bro, they could literally do that. They could literally do that. Goten panics as he has to fight Uub in the first round. While Tiger complains he has to fight Pan, a messy little girl. Pan responded by sticking out her tongue, which Trunks uncomfortable moves away. Vegeta's opponent, a young punk named Knock, begins to taunt Vegeta, calling him an old man. Who has terrible hearing. Also, Vegeta isn't ignoring. He shuts him up slightly. Not expecting. Yada yada. I see. I didn't even know. I thought Uub was Goku's first fight. Oh no! I'm tripping. Are they talking about Fat Boo? So Goten did fight Big Boo? I didn't even know he was in the tournament. Oh no, Boo was in the tournament because he said if he won, he was gonna let Hercule beat him. Okay, so I'm tripping. Okay, never mind. I'm tripping. I was finna say, hold up. All right, as announcer welcomes the audience with another speculation. Next up is Goku and Uub. Been waiting for it forever since Goku destroyed Kid Buu. Asked for him to be reincarnated as a good person earlier. Uub has found out that Kid Buu's reincarnation, so Goku makes sure that the Majin Buu uses his magic to make sure that they fight in the first lineup. And now to explain the Goku Uub. Extremely thin physique. Piccolo, however, senses that Goku sensed in the boy and realizes it's probably the most interesting match. I'm just reading this, y'all. I'm sorry. Because one thing that's interesting is in Dragon Ball Super, they talk about Uub already having God Ki, since he's a reincarnation of a god. In Majin Buu, I guess. Let's go to the ending. That's all right. No, all this stuff works out. Goku can become T. All right. Needs to unlock Uub's powers in case the world needs help from another supernatural powerful force. Which is crazy because Vegeta's there. Goku now having to say his goodbyes, flies next to Uub and asks him to hop on his back so they can fly to Uub's tropical island. As the two fly off in amazing speeds, the audience of the World Tournament are left confused, wondering what will happen to the tournament and has been disrupted. So that's interesting that they do go to Uub's village, which Goku said at the end that he would go to his village and train. So what if the battle with Goku and Uub is actually the start of DLC 6? And from there we pick up where Uub is training under Goku and has to go off and fight and do different things. That would be really cool to see. Piccolo commented he has never seen Goku this happy in a long time and he must have been waiting for this. Vegeta comments that this is not just about raising a new protector for the Earth. This is so Goku can become the teacher he has wanted to be for so long. And so he can experience the same rush of excitement like when he fought Frieza. Goku and Uub continue. So what Vegeta is saying is Goku's been the student all this time. Now he gets to be the teacher. That makes sense. I mean, eventually, if you're training under people, you're going to want to train people. And since Gohan don't train, Goten really doesn't take a liking to it. You know what I'm saying? Goku and Uub continue to fly, and Goku, in a triumphant manner, raises his arm and yells, "Yeah!" happily. Goku says Uub should try it and make it happier. He's like, Goku asks him to try again. Uub says, "Yes, sir." As Goku and Uub fly off, they begin their own journey through training. In the Kaizenban edition, 2 additional pages show Goku flying his Nimbus to Uub. While they are leaving Papaya Island, Vegeta then declares he will show Goku defeat sooner or later. The story of Dragon Ball Z is ended, and Goku finally advances from becoming a naive fighter into a wise teacher. The student becomes the teacher. So that's interesting, man. Let's see, what gi is he wearing in that? See, that's not the same one. So I wonder which one will they use. Still pretty cool though. You know what I'm saying? Goku finally becomes the teacher. But he could have had that with Pan in a sense, I guess. So it's like, why would he choose Uub? I guess because of Uub's potential. So that's still pretty interesting though. Coming soon in the manga, Goku not have God Ki. Goku not have God Ki in Dragon Ball End of Z. Yeah, he did. He had it. He didn't like when it was originally written. He didn't. Toriyama added that in there. Watch the last episode from Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Yeah, at the end he didn't. But when those episodes were written, Super was not out. Since Super has come out, Akira Toriyama has stated that the events of Dragon Ball Super occurs in that 10-year time skip between the defeat of Kid Buu and then that World Martial Arts tournament. So now, because of that, yeah, because Goku never even transformed, so who's to say he really didn't? That's why that's been open to do that. Interesting stuff, man. Interesting stuff. With that, I'm chunking deuces, man. I'm finna get up off here this live stream, guys. It has been a blast. I really enjoy it. I appreciate it. I needed this. So many ways I needed this. So, man, leave a like, leave a comment, share it, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Till next time, y'all, thanks for watching. And I'm out. No, I'm saying peace.